You are watching the Vodka stream.
Hey, what's happening, guys? It's time for the Vodka stream. What is going on? Woo-wee. How we doing out there? Hopefully, you guys had a good week. Oh, man. We're like a week away from the Thanksgiving weekend. That's for damn sure. Hopefully, you guys are having a good, hopefully you're having a good week. Like I said, a good Friday. I've had a pretty good Friday myself. Not too shabby. Let's put on some mood music right now. Let's do that. Wear that one right there. All right. Got the mood music on going. All right. And there we go. All right. Cheers, guys. Welcome to the Vox stream. Oh, we got some things to talk about tonight, don't we? Oh my God. Been pretty much madness when it comes to all this. So cheers. And pure madness too, because there's let's see. Hi, Monique. Fantastic Friday to you all. It's spiral sliced ham and homemade low sugar glaze, instant pot, macaroni and cheese, and low carb pasta. Nice. Cheese pull was a chef's kiss right there. Gotta love that. Gotta love that. All right. And then of course we have Cloned Avenger. Restore common sense. Yeah, pretty much that should be a fun stream. We got Arkham Knight. Good to see ya. Hey. And then, of course, we got Mr. Dell. We got Mr. Dell right here. And that's it. Usually the chat is a little bit more talkative at the beginning of the Vox stream. I don't know what's going on with YouTube. YouTube seems to be, I don't know. I was talking about this with other people too, that it seems like YouTube, when it comes to, I don't know, maybe when it comes to like getting non-followers out there when it comes to live streams, not sure what's going on, but they were having also similar issues. They were like, hey, you're seeing like things go down? I'm like, yeah. And sometimes, yeah, usually like you guys are chatting up a storm in the beginning, but not really seeing that right now. So I don't know if YouTube's doing something. I don't know. They're doing the wrong name thing again. Oh, they're doing the wrong name thing again. That's great. And hey, Mr. Jason McKenzie, thank you for the $50 super chat. Cheers. Yeah, there's like, there's just all kinds of, I swear, live streaming. I don't know what the hell. I mean, I have issues when it comes to Streamlabs, which is supposed to be killer. I have issues with StreamYard, and I don't know. It's interesting stuff. But hey, people are rolling in. Like I said, I'm not complaining, but it's just funny when you're usually seeing like heavy conversation already happening right at the beginning, and then I was like, wow, there's like 4 people in here. It's like, all right, but hey, we're gonna go on because we got plenty to talk about. What's going on, Simon? Good to see you. But yeah, doing the wrong name. Yeah, it's kind of doing like an interesting thing right there. So, but like I said, it's weird. I don't know. Interface is acting weird. Hopefully, not too weird. Hopefully not too weird. But hey, what's going on, Hank? Deezy, good to see you, buddy. All right. Good to see you. All right. YouTube just being YouTube. Yeah, it's kind of what it is. I don't know. Good evening, Mr. Chris Balga right here. David Fellow Junkies. Breaking news. I just put in a bid for Water Brothers, and I'd buy that for $1. They declined. Not sure why. I know. You should have asked me. I would have added another $1. $2 is twice as much. We could have just went in on it. I don't know. But there's Ryan right there. Good to see you. Like I said, I think it's just like when it comes to the start, I didn't post the stream too late, but yeah, like I said, people will start rolling in and stuff, so it's all good. We did a penny, Arkham Knight, good. But all right, yeah, and by all means, guys, ask questions as I go through my little spiel at the beginning of this right here, and it's gonna be interesting because I did not see a movie. I did not see a movie this week. Yep, I did not see a movie. I wanted to see a movie, but I did not see a movie because I had family. I had family come in. I had my uncle who recently moved to Tennessee. He came in and he was staying the night at the house here. So I got to see him, and then of course when it comes to going out to dinner and everything, so it just didn't all work out. But it was fine because I wasn't going to go see Wicked. I wasn't going to see Wicked, and everything. So, and hey, there's Mr. Host there right there. Thank God for internet polls. The Snyderverse will finally be restored. Yeah. Yeah, so he was in, and I was like, oh yeah. And then the timing and everything, I was probably gonna go see Sisu 2 because I enjoyed the first one. And I was like, and that was like the early showing. I thought maybe that would have been perfect, but he was showing up like after 4:00, and it was going to be 4. So it just didn't work out, which is totally fine. It was great. We got to go out to dinner, and got to go out to dinner with Mama Film Junkie as well. She was part of it. So yeah, so it was like, that was it. But what's kind of funny though is my uncle asked me about Superman when we were at dinner, because he hadn't seen Superman. So when we came back to the house and we were kind of shooting the shit and snacking on some things, we decided to put on Superman. And it was going to be kind of interesting to see how I was going to wonder, like, how is he going to respond to this new Superman movie? And he really liked it. He did. He liked it. But throughout the movie, he kept on saying, like, because at first when he was asking me questions about the Superman movie, he went, all right, so do they do the normal thing where you see the ship crash on the farm and all this stuff? I was like, no, this is a different kind of Superman where it's 3 years into it. He's already established. There's other heroes, blah, blah, blah. And so when we were watching it throughout, he would keep on, like, with certain scenes, especially like the crazier scenes. He's like, man, this is not like any other Superman movie. He kept on saying that. And then, like, during the crazy, of course, pocket dimension scene when he's holding baby Joey and, trying to not get sucked up by a black hole. I mean, he started laughing. He goes, man, this is just a crazy Superman movie. And then I finally went, well, the guy who did the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, right? And he goes, yeah. And I went, same director. And he went, oh, okay, that makes sense. So I was like, yeah. He like, oh yeah, no wonder it's this crazy, because he doesn't know James Gunn by name, but he's watched the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, so he naturally was like, oh yeah, okay, now it makes sense why it's like that, which was kind of funny. But yeah, he enjoyed it. At first he wasn't sure if he was gonna, like, maybe we'll start watching it, but maybe I'll, because it was getting kind of late and we were gonna be up early the next day, but he ended up watching the whole thing. He was into it. He was totally, like, he even said he was into it, that he wanted to watch the entire thing. I mean, yeah, there's certain parts where he thought were ridiculous, because that's just the case. There are, I mean, even when we watch, this is probably like the 5th time I've watched it now. 5th, maybe 6th time I've watched Superman. And yeah, there's still scenes I go, yeah, I don't like that scene. But again, when I watch it, I go, it's just a really enjoyable Superman movie. It really is. It's an entertaining start to finish. It moves. Yeah, there's a couple things where I go, that's stupid, but I really enjoy the movie. And it's cool to watch it with somebody who hasn't watched it before. I always love watching movies that I enjoy with people who haven't watched it before. When you're always doing that side eye thing. Like, how are they enjoying this? Are we good? Is he falling asleep yet? Is he doing that? It's always interesting to do that. I always love that. So, but yeah, Uncle Ted. That's right. Uncle Film Junkie, Uncle Ted, which is my dad's dad. And of course, one of the reasons why he was staying today, and I'll also raise my glass, because it is my Nana, and you guys know that my Nana passed away at the beginning of last year, 2024. She passed away, and it was her birthday. It's her birthday today, so we decided, my dad came down the hill to meet up with us, and we decided to, go to the gravesite and pay our respects. And we even did a little cheers thing, because my Nana, she enjoyed whiskey and Sprite. And so we had a little whiskey and cheers to in her honor right there. And then, of course, we went to lunch after that. So that was cool. So, yeah. So cheers to my Nana, who was a fantastic woman, and miss her dearly. Happy birthday. So there you go. So good day, worked a half a day and got all that done. But yeah, so I didn't see a movie, but we got the extended holiday weekend next week, which I'm gonna hopefully see more than one movie, because I have 5 days off next week. I took Wednesday off, And then so I have a 5-day weekend. So I'm hoping to see more than one movie. I want to see the Osgood Perkins movie, Keeper. I really want to see that. I've seen mixed reviews on it, but I really liked Longlegs and I really liked The Monkey. I've seen both of those movies twice. And it's just really cool that he's just releasing a movie like every year. He's already got another one ready to go too, I think. I think he's already starting to film it. But I want to see Keeper. I want to see how that is. And I want to see that Eternity movie. I think there's something else that's coming out next week that I can't remember off the top of my head. There's Zootopia 2. I might wait for that one. I enjoyed the first Zootopia, but I don't know. I might wait for that one and see some of the other stuff. So Keeper is horrifying. Yeah. And thank you guys. Like I said, my Nana, it was her birthday today, but she passed away in 2024, at the beginning of 2024. And we just paid our respects, and it was great. Like I said, it was great seeing my Uncle Ted because, like I said, he moved to Tennessee earlier this year, so he was just coming back, and it was great to see the guy. Definitely great to see the guy. So, all right. Wake Up Dead Man is in theaters next week. Oh, that one. That's right. The new Knives Out. The new Knives Out. The new Knives Out movie. That's out. Shit. And, and then it's funny because, Netflix, hey, they're releasing movies at theaters. They keep on saying that, hey, Warner Brothers, if you come over here, we will release your movies in theaters. Which, I remember just saying well, I think they would probably try to keep, if Warner Brothers in fact does go over to Netflix, which I still don't think it will, Netflix would be fucking stupid if they decided to not release, or have limited release. But so many people do not trust Netflix. It's so funny when you look out there and people especially when there was a report that said Netflix would still have Warner Brothers movies go out into the movie theaters. And I'm like, but for how long? And is it only just because you want to get award season recognition? But, I don't know. We'll see what happens with all that. I still don't think it's going to go over to Netflix. It just seems like some of the bigger studios, those are, either Comcast, Universal, and, and then, of course, Paramount. Just seems like those are the big boys out there that are, that are the ones that might be getting, I don't know. It's just people that, no one, Netflix is just a lot of people just don't trust Netflix, don't like Netflix. It's just a little too, it's difficult. It's difficult. So anyways, all right. Let me take a drink here and cheers. Snyderverse polls. Not the ones you dance around. No, not those ones. Even though, hey, what's wrong with dancing around a pole, right? No, this is a poll that, of course, is POLL. That kind of poll. And this is kind of crazy because, oh, man. I did not think I was going to be talking about internet polls when it came to this week, but at the same time, I didn't think I was going to be talking about a lot of things that we're talking about this week. Obviously, when it comes to all the cosmic book news bullshit that they're putting out there with all their information. Obviously, I posted 2 videos about that, which, if you dive down into the comment section, basically, if you go to those videos that I posted when it comes to things that are happening, when it comes to cosmic book and the bullshit and the whole Saudi Arabia thing, if you go down into that comment section, before you go down in that comment section, you're going to look like John McClane at the beginning of Die Hard. After you come out from that comment section, you're going to look like John McClane at the end of Die Hard. Just letting you know right there. So yeah, there's all that. It's all pretty crazy. So anyways, so what's happening on the internet when it comes to all this? Well, good old Grace Randolph herself decided to run a poll because, obviously she's been seeing the noise that is online when it comes to the Warner Brothers buyout and the possibility of Snyderverse stuff. And Zack, of course, keeps on posting images, which is fantastic. I look forward to every day. Like, what is he going to post today? It's always fun, whatever Zack Snyder is going to be posting. But she decided to post a little poll right here, and I'm going to bring it up. And it was like an interesting one because, you know, she posted it on Wednesday, I believe it was. And I even like was going to talk about it. And I kind of did talk about it. When I posted my video, I talked about it. But it was too fresh. It was too fresh. And I went, I'm going to cut that part out of the video because it was way too fresh of a poll. I'm like, no, let's wait. Let's wait to see where this goes because, you know, let's let it run its course. And it has over 19,000 votes. 19,000 votes this poll has right here. And it was like, oh, okay, well, obviously she has a reach. Obviously it's Grace Randolph. So here's the poll right here. Boop. All right. Seriously, do you guys really want the Snyderverse back? And the results? Yes. 44.1%. Let James Gunn cook. 42.4%. Give Gunn oversight. 5.8%. Third reboot. 7.7%. Yeah, I chose to give Gunn oversight thing because, you know, I was like, let's let the other ones fight right there because, you know, why not? So, obviously, the results are, yes, wins. But technically, I hate to be this guy. Why are you going to be this guy, Dave? Well, because when it came to Superman's box office, I got a lot of technically and a lot of, inflation, a lot of, you know, fumbling of the numbers, which is still happening, by the way. So if we're going to play the technical game, and we're going to just kind of like look at things technically and looking at this and looking at that. If it was just the first two suggestions, yes, or let James Gunn cook, I'd be like, overall victory for the Snyderverse. But the fact of the matter is, we got those two other selections that kind of go, one is kind of in favor. This is why I chose it. Give Gunn oversight is still in favor of the Snyderverse a little bit. So maybe you can cut that in half. I don't know. It's kind of in favor. Like, okay, yeah, it can still be there, but, you know, Gunn will still be there too. And then, of course, you have third reboot, which is 7.7. So if you were to, like, you know, adjust the numbers right there, it's like, well, technically, there's still the other selections that one goes halfway against the Snyderverse fully coming back, and one just wants a full-on reboot for everything. And I was like, okay, we could do that, but at the same time, I'm like, hey, whatever. It's still a close battle. Still take the W, but it's just kind of funny because it's like, victory! But then I'm going, yeah, but there's like 7.7 that just want everything to be rebooted again. They don't want Snyderverse. They don't want Gunverse. And then there's some that go, well, let's have both maybe. Maybe there's that. And then we have another poll right here. And this is from Mr. David Perez, Mr. Movie Talk Now, which he was on the Vodka stream not too long ago. When it comes to you know, a lot of things, like he was a guest a couple of weeks ago. I think he's going to be joining tonight as well. And he ran a poll. And again, polls are polls, different platforms, different audiences. There's all kinds of things. And here's his poll right here, which sounded very weird. Here's his poll right here. Jesus Christ. But here's his poll that he posted. Should the Snyderverse be restored? 20,000 votes right here. 18% restore and end the DCU. Continue as in Elseworlds, which is what I chose again. I said, why not have both? 64% said, no, we need to move forward. And then we got 3% reboot a third time, end both worlds. Yeah, I'm one of those that's like, hey, let's just have both. I wish we could have both. It's never going to happen to have both. But in a perfect world, we could have both. And then it would be kumbaya, my lord, kumbaya. No, it still would not be kumbaya. There would still be a discourse. There would still be fighting. There'd still be all that. No matter what, there would still be all that. But that just shows you right there. polls, the different polls right here. A Twitter poll with Grace Randolph, who has, you know, a significant following. I don't even remember how many followers she has. She has almost 100. She has 145,000 followers on there. Okay, and Moving Now, they have let's see, how many subscribers is this like going out to? 73.5. So different. And it's kind of funny too, because when it comes to the Movie Now poll, of course, there are certain individuals out there that won't accept those numbers. And well, I'm not going to say it. He's been having a back and forth when it comes to those those clever guys, those you know, very level-headed guys that don't get angry about anything. Lethal Geeks guys are going to town and saying that it's all fake, it's all bots, it's all this. Because why? Yeah, look at the results. The results aren't there. And it just comes to show you, because in these guys' worlds, they think that everyone is on their side. They are the majority, and they want to round up the Spartans, because they think there's some kind of war that's going on online, and all they're doing is just beating the shit out of their keyboards. And so, like, it was kind of funny because there has been a back and forth between David and Lethal Geeks, who are calling him out for saying it's false, just because it's not working in their favor. That's what it is. They're being sore losers because they were probably given everything they wanted by their parents, coddled, participation trophies. I don't know. It's like, hey, take the L. There's other W's you can take. You know, you could take the other W's. Again, going back to the Superman box office, you can still take the W that is Man of Steel having more of a box office in 2013, which you don't even have to adjust for inflation, all that kind of stuff. You can still take that W, but yet you guys still want to talk about the Superman box office because it's still a threat to whatever you're trying to do. I don't know what it is. I don't know. They're angry individuals, because it's also kind of funny. If you guys know the channel Comics and ... she actually was on the Lethal Geeks podcast stream. It was like they did a stream or a podcast or something a few months ago. And one of the individuals, I think goes by Rocks Talks, was posting, of course, and this is what I always love when it comes to all this and them backing up when it comes to all this stuff with the Snyderverse. And I really wish these morons would stop using the Ben Affleck video where somebody asked him at the Accountant 2 premiere if he would return as Batman. Stop using that video as, hey, Ben Affleck is gonna come back, because look what he said right here. It is such a bad video for you to use to fight your battles, because we've seen the video and it's Ben Affleck being asked that and he goes, hey, anything can happen, and then he just ducks out. I don't know how many times when I see him post that video and people go, yeah, he didn't want to answer the question. What the hell are you even talking about? And like, it's so bad. And she just was like, hey, wait a minute. In this interview with GQ magazine, he said that he was like done with the whole superhero genre. And this guy went to town. This is somebody who like was part of the panel of the podcast, of the Lethal Geeks podcast, that she went on. And apparently she didn't have the greatest time because she wasn't able to talk all that much. Her being the guest, she wasn't able to talk all that much, which that makes sense because, again, these guys, they think very highly of themselves. And like he was going back at her and everything. And I was seeing like the exchange, and I'm going, man, these guys they're really showing their true colors when it comes to all this. And it's just kind of funny. And now they're doing this to, of course, to David. And it's kind of crazy. Just trying to call him out for BS and bots and all that, because, oh no, you're losing a poll? Oh my God, what's going to happen? You're losing a poll? An internet poll? It doesn't mean shit. You know what these polls show us, guys? You know what they show us? How divided the DC fandom is. That's what these polls are showing. Okay? That's what they're showing. Grace's poll shows that pretty good right there, because it's pretty fucking even when it comes to restore or keep James Gunn. It's pretty even. It's showing how divided it is. So everybody out there in my comment section or in my mentions who live in their bubble, who are saying that nobody wants the Snyderverse to be restored, or saying Every DC fan wants the Snyderverse to be restored. Shut the fuck up. Stop it with the hyperbole. Why do you have to be in one extreme or the other? This is why I stay in the middle. This is why I try my best to stay in the middle, because I know there's two different movies being watched. But it's so funny because it's like you have to be on the two extremes. You can't just be in the middle. You have to be extreme over here or extreme over here. And it's crazy. It's like, no, most of us are in the middle, you psychos. Psychos! Most of us are in the middle. We don't think like that. Because I don't know how many times when I'm like trying to call out the bullshit, which I've been doing since 2018, calling out the bullshit so people don't get played, that fans don't get taken advantage of. You don't get the false hopes. I've been saying that since 2018, and I've been doing it since 2018. But the reason why is like, yes, because I stay in the middle and just kind of go like, hey, let's relax. Let's pump those brakes. Let's pump those brakes because we don't want to, get overhyped and get disappointed. We don't want that. So to the people who are like, keep on saying that, relax. Yes, you want that. You want this. There's a lot of people that just kind of go, hey, I don't really care, or maybe this, maybe that, but they're not going to be super vocal about it. That's all. But polls, I'm telling you, it's just polls. Again, I don't know how many times I have to say, when certain individuals that I know if they start making noise, and then, if there's like, some of the contacts I have or whatever, or if I hear something for maybe even an individual that I, could be in contact with too, when I start hearing noise from certain people, when it comes to all this stuff, that's when I'll be like, oh shit, maybe something's happening. Maybe something's happening, but nothing's happening. Again, this shows you how brilliant Zack Snyder's Instagram is. And some people might look at it as he's taking advantage or he's fueling the fans. Yeah, there's that aspect, sure. But at the same time, Zack Snyder's name has been trending a lot lately. So it's getting more eyes, again, to his movie, his last photograph movie. Anytime he posts, today he was like peppering in Sucker Punch photos. And of course, still peppering in, still doing last photograph photos. But then he posted an Amber Heard photo today. And of course, riling up because it's almost like there's like a system now when it comes to Zack and how he's posting these photos to just like, and yeah, I know there's going to be people that hate it and say he's doing this. And then of course it's always the extremes. There's the extremes. Here I am in the middle going, oh, no. Oh, this is actually marketing because his name is just being talked about. His name's being talked about. And again, I don't know what the hell's going on with him and Netflix. There was some kind of report that came out. I was seeing some stuff today that was Steven talking about how his relationship with Netflix might be fractured. I'm kind of wondering if that's actually going to be the case. I hope it's not the case. But again, we haven't heard anything about Rebel Moon Part 3. We haven't heard anything about the Armyverse. We haven't heard anything about even the LAPD movie. Like, what is actually happening with that? We've been hearing, obviously, we have the last photograph. Seems like the UFC movie is definitely going to be moving forward. It should, but it's just like one of those things. So hopefully there's nothing fractured there. But hey, I don't know. As soon as I, start hearing noise from certain people, certain individuals, fine. Nothing wrong with that. Not enough that. So, oi. All right. What do you guys got? Let's see here. Let's see what do you got. What do you got? So tired of people hearing, so tired of hearing about Snyderverse, and this is from someone. Oh yeah, and it's funny too because when you look at the Movie Now poll, I mean, again, another thing that they were trying to say that it was fake is because it didn't have as many likes, and it's kind of funny because I'm like going, who the fuck likes a poll? A poll, P-O-L-L. Who does? I mean, they were like going, oh yeah, you have 20,000, you have this many people voting, but you have this many likes. And I'm like, yeah, people don't like, I've never saw a poll on Twitter or YouTube and clicked my answer and then clicked a like. I don't know. It's just so funny. They'll use anything to try to be like, oh, this poll's fake. And I'm like, No, there's still a pretty good significant amount of likes and then even comments. And you read the comments, a lot of people that just even say that they don't want the Snyderverse, or they do. And that's the thing. My whole thing is like, it's pretty even. It's pretty even when it comes to people. And I've always said, like I said, and I'll say it again, that when it comes to the Snyder fandom, when it comes to a lot of these individuals, they know how to spam. They know how to constantly go online and, tweet, post, all the stuff like crazy. But even the crazy side of the Snyder fandom is divided, because you got people like the Lethal Geeks and the Ski Walkers that don't want to use the Restore the Snyderverse hashtag because it's not their hashtag. They want to use their hashtag because they want to be like the, we for victor, victory. They need that. I don't know why they need that, but they need that, And it's going to be interesting because I'm going, okay, so if WB doesn't go to Netflix, what are they going to do? Well, they're just, I don't know. They'll come up with some bullshit and then say that, oh, we're still going to try to get that there. And they're going to just waste the next 5 years or so to spam that hashtag. Maybe Ray Fisher's barber comes back. They're cheering for Saudi Arabs to buy WB Discovery, so the Snyderverse can. And again, it would be the first. Do they? Yeah, I know. But they don't care though. They don't think about that kind of stuff. Wonder Woman, of course, they could just say, "Oh yeah, she could just be replaced or something." I don't know. But it's kind of funny because when it came to the Saudi Arabia thing, again, that was like another section of this whole thing, and that was like, and there's one particular grifter that was trying to tote that out there because he wants to be right, and I've called that out too. And it's just like, Jesus Christ, it's just like people that want to be right, and of course, when they come at me, I'm going, I don't have a hashtag. I'm not trying to be right about anything. I'm just saying, pump the goddamn brakes and use your brain. There's never been a case when it comes to a studio merger that a director would be heavily involved into the discussions. Why would the Saudis, if they wanted to, the Saudis, remember when I said that in the video? Zack Snyder, Christopher Nolan, and the Saudis. It's like, it sounds like a fucking sitcom. Why would the Saudis, yeah, they like Zack, cool and everything, but it's not just that. There's to buy Warner Brothers and their entire library and IP, that is so vast, There's fucking 4 or 5 Snyderverse movies? Out of the tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of, that's why I'm like going, are you guys like kidding here? No, it's so weird, man. Oh, it's so weird. Hey, there's Phil right there. Dawn of the Dead writer. Here's another reboot that audiences aren't gonna accept it, and same with the Friends. Yeah, I hope they don't do another reboot. It's crazy. What's going on? There he is. There's David. What's happening? Best thing James Goon has done is leaned how to shut up and stop being chronically online. James Goon, nice one. I haven't heard that one before. Let's see. What else we got? We got this. The only reason for polls to show division. It's basically a division. Hey, there's Amanda, real life friend. I like my women like I like my coffee. Sorry, inside joke. So Dave's middle is crazy. Thanks. that sounds really dirty, but hey, I'll take it. Yeah, you know what's happening? The last photograph. And that's what's sad, man. I just wish if some of these guys would take just like a third of their energy that they put towards all the DC stuff into like the other stuff, maybe we, and I'll even throw that on myself. I as a Zack Snyder fan, I probably should have been a little bit more pushing when it came to Army of the Dead. I pushed that movie big time. We were having discussions on the Vodka stream. We had Zach on to do a full-on spoiler discussion. We had a lot. when it came to that. And I just really was loving what Zack was doing with the Army of the Dead franchise. And I've said before, and I'll say it again, Rebel Moon just wasn't fully my bag. I still really enjoyed it. Beautiful visuals, great action, but there was things where I was kind of, the fantasy, I've never been a fantasy type person, when it comes to like that kind of genre. And you guys know this, I've said it many times, it's just never been my bag. But I still wanted to support it and stuff like that, but I didn't collect the comic books. I didn't play the game or collect the novels or anything. It just wasn't fully my bag. And, it sucks because then I'm going, oh man, maybe I should have tried to be a little bit more in it. But I loved Army of Thieves, and I do videos on like the theories and the Easter eggs and the different things that were happening in Army of the Dead. It was just more my bag. And then of course we kind of find out that there might be a connection between Army of the Dead and Rebel Moon. So, but I just wish they would take just like a third of it and just like focus, just a little bit in between the 27 Snyderverse DC tweets that you post. Can you just fit in some last photograph tweets or something, Apparently it's trending because of Indians, huh? I came during a whole speech. Good to see you, though. That's what she said. All right. Okay. Oh, man. She'll laugh at that. Don't worry. What up, Dave in chat? Hey, what's going on, Droga? You have a long shift tonight. Oh, yeah, that's right. You got your job. That's good, man. That's good. Anyways. What else we got? Also, you're kind of glad that the last Ronin film got canceled. All right. I'm not. I was like thinking that could have been something pretty cool. The only reason James Gunn is quiet on socials because there is nothing SCU to report. Lanterns pushed back. Yeah, that's another thing too, which is kind of funny. Another thing too that was funny is this whole thing about Lanterns being delayed. It's like, yeah, we never had a definitive like date. It was just, I think even James Gunn even mentioned that it was probably going to be spring of next year or whatever. It was just so funny. And I always love this too, when like people freak out about when something is like delayed, when we didn't actually have a date. That's the thing. It was like, we never really actually had a date. And I'm going, yeah, but there was talks about, oh yeah, spring is looking like it's going to be the case. But we never just actually had a date, which was crazy. So you were summoned. Yeah, sure, yes, you were summoned. You were talked about when it came to the madness that's happening, and when it came to certain individuals, when it was certain individuals, pushing back on your Ben Affleck thing. That's all. That's why I just brought that up. Comments and everything. So, but you know what? She needs to come on the Vodka stream. She would be fun on the Vodka stream. We need to work that one out. We need to work that. We need to have a discussion. I think we need to have a discussion for sure. Let's my people get in touch with your people. I think so. Did you ever get around to? I still have not. I know. I've been lacking on my comic book reading. Hey, what's going on, Saladia Plays? 20 months. That's good. Let's see. I saw someone else here ask a question. I thought right here. Was it this now? I'm so confused on how Christopher Nolan is involved in Snyderverse being restored if that happened. No. It didn't. It's a complete bullshit. There's no way that Christopher Nolan... No. I mean, if you notice, like nobody outside of like these random clickbaity movie sites are reporting this BS that Cosmic Book is shepherding. I mean, that's the thing. I called them out back in 2017, 2018. I'm calling them out now, and it just sucks. And they knew that they were going to get traction for this. They knew. Matt McGroin, which I actually saw a video that he posted. I'm like, oh, that's what that motherfucker looks like? Holy shit. Guy looks like he's 25 years older than me, and that's for damn sure. But I'm just going to keep on calling out the BS. Definitely going to call out the BS. And FYI, I have literal actual love note from one of those. There you go. That's funny. But yes, we'll make that happen. Maybe instead of saying Lanterns has been delayed, drop a new. Yeah. New look at instead of, there needs to be there needs to be something right there. But it's not like that's gonna help anyways, Jose. You still like are gonna shit on it. You're still shit on it. But it's whatever. I get it. It's fine. With that Jimmy Guns guy. That damn Jimmy Guns guy. All right. Start sending out some things here. See what would happen. Oh yeah, internet polls are funny. It's like, and then I even thought, oh, should I run a poll too? And I was like, no, I'm not gonna do that. I already have too much madness happening underneath like comment sections. Yeah, I literally had somebody underneath one of my videos said, "Here's a spoon of salt for your vagina." That got that got put underneath one of my. I was like, what the? I was like, okay, interesting. Yeah, so it's all been crazy. Like I said, we'll see what happens. But again, I think Zach's just like he's doing a good job. He's doing a very good job in marketing because his name is just definitely out there. And it's like, oh yeah, been so, and I get like, and I know some people are not gonna like that, but I look at it as, why are you so focused on the Snyderverse rumor? I've said it because I've said it time and time again of why. I've been talking Snyderverse forever. I always love this too. I always love this too when people say like, why are you so focused, or why, you keep on saying, when they say like all this stuff, I'm like, hey, do you not know the channel? I mean, I've been talking about Snyderverse for a decade. Ever since BVS, I've been talking about it. And then when it came to release the Snyder Cut and all this kind of stuff, and I've been talking about it. And I've had Zack on this. I'm a Zack Snyder fan, and I just hate it when fans get taken advantage of by bullshit people who are grifting and trying to take advantage of them for the clicks and stuff. So I'm going to call them out. I've been doing that since 2018. Dave, who wants to see? Jeez. Yeah, you get a lot of that stuff too. I got killed by Deathclaw. Damn it. It happens. Dude, the combo on X wasn't even the best part. They had me on their show. Oh, yeah, I know. And that's why, yeah, we should have a conversation. We're going to have a conversation. I've been meaning to reach out to you. Because I think we'd have a very fun discussion. I'd let you talk too. No, but yeah. So, yeah, we'll have a conversation. I'll get you on, and yeah, we'll have some fun with all that kind of stuff. So, Dave, some of these people are new. I remember you talking about this stuff for like, oh yeah, I know, and I should be a little bit, but it's just when I get those questions like, why are you, and I'm like, just look at my channel. I mean, when instead of typing in that, just like look at my channel and just type in Zack Snyder or Snyderverse or Snyder Cut. Dude, just run a search on my run a search on my channel, and when you type that and you see the endless videos since 2015, 2016, that's where you go, oh, that's why he talks about this a lot. Oh, how about that? Is WB really up for? Yes. Apparently, Sassy Pants had some kind of party and had Oprah there. There was like a selfie with Oprah and David Zaslav that were And then he had to get on his private jet to like go meet, go sit with some of his execs and look at some of the bids. No, he's put it up for sale. It's going to be interesting, and apparently next month we're going to find out where they go. Uh-oh, not Jody's Corner. I just watched a video of you shitting on Jody's Corner when he was talking crap on Wait Ray Fisher. Oh yeah, Jody's Corner. Remember, I still have the drop. If I could find it, StreamYard. What the hell, StreamYard? Oh, Jesus Christ. They changed things way too much. Yeah, Jody's Corner. Do I still have that drop? Yeah. If you remember that, and you remember the stuff when it comes to, remember when, all this, when it finally was finally found out that Joss Whedon was actually a creep and a piece of shit. And what did Jody's Corner say?
I believe Joss Whedon.
Which just shows you right there. I mean, never getting rid of that drop. Never getting rid of that drop. You bring up Jody's Corner. Oh, man. Jody's Corner. Oh, you got to love that. Oh, man. All right. So, let's go ahead and start bringing some peeps in, and let's see. Let me do this. All right, the first person I'm going to bring in Mr. Movie Talk now, because I brought up your poll, so hey, let's talk about it a little bit.
First, I was AI. Now it's bots. I mean,
I know, right? The last time you were on here, we were talking about one of your videos, and people were claiming that it was AI. One of your videos that went, that got a lot of traction, and they said it was AI. And now your polls are full of bots.
Bots, yeah. And it's incredible because I did a video, and this is the weird part, and I would love for you to fill in the blank here for me, Dave. I made a video maybe 2 weeks ago, and I finally gave my opinion on the Snyderverse or restoration of the Snyderverse. And I said, my thoughts are the same as Spider-Man 4 with Tobey Maguire with Spider-Man. I don't think audiences would be confused. I think audiences can handle two storylines at the same time. And if the Snyderverse got restored, I would celebrate, as long as it didn't end James Gunn's DC universe, as long as it was an Elseworlds project and it didn't impede on the current canon. I would celebrate. So fill in this blank. Why would I commit fraud? Because again, I make money from YouTube. I'm monetized. I take YouTube very seriously. Why would I commit fraud with bots to skew a poll to favor ending the Snyderverse forever when that's not what I want? I mean,
yeah, no, it doesn't make sense. Like, what is that? How does that benefit you at all? What does that benefit anybody really? And polls are polls. I mean, like, you look at Grace's poll, and it was like an interesting one, and there's like there's a little bit of a technicality there that people were bringing up that the other selections weren't also like. Well, one of them was kind of in favor for having both, and then the other one said reboot it all, and you kind of had a similar one too. And I was kind of like with both polls. I went to in a perfect world, I would like to have both, but I know that's not going to happen. But I would love to have both. But at the same time, it's like it's such a weird thing when they have to rally up the Spartans, and get all crazy about it. And then, but like, it was funny because your poll was like a different one because it's a different audience, it's a different platform, and yeah, it was heavily favoring the DCU. And then when you were being accused of like, oh, nothing's changed and blah blah blah, and it was kind of funny because when you were going back and forth with the Lethal Geeks guy, it literally the Restore the Snyderverse one went up a percentage. Like within that time, I remember refreshing, it went from 17 to 18, and I'm like, it did go up. Like it did. Like, but it's gonna take a lot more for it to even come close to. It's gonna take thousands, tens of thousands to even get close to the other one. It was so funny because I was looking at you doing that, and then I literally had the page up and refreshed it. It went 17 to 18%. I'm like, it went up a percentage.
Let's start with something positive. They can make a garbage truck pretty, okay?
Oh man!
So
Right as I was taking a
let's be
drink.
positive here.
Right as I
Okay.
was taking a drink. Oof. Yeah.
Uh, and then number two, it's funny when they quoted the original image when it didn't move, right? At that
Yeah.
point, 15,000 people voted. If you want to do math to say if percentages are going to change from 15 to 17 to 19,000, it's going to take thousands of votes in the other direction.
Yeah.
Thousands of votes in the other direction. And why would it change drastically right at the end when up to the point of 15%, it was getting pretty solidified in the direction of where it was going. And then, of course, Lethal Geeks took another jab and said, well, the polls as fake as your followers. They actually accused me of,
I saw that
followers. Too. So I did something which I've never done on X. I actually shared my views, and I try to be humble about it. I try to be humble about my YouTube experience because there's some creators, and by the way, I follow these creators. I applaud them. They share their stats on a daily basis, and I actually love it. It pushes me and motivates me. But you're like me, Dave. We take it very seriously. We're always uploading. I upload on a daily basis, shorts, long format. I'm uploading things on TikTok, Instagram. And by the way, I do polls. I've done polls every single day for the last 2.5 years. I started off slow, small, and every day I pushed out polls. And by the way, this poll, this controversial poll, is among the smaller polls I have. I have polls that get 50,000 votes. So it's just so ludicrous. So what I did was I shared out my total amount of views, and I actually didn't even know what it was. I haven't checked in a while. 56 million views in the last 2.5 years. And guess what? If you get 56 million views, you're going to get followers because actual views mean actual followers. But I'm sorry for some smaller pages. We don't have to mention them, or we can. They don't get traction. And let's be real. I probably got more views in the last month than they did in the last year. Literally. Unbelievable.
No, it's always great. I remember underneath one of my videos, like somebody was like saying, like, because sometimes, when it comes to regular videos, cracking that algorithm can be hard. And somebody was like, oh, wait, you got this many views, but you have this many subscribers. Something's not adding up. And I almost wanted to respond and be like, oh, you should actually check out my shorts page. If you figure out shorts, you might go, oh, because yes, shorts are, anybody who's running a channel, you better be posting shorts like crazy because that algorithm is very kind, and it is like, that's why I try to post a short every day. When I need to do,
90% of my followers are from shorts. So it's shorts work. Shorts work. And crazy. One guy I recommend anyone here who has a channel or maybe looking to think in the future to follow is this guy called Roberto Blake, a giant YouTuber.
Oh yeah. I know who that is.
Really good. And he said something last week, Dave, that you're going to resonate with. No matter what your follower count is, it doesn't change what your floor is. No, you can get a video with freaking 150 views. If people didn't watch it, and it doesn't matter if you have 200,000 subscribers, if people chose not to watch it, people won't watch it. Okay, so that's just the name of the game and how these things work. And some videos are gonna pop off, and some videos work, and that's how this works.
It's kind of interesting too because a couple of weeks ago on my stream I talked about, of course, and we'll talk about it a little bit here, because Brendan Fraser actually confirmed that he is returning for The Mummy. But yes, I know, right? Everybody's excited. He dressed up even and showed up to one of the screenings of his new movie dressed up as Mr. O'Connell. But it's funny because I was talking to with my uncle last night who stayed the night because he was asking me about my YouTube stuff. And I went, it's so interesting when it comes to this space because when I talked about it on the stream and I went, okay, people are very excited about it. So I'm going to cut it into its own video. And then I like the fact that I was like, when I saw that, people were saying, what if David Cornsweet were to actually be cast as his son? And I thought, well, yeah, because I remember hearing that, a lot of people are saying that, before, like, when you look at David Cornsweet and you look at 90s Brendan Fraser, they kind of have like, there's a vibe that kind of fits. And I was like, and I saw people like talk about it. So I talked about it when I was talking about The Mummy, and I clipped that out into like its own video. And, the video didn't really catch because, again, YouTube's algorithm with just regular videos can be hard to crack. I then 2 weekends ago go, all right, I'm going to take this video. I'm going to condense it down to about a little under 3 minutes. Post it on TikTok. It's got 350,000 views. What the fuck? Like, it doesn't even make sense. It blew up. Like, it blew up. And then I make a YouTube short. So I make an even shorter version, blows up on YouTube Shorts. And then I take that short, put it on Instagram Reels. It's currently blowing up on Instagram right now. It's so weird, like how you just never know what the hell's going to happen. Your mic's muted. Yeah. You have to hit the unmute. There, try it now. Now your mic's muted.
This is a reminder to everybody here. Follow Film Junkie on TikTok. Follow Film Junkie on all platforms because you're going to miss content you may not have seen.
A lot of it doesn't make sense. And, and I love it that, we got comics and everything. Like she's out there. She's even saying the same thing because she's trying to do her thing too. And we're all trying to do our thing. And you just never know what's going to pop off. That's why you just post. Yeah. Some things are just going to die. They're just going to fall flat and die, but whatever.
And I can't wait. I can't wait for your conversation with Danny because I saw that episode with her on the Lethal Geeks podcast. And you know what? It really showed who they are. It really did because they were disrespectful. They didn't let her speak. God. It was unbelievable.
Yeah, I remember when I saw that she was going to be on there, and I didn't really. I think I clicked on it for a little bit, but I just those guys, and so I just again, especially the main dude, and those crazy eyes that he has. I just was like, I can't. And I was like, man, I almost wanted to warn her. I'm like, are you really want to go on? I was like, I'm not going to do that. I'm not that kind of person. Hopefully she has a great conversation. Hopefully it's good. But when I saw, and again, one of the individuals that was part of that, who was pushing back on her on the whole Ben Affleck thing. It's just so funny because I get that a lot too from these guys where it's like, when you push them back into a corner and start asking questions and you're being civil, all of a sudden they start unleashing and just, they just start pounding their keyboard because you're starting to poke holes into their arguments. So they just resort to insults. They resort to just lashing out. And I'm like, you guys aren't. And I think you even posted something too on Twitter where you saw a comment. There was a comment that somebody had. I forgot exactly what it said, but it said something like in the vein of like, if these certain individuals were, did not, act like sometimes
Zack Snyder crew. Yes, like
the big time, and not even, the diehards, these guys. If they didn't act like they acted, that maybe people would support them more, And
it's true. I guarantee you, if the behavior was different in the last year, people wouldn't be turned off to this. Because imagine this. Imagine a guy like me, right? So I told you, and I made a video. You can check it out. I made up my stance that I support Elseworld projects. I don't think audiences are stupid. I don't think comic book audiences are genius level IQs, that they're the only ones that can understand parallel universes. That's not how this world works. People can understand it. And I would love a Elseworlds, Justice League Part 2, Justice League Part 3, the Batman with Ben Affleck.
Or even, yeah.
And so, like, the idea that we would just sabotage all of this for literally nothing, nothing, just to, and then be, so imagine guys like me who support the Snyderverse, and then we get attacked by the Snyderverse on a personal level. And get lied about and get literally accused of fraud, because again, I make money from YouTube. So if I did what they're accusing me of, that's fraud. I could go to jail for it. I could literally go to jail.
You'd be banned. You could be banned. Like that's the thing, is like you would lose. They would ban your account. You would lose it, and there could be some legal trouble when it comes to all that too. And that shit happens. And it's like you're not going to risk that over cape shit. It's like you're not going to risk that over the cape shit argument.
And against my interests. And against my own interests.
Yeah, it's just, it was crazy when I was like seeing all that stuff.
But you know what? You know what we need, Dave? What we need in Hollywood right now is to have a totalitarian dictatorship intervene and take over a studio, have their culture literally take over Hollywood, have their tentacles all over American culture, to bring back the Snyderverse. I mean, that is what makes sense.
Yeah, I know, right? It does. Oh man, I know the whole discussions of all this is. I mean, it's been a pretty wacky week. It's great. This is it was kind of interesting. It's been an interesting week. It didn't feel like a normal week for me. You know, when it came to certain things, I don't know why. I think maybe finally because Southern California is now finally, you know, it's acting like it's November, you know, the weather, you know, maybe that's part of it because, man, I mean, it was like the week before it was still like 90 degrees on certain days. And now we're finally, but yeah, it was just like a very interesting week when it came to all this. And of course, all the comic book movie news stuff. And I know when people say like, hey, why even talk about this? It's irrelevant and blah, blah, like that. I'm like, okay, yeah, I get that. But at the same time, it's like, it's out there and it's like, this is what we do. We talk, we discuss.
And comic book news is not irrelevant. They're huge.
Oh, yeah.
They do. Let's be clear. They do quadruple both of our numbers combined.
Oh,
They do huge. So they
Especially
are literally, they're misleading people. And, and in my opinion, they're misleading people intentionally, maliciously. So
100%.
We have to address it.
Yeah, I mean, and maybe one of these days I will. I mean, like I said, I called out them back in the Snyder Cut days, back in 2018, 2019. I called out that asshole, and he blocked me on his personal account and the Cosmic Book. I'm still blocked, and I was calling them out back then. And now all of a sudden, you know, and they weren't really, I wasn't really seeing much. Every now and again, I would see them, you know, they'd come across my plate and I would even say on my live streams, oh, don't even give me Cosmic Book News. I know I don't even trust those guys. Not saying that they're always posting bullshit, but it's a lot of stuff. Like when it comes to stuff like this, they are complete bullshit. And this would be the first time, Dave, that a merger would happen that would have two directors, if you're going to believe them, Christopher Nolan and Zack Snyder, that are heavily involved into this buyout. I mean, that's what's so crazy about that. So it's like never has there ever been a merger that's happened with two studios where they have the creators also heavily involved in the discussions. This would be a first.
It's so bizarre. And the idea that they've been working on this behind the scenes and that they've already agreed on everything to the point that they're literally writing scripts. But at the same time, there's bids going on. I mean, it is so disingenuous. And and here's my opinion about Cosmic Book News. And let me know what you guys think about this in the comments. I think the name Cosmic Book News was done intentionally for people who made a typo, who thought they were typing comic book news, to accidentally stumble upon them. And then from there, they then get caught in their web and they get caught in the algorithm. And then all of a sudden you start seeing Cosmic Book News. And then all of a sudden you think that Christopher Nolan is working with Zack Snyder to restore the Snyderverse and James Gunn, all while making a backroom deal with Warner Brothers, while these other studios are putting bids in to raise the stock price. And I mean, it is so asinine. They know what they're doing, and that's the problem.
I remember we were having like we were messaging back and forth, and you brought that up, and I was like, that is, you know, and I was actually I think in my video where my first video I was talking about that, and we were, you know, I was gonna bring that up, or like, you know, I'd be like, hey, commend, you know, that they would do something like just to have the S in there just for SEO, you know, results, like, in, you know, to optimize your search. Yeah, that is pretty brilliant. And when you said that, I was like, oh wow, that is actually, I never thought about that. And I would say, hey, commendable, because yeah, you're gonna get found. But I mean, that just shows you how slippery that dude is. He's very slippery. And
like I said, I'll give them their credit. They're bigger than, in my opinion, I think they're bigger than both of us combined and quadruple it. You know what I mean? So I'll give them their credit. It's not like that they're a failed organization that's not the case, right? This is not someone who puts advertisements on dumpster trucks. This is a different animal, okay? This is a huge conglomerate who really is, and honestly, they would just, I think it was, I forgot which major outlet, they were just quoted by a major, I think, Screen Rant. I mean, they were just quoted by a major outlet. Their articles are being picked up because they've gone so viral, but it's not honest. It's not from an honest place.
I know, and that's what sucks about it and everything. We're gonna start bringing some other peeps on. We got Taladia and we got Ronan joining the discussion. What's happening?
What's up, muchachos?
What's
How
up,
you
guys?
doing,
my friends? Great
you
to see
know,
you guys.
crazy week of craziness, you know, just calling out the bullshitters and making fun, having fun. We're not trying to take things too seriously, you know. And that's the thing. As much as we want to do all this, we still have fun with it.
Yeah.
But, you know,
I gotta admit though, I love the Suicide Squad. James Gunn. Ooh, my gosh.
that's the thing, and that's what's
the
good.
most
I
silent
mean,
middle finger I can give to that crowd
well,
out there.
and again, what I said when I was going off about these polls, I'm like, the thing that it's really showing, especially when it came to Grace's poll, is like just how divided the DC fandom really is. I mean, but at the same time, when you get to David's poll, it's like it's a different platform. It's a different audience. I mean, and everything, and it's just different
But to
things.
be clear, I made the poll because of Grace, because
Yeah,
she's
I figured you did.
Response.
She's blocked half the fandom, and I haven't blocked anyone. So I said, let
And
me
that's-
have an open poll.
Yeah. And that's the thing too, is like I remember they were getting pissed off too, because they were saying, oh yeah, she's blocked so many Snyder fans. But then then I saw people go, she blocks everybody. And I'm like, yeah, she does. She doesn't just block Snyder fans. She blocked me at one point. But then she unblocked me. Grace and I have a little bit of a cat and mouth. Gracie, you know, because there's been times, there was one time where I was following her. And then I got kind of tired of, I just can't anymore with Grace. I unfollowed her. And then I remember one time, I don't know when this was, probably like a year and a half ago or so. Somebody in my chat, when I was doing Film Junkie Live, they're going like, do you know that Grace Randolph follows you? I'm like, no, she doesn't. What are you talking about? And then I looked, I'm like, oh shit, she does. She follows me. I'm like, what? And then she blocked me. And then unblocked me, doesn't follow me. We don't follow each other now, but there's been like a little like a weird like thing when it comes to Grace. But it's so funny when I saw people, even like the Lethal Geeks guys and even Cosmic Book, I think, and everybody, they were like, oh yeah, she blocked like so many Snyder fans. I'm like, she also blocked James Gunn fans and DCU. She blocks constantly, and she's not going to go into her settings and find and start unblocking people all for a poll. It's like, come on, guys, what are we doing? It's just a poll that she had. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if Cosmic Books writes an article saying that she's also, you know, within the discussions of what's happening when it comes to Warner Brothers or something. You know, I'm like,
It's amazing.
I'm like, what are we doing here, folks? I mean, it's just so crazy. But
to quote the leader himself, Zack himself, and you know, we've talked about this, David. I told Stelladia as well that like this iteration of DC media entertainment, would I like to see more of? Yeah, sure, absolutely. Yeah. Am I gonna wait till I'm 90 to hold my breath and expect that? No. I got bills to pay. I want to see the rest of the world, the women. Like there is more to life than just the Snyderverse. And like again, to quote him, I'm already down the fucking road. Like I'm like, okay, it happened. I'm glad it happened. I wish some stuff could have turned out better in terms of farewells and goodbyes. But like much like DC in the 80s. At a certain point, Frank Miller stopped writing and drawing. At one point, Alan Moore stopped writing DC stuff. It's like you need new stuff here and there to come about, and again,
what analogy, dude.
Yeah, like there's no, and I usually intentionally use that one because that's the hardcore thing that people just think it's DC. It's like no, you needed 50 years, 5 decades worth of comics, or 4 decades to get to that dark and gritty. Stories.
That must have been hard to say goodbye to those writers, though, right? At the time, it must have been really difficult. It's like, oof, I'm not ready for someone new.
It's the beauty of comics and a lot of these franchises, much like superhero stuff, much like Star Wars. To me, as I get older, I appreciate the generational passing of torches. Yes. That makes my love for this stuff hard anymore. And it's why as a kid, I love Batman Beyond. I mean, you're covering it. Like that's the enchantment of doing that, I think.
And then it's great when like the creators come back, and it's so funny too, because it almost seems like when it comes to like this discourse, and I see it in my comments and see it in my mentions, it's like you have to be on extremes on all the time. It's like, no, it's like you're telling me that you wouldn't support Zack coming. I'm like, of course I would. I'm like, if he came back, I would be 100% behind it. I have always said that I think Zack, 5, 6, 7 years from now could do a legacy Snyderverse sequel or something like that they gladly welcome. And Cavill and Affleck would be like, yeah, you know what? Fuck it. Let's do one more. We're old guys now. Let's freaking do a Kingdom Come story in the Snyderverse, which Jay Oliva has said that they had ideas for. And I'm like, I would not be surprised.
Who said they had ideas for that?
Huh?
Who had
Jay
ideas
Oliva.
for that?
Yeah,
Jay
Jay
Oliva.
Oliva. You know who Jay Oliva is?
Wow, he did. So
Yeah,
he had
he
ideas
did that.
for a Kingdom Come DC.
Yeah,
story.
he
That
said-
doesn't surprise me. Oh yeah.
Yeah, when he was like responding to someone's tweets, because he'll do that every now and again. He mentioned in a tweet thread that they had ideas for a Kingdom Come story in the
He
Snyder.
loves Zack Snyder. He
yeah.
loves Zack
Exactly.
Snyder. Yeah.
So, and that's why when Jay Oliva says some stuff, I'm like, listen to him. He's not bullshitting because he's not on Twitter a lot. But there's sometimes he comes in and he'll start responding to people and say, this is what was happening. And I love it when he does that because he's a little bit more inside baseball. And that's why we call him Slay Oliva, because he starts fucking slaying the haters and saying like, when certain stuff, and then he'll just drop little gems, and he dropped that gem that they had a Kingdom Come type of story in mind, that they were like, because that's the way Zack is. He's very collaborative. He's like very collaborative dude. And and God knows like how much like stories. I mean, we saw the storyboards that they released, and those were just ideas, but that wasn't necessarily going to be the sequels. They were just ideas that he was brainstorming with, like, Jeff Johns and of course Jim Lee was drawing those storyboards. But they initially came to a point where they kind of took those ideas, and then they found like, okay, this is where we're going to be heading. And we haven't, and to be honest, I think there is storyboards we have not even seen that were supposed to be Justice League 2 and 3 that, I don't know, maybe Zack, I don't know if he can release them. I think there's a little bit too much of an NDA kind of thing where he can't really do that. I mean, he got away with the Snyder Cut stuff, but I don't think he can get away with anything that was going to be potentially, a story. So, so he's not going to risk that. And that's why I'm just kind of going like, when it comes to all this stuff, when people are saying what he's posting is, oh, he's totally like letting us know something. I'm like, no, he's just being a good marketer, man, because his name has been trending and been out there because of all this stuff. He knows that. And yeah, some people who hate him are going to be like, oh yeah, he's just abusing all that stuff. I'm like, okay, I can see why you're saying that, but at the same time, it's still good marketing because he's going to need help with his movie that's sounding pretty independent. So I don't know. I like that, but we're going to bring on.
Hey, Christopher, what you up to?
Just hanging. Just
hanging. Yeah, but you're wearing a good shirt. You're wearing my favorite Snyder verse shirt. I wore this one today. I haven't worn this one in a while. Yeah.
What up, Chris?
Hey guys, how's it all going?
Oh, we're just testing universes and it's
I'm
all.
sad because of the last Ronin.
I decided to put on since you said you put in $1, so I've resubmitted it for $2.
Yes, yes, $2 for Warner Brothers. We're going in, guys. Let's start. Let's do a super chat. Let's do some super chats. We'll get Film Junkie Productions are gonna buy Warner Brothers. Yeah, we'll get all of them.
Could it get any worse?
I think you have an hour left before you can put a bid in.
Yeah, I think it's. I know it's probably something like that. Yeah, midnight Eastern time.
If we've learned anything from movements in it or anything like that, hey, you don't need too much. You just need a whole bunch of crazy people to do it. Oh, did I say that out loud?
What? How dare you? Yeah, I know. It's been all crazy, but it's been interesting, I mean, especially from just like, my perspective when it comes to all this. And I don't know, like the thing that I'm loving that Zack posted, like, especially when it came to the day of the campaign of the Snyderverse, November 17th, which was a momentous occasion. It was great. It was funny because, I mean, I don't know how many times people told me that, oh, he's going to announce something that day or something's going to happen and I'm going, oh man, that's why I keep on, my whole thing is like, pump the brakes. You are overhyping yourself. And you're just going to be very disappointed. and he posted like a bucket of water, and I'm not sure what set that was from. And maybe he was just being mysterious because that's what he does. And then of course he posted what I used in the thumbnail of Batfleck and the bat symbol, and I'm like, okay, so he posted that, cool, but he didn't even mention like that kind of stuff. I'm like, yeah, you guys built this up. I mean, I saw like there's people that wrote articles about it, and I'm like, oh, something's gonna happen on the 17th, and I'm like, you guys are just really you gotta, yeah, and just enjoy the images that he's posting because they're beautiful images.
Guys, but don't forget for a second, Dave, even though he's friends with Zack Snyder, forget that for a second. He's a shill for the studios, according to some. He's a shill for James Gunn. He hates Zack Snyder. This is all a propaganda act. He is a plant from the industry. So don't forget that.
First I've heard of it.
I'm still waiting for that response. I never got that response of like, yeah, what's the evidence that I am that and everything?
Maybe
well, you have your James Gunn interview coming up, right?
It didn't give you enough clicks. That's why they.
Oh, is that what it is?
It.
Yeah,
it didn't give
checks, man. You guys just show them your check, your void check, and here you go.
I know.
I'm
still waiting for that check. I need that. I'm waiting for that check. I'm like, I must have numerous checks like somewhere else that are just backed up that I've been supposed to be receiving since like 2018. I don't know. I'm backed up. I could have like hundreds of thousands of freaking dollars just sitting somewhere in an inbox. What are we doing here? Jeez.
I can help buy Warner Brothers.
Unrelated, this panel is sponsored and brought to you by James Gunn and DCU, yes. But unrelated.
Yes, yeah. We are all, that's why, Chris and I are wearing our Snyderverse shirts. He said, yeah, do that. That's good. And it's so funny too, because I watched Superman.
It's all part of the plan.
It's funny too. Like I said, I watched Superman last night because my uncle was in town. He spent the night here. He hadn't seen it yet. He asked me about it. And then, again, this is what I love too, when it comes to people outside of this crazy world. And of course, I'm not going to like explain to him about a bunch of things, but he was asking me about my YouTube channel, and then he asked me about Superman, and it was cool because my uncle's 71 years old. He's still very spry, still very those Mexican genes. I tell you what, man, yeah, those Mexican genes. Yeah, like I said, we visited his mom, my nana.
Cheers to your nana, man.
Before appreciate that. Yeah. That woman looked at 90 when she passed at 90. She looked like she was 67 years old. She just youthful, crazy. So I'm glad I have those genes. Anyways, so basically, like he was, and then he wanted to watch Superman, and I was like, all right. And then I let him know. I'm like, this is because he asked, is this a traditional year? We're gonna get the the Krypton, the ship, and I'm like, no, it's not that. We don't need that anymore. He's 3 years in. He's established. There's other heroes, and blah blah blah. And I love watching movies, especially like this, with people who haven't seen them, because you kind of do that side eye thing. I'm like, are they enjoying this? Are they liking this? I was like kind of doing that the whole time. And he even said like, yeah, maybe we could watch it, but I might. It is kind of late. It wasn't super late. It was like 9 o'clock, but it's a 2-hour movie, so it'd be 11. And we were going to get up early the next day or today. And but he was in. He was like totally in. And he kept on saying throughout, like he kept on going, man, this really is not like any other Superman movie when it came to like the crazier elements. And then when it came to that fucking scene, of course, in the Pocket Universe.
Pocket Universe, yeah.
Yeah, and he was like just going batshit crazy. He was like, man, this is just crazy. Like, and then I finally was like, oh, you saw the Guardians of the Galaxy movies, right? And he was like, yeah. I'm like, same guy, same director. And he goes, oh, okay. That totally made him go, oh, okay. Now I get it. Because, he doesn't know who James Gunn is, but he knows the movies. He's seen the Guardians of the Galaxy movies. So it was just kind of cool to like do that. And I love that shit. I love like showing people movies and just getting engaged in their reaction, stuff like that. But yeah, he liked it throughout. He was like, he really enjoyed it. Yeah. Sometimes he was like kind of, what the hell? Like, yeah, which is totally fine. But overall, he really enjoyed it. So it was good. It was cool.
The juxtaposition from Christopher Reeve's Superman and James Gunn's Superman side by side is so wild that I love it. That we're so lucky to be given such different takes while respecting the source material. It's not like we got the Nicolas Cage Superman version, which was going to change his story so much, so wildly out of control. You would have been stunned if that came out, but instead we got
to see that though.
Yeah.
I'd still want to see it. I'd be like, yo, what was that?
Like, make an animated version of that, please.
Right.
Make
I'm
a
shocked
dark
at, of the
animated
Lois
version.
Lanes. Like how much we've been getting good Lois Lanes. Like I haven't seen all of Superman and Lois. I haven't seen the show, but like people have been raving about
Rosalind?
I forget her name, but like
Yeah.
like she's the definitive Lois Lane. And then I see, Superman. I'm like, nah, Rachel is, my favorite Lois Lane thus far. And it's like we've been like, to me, the spark is just like, all right, cool. Some characters we get new iterations. Some we're getting for the first time. Finally, how does that juxtapose with people and how they take in some of the basics that they know of Superman? It's like, all right, I can buy that he's friends with these cats, even though some of them are off the wall or off the chains.
so many good Lois Lanes. Terry Hatcher is my favorite from the Dean Cain Superman series.
Oh,
He was so good, and so that portrayal was so perfect.
She was so good that she became a Bond girl from that.
Oh yeah,
true.
Yeah, Tomorrow Never Dies. Yeah.
No. Lois and Clark was appointment viewing on Sunday for me as a kid. I was like, I loved that show. And then when it showed up on HBO Max, I'm like, rewatch time. And then of course, when you watch it as an adult, you go, holy shit! Some of these episodes
These are cringy.
yeah, a lot very like, holy crap. I'm like, yeah, but this is what we watched back in the 90s.
A lot of it was steamy as hell, though, too. A lot of it was.
Cat Grant was horny as hell on that freaking, and it was funny, too, because my uncle, when we were watching Superman, he didn't really know about some of these other side characters. He knew about Perry White, of course. But when it came to the other characters, like Cat Grant, and of course, when she first shows up, he looked at me and went, whoo. And I'm like, yeah, she's bouncy, isn't she? I'm like, yeah. That's Cat Grant. She's like that even in the comic books. It's not like a movie thing. She's very, she's a character that is very,
bless her.
She's very, she's very comfortable with her sexuality. That's for damn sure. But, but it's funny. But then I was thinking, even though I was watching, I was like, man, remember Lois Clark? She was a big time. And I even said when I was like, yeah, we haven't really seen her in live action, except if you watch the Lois and Clark series, she was in that, but she's never been in a movie. That character hasn't been in a movie. I don't even think she was in Superman and Lois, right? Or Smallville?
I remember, no.
I think she was in Supergirl. I know that.
She was in Supergirl.
I know that.
Supergirl. That's right. She was in Supergirl.
Wow, interesting.
Supergirl.
Yeah, she was Kara's like Perry White. I could be wrong, but like
she formed her own news corporation.
Gotcha. Interesting. Okay. Cool. Oh, it's Callista Flockhart.
Yep.
That's who it was. That's right. I knew. I was like, yeah, she showed up somewhere else. And who told me that right now?
Phil? Hey, Phil?
Phil said that in the chat.
What up, Phil?
I watched Superman. So
yeah, that's right. I was like, wait, maybe she was in something else, and that's what it was. Callista Flockhart, crazy.
That's right. She's pretty bad as Cat Grant. Bad in a good way. I mean that.
Phil, who's your favorite?
Okay, I was about to say.
Who's my favorite Lois Lane? You mean like live action?
Yes. Yeah, live action.
Yeah.
Probably Bitsy Tulloch or Amy Adams.
Oh, okay. Beautiful.
Yeah. There hasn't been a weak Lois Lane. There really hasn't.
Kate Bosworth.
Yeah, I guess you could say that.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't my tempo.
Yeah, I mean, now that I think about it,
a little too bubbly.
Yeah. That was the weak part. Like, Brandon Routh was a good Superman and Clark. I'll even say Kevin Spacey. He worked his magic. Regardless of how we feel about that guy who was apparently homeless. Did you guys see that article? He was like, "I'm homeless. I'm living in an Airbnb."
Crimea
River.
I was about to say that's not that's not homeless.
Homeless.
Like, dude,
yes.
you're not homeless. You just don't want to buy a house you can afford.
Yeah. You can't. You didn't buy. You don't want to buy a mansion, but you still have money in the bank.
It's called consequences.
Yes. You did some shit, and you're trying to get Hollywood to welcome you back.
I like the Pete controversy. He was like, "But I'm gay."
Yeah.
Yeah, that did
Hey,
so
guess
much
what,
for that
guys?
community, exactly, because that's exactly the time to say that.
The
Oh yeah,
sad fact of the matter is he was so trying to be like, hey, it's and then people are like, no, that's not good either. You're still going after underage men. That's still not good, dude.
yeah, and way to do that when the community is trying to fight that whole concept.
Yeah, during the Me Too movement.
Yeah, trying to fight that whole concept, like just because you're gay is not associated with pedophilia. No. That's not the same thing, so stop it.
And the sad fact of the matter is he was trying that he thought that was going to get him out of like a get out of jail free card. I mean,
from consequence. Yeah.
I mean, and I get it that it's different in a certain way, sure, but it's still creepy and not good, buddy. It's still underage. Underage is underage.
You were like, so there's
illegal.
Yeah,
it's wrong.
Still illegal. Mm-hmm. Yes. Exactly.
Doesn't matter how you swing.
Yes,
you did. You fucked up big time. And just like
And I've even seen people even like try to back that up a little bit too. Well, it's dudes. So what? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Yeah, I know. And then I know somebody's bringing up in the chat too. People are bringing up the Allison Mack, Michael Rosenbaum interview. I didn't watch that. I didn't watch that. I listened to it. Yeah, I didn't. I was like. Right, Michael Rosenbaum, he's not my flavor of podcast. I don't mind the guy. I'll watch certain podcasts when certain guests show up on his podcast, but there's sometimes I'm like, I don't know. I just never been a Michael Rosenbaum guy.
I think you and I are kind of on the same page in that because there are guests that he'll have on and I'll listen to. And then there are other guests where I'm just like, no. When I saw that Allison Mack was the guest, I think and I talked with Ronan about this. It was either Tuesday or Wednesday, but like, I think the thing that makes it all the more like ick is not only like the fact that it's Allison Mack, but like when this episode dropped, what was happening at the Senate and the House of Representatives.
Oh yeah.
Well, the other thing too is that he had one of the people who were part of it that, kind of was part of the whole documentary series that had been fighting it, they got out and everything like that and has talked about it. I'm not saying people can't change. What was interesting when I listened to it, it was like he was apparently one of the he said he was one of the first people to reach out to her when she got out.
Because he saw that opportunity. He saw that opportunity.
Well, it's kind of hard not to make that association,
Yeah.
Especially when a story he told when one of the former people who were part of it that eventually came out, he said like they'd come over, she was there, they got really possessive over things, got really combative.
I saw that clip.
Yeah. So I'm not saying people can't change and things like that, but this is a tough one to just kind of say all is forgiven.
Welcome back.
And I get the whole thing with brainwashing and cults and things like that, but this one's a tough one to just totally bygones be bygones.
Yeah, and I haven't even seen the whole thing. I mean, like I just saw like a photo. I'm like, oh boy.
Yeah.
I've heard the people who saw clips or even seen thing where it's just like he didn't really. He has to confront her.
Yeah.
Hold her accountable.
Yeah.
Like, okay, you want steps to come back and like pay your debt to society? Cool. Admit that you fucked up. Don't sugarcoat it, and then tell your side of the story, but don't sugarcoat that. Like at the end of the day, you were part of it. It was eyed shot. Like don't shy away from that. Like, and for what I heard, and again I haven't seen it myself, that he did shy away from that. And
yes, he did.
And I've watched his stuff here and there. Do I watch every single episode? No, but and I think I told this to Taladia and felt like this is the third guest he's had that I'm like, I get your friend with them, but do you really want to give these people a mic and a camera right now? Especially when, like, regardless of how your thought process is at, right now, nothing is working. Everything is going like in terms of outside of entertainment, even some stuff entertainment, but like everything is right now is fucked, and nothing looks like there's any shining light at the end. You really want to have these three spades in your podcast, but then I always tell them, hey, it's not my podcast, it's his choice. He has to live with the choice that he brought these people on.
And he even went up and said, like, I'm not a Barbara Walters. Like, he was pretty upfront too, in the sense that like he owned it, that I'm not going to play that kind of game, and that's fine. Like you said, it's his podcast, and
he did make a big mistake though. He made a huge mistake in the podcast, and it was not giving a pedicure with her back massage. I mean, if he was gonna give the full session, he might as well gave the whole full package, because he gave her everything she wanted. That was exactly what she wanted. She came off like a victim.
Yeah.
She came off like a sympathetic character. He did wrong in that interview. He did a lot of things wrong. He should feel ashamed of that interview. It was disgusting. It was an insult to the victims. It was an insult to the victims of sexual assault. It was an insult to everybody in the Epstein hearing. It was an insult to everybody on that island. It was an insult to every member of every statistic. That's a giant number of casualties. It was an insult to every single one of them. If he couldn't ask hard questions, he should not have had her, because he gave her a microphone, he gave her exposure, he gave her sympathy, he gave her credibility. He said, oh, by the way, she's back, she's normal, you can have a conversation with her. By the way, she looks good, she speaks well, oh, she has a story, oh, some of these women, oh, there were other sides to it. No, she was a monster. She was a Ghislaine Maxwell equivalent. She should have been in prison longer. She should not have a microphone. And if she was going to be given a microphone, she should have been asked incredibly tough questions. So shame on him. Shame on her.
And that's not a and you go into his show. Okay. Yeah. A lot of his friends, and that's what half these podcasts are when they bring them on, and, you know, you're marketing at that point. But I fully agree that this is something that, yeah, it'll get the clicks and downloads, get the conversation started, but the fact that it has come up many times on his show with others, and how he's shied away from it, and how he's said certain things that's just like, okay, you're not on the same page, and yeah, even if you wanted to be rekindling a friendship and things like that, being there, like, not this soon. Like, this isn't like it just, like I said, it comes off as opportunist, especially when she was just on another podcast that was chronicling this whole thing with her. It's just like, to your point, giving her a platform where that's not, like you said, it is a slap in the face to everything that happened to those victims. And again, yes, there's brainwashing and things like that. So, I mean, but it doesn't excuse what happened. It doesn't excuse exactly everything that was done. And it's very unfortunate that it's getting the airplay it is.
Yeah, and like he said, he's not Barbara Walters. I'm like, all right, cool, fine.
Don't take the interview. Don't take the interview.
Yeah, but yeah, exactly. It's like, we don't live in a vacuum. Like, there's some other bald-headed figure who also, I think, has some say and stuff like that. But I'm like, but keeps bringing on these big figures and promote that they're just smoking weed and just talking about stuff and aliens and stuff. But no, but like, you do realize that we live in a world now where like middle schoolers, kids now who should be playing with toys, are going outside or on their tablets or their phones or their parents' phones and watching these podcasts. And I'm not saying you have to be Mother Teresa and all, but just like, you know,
you have to be cognitive. You
have
to
a mic.
aware.
It's very tone deaf.
And that bald-headed guy that you're talking about, I actually wanted to bring up, like, because, you know, that clip that I've seen from Michael Rosenbaum where he did talk about Allison Mack and like that, the situation that he had. It's like, okay, so you're going to bring that up during the conversation. And when it comes to, I know you're talking about Rogan, when he had Dwayne Johnson on, I'm like, how many times have you said that he's on steroids? Did you ask him when he was on your fucking podcast? You didn't. And I'm like, and I remember watching that, you know, and I went and like, I was like, is he gonna? But I'm sure it's like that. He probably got told, don't even ask about that.
It's probably shut him down if that was not part of the interview,
that's
he wouldn't show up.
That's the sad fact. Is like, you know, even when it comes to podcasts that are supposed to be just like free of a lot of that stuff, there's still restraints where, you know, they're just looking at it as like, okay, yeah, you have a good conversation, but at the same time, I'm like, I don't know how many times that I've listened to a Rogan podcast where he goes, Rock's on steroids. Come on. Because he's talked about all that all the time. He gets them on, no mention, and like
nothing.
You almost want to just like, but then at the same time, it's like, okay, maybe I get that aspect of it where it's like, you're not going to just, hey, are you taking this kind of stuff? And maybe, but then maybe there could be an easier way to do it, because it's like the worst kept secret in Hollywood. It's not like, you know, it's not like he's when it comes to Dwayne Johnson or any of these guys, that it's like so crazy where like some of these bodybuilders, I mean, I've gone down those rabbit holes where there's bodybuilders that have done it so much that they just fucking die. But at the same time, it's just one of those things in Hollywood. It's like, yeah, it is a thing, and it's the worst kept secret in Hollywood, because when you hear about, I mean, even when it comes to women, like Sydney Sweeney, when it came to Christy, she apparently gained like 30 pounds of muscle in 3 months. No way that happened without any kind of help with any kind of whatever substances.
That's what genie in a bottle. Genie in a bottle.
Yeah.
And again, this is someone who's meant putting that example, that like someone who I used to, much like Michael, I used to listen to Joe's podcast here and there, but mostly it was because, all right, they're going to talk about aliens. They're going to talk about UFC and Bruce Lee. They're going to talk about this and that. And I'm not saying that like you have to think my way, but I'm like, I felt the shift when he moved and
he got too big.
And like, again, I almost dread now that Michael might get a deal, something similar, and I'm going to feel it again. But like, again, it's you have a mic and a camera nowadays. That's one of the most powerful things in the world when it comes to information and what people choose to believe. Because if a lot of these adults don't realize, IQs are dropping more than ever, and you would think that they know that like with this much power, you got to have some responsibility with it. And
Ronan, do you remember the show Joe Rogan Questions Everything? He used to, he used to question things. He used to do interviews where he used to go hard. And Adam from Adam Questions Everything is a perfect example of a podcast where he went incredibly hard on the guest and really made him question his identity, what he was saying. And that's what was one of the appeals about Rogan for me anyway. And I know for you too, if you're saying you were used to listen to him. So do you remember that? Like, do you remember when he used to have hard questions? Because there was a time when people used to be scared about going on Rogan because they didn't know what was going to happen. But now it's just softball fiesta.
Yeah,
it's about getting the clicks in the sound bites and the 30-second things. I mean,
there'll be times where I'm still like, I'll catch something when it comes to Rogan where he'll press and he'll do like certain things, and then there's even been times where he's had like arguments with people on the podcast. But when it comes to like the big time kind of things, it just seems like, oh, he's pulling his punches. When it comes to certain things, and that's where he's gotten so big, biggest podcast in the world, where where it's like, I don't even want to listen to him anymore. Like I took a break. I went, you know what? I'm kind of tired. I'm listening to smaller podcasts because I just got tired of like, okay, yeah, this is going to be like a 2.5 hour. What is this? What is it? Is there anything going to actually come from this? And then it got to a point too, where it's like, okay, now you're just repeating a lot of things that you keep on saying over and over and over again. And yeah, some stuff I agree with, some stuff I don't, whatever, it's fine. But I think it just, but I remember when he had Dwayne Johnson on, my first thought was like, is he going to ask him about, is he going to like try to squeeze out as he,
they're adults
many times about, steroids in Hollywood. He's even said Dwayne Johnson's definitely on it. Is he going to fucking say it? And he didn't. And I went, see, I was like, and that's where I went, fuck, I lost respect for Joe Rogan right there. Sorry. It was like right there. Yeah, because that was
he
like
does steroids. Joe could have been like, I do steroids. Do you?
He admits that he takes testosterone, which is exactly, he admits that he takes like TRT, like, and that's the thing. It's like, so why not just, what's wrong? And I don't know. It's such a weird thing. But we're gonna bring on somebody right now who's returning to the panel. Hey,
what's up?
He doesn't get an intro.
Well, it's the second time he's been on. As you guys start coming back on, I got to start figuring out drops. I got to figure out one for Taladia and Ronan.
Nice to meet you, brother.
How you doing?
We're doing pretty good. How you doing tonight, man?
Doing pretty well. Just tired out from all this internet BS.
What internet BS?
I know, right? The internet's the most positive place in the world.
Yeah, so positive. What are we talking about? I know it's so interesting because I was thinking about this too, because obviously with the holidays coming around, the DCU news has kind of you know, every now and again we'll get like a spike. Like there was a little bit this week when it came to certain things, but for the most part, it's kind of died down because we're not going to get anything until next summer, essentially. And of course, Gunn doesn't want to be online anymore because he's, you know, he probably wants to, you know, take some time. He's working on Man of Tomorrow. He's looking over the other projects, and then he just wants to like spend some time with family and whatever the hell. And I totally get that. But then all of a sudden, it's like here comes Zack and all the Zack stuff. You know, but Zack's not even doing anything either. He's just posting pictures, and it's just the fans that are just going crazy. And then it's like, wow, okay, let's talk about this kind of stuff. And it's just like it's so weird how that like the DCU news went like this, and then all of a sudden Zack starts posting Snyderverse stuff, and then people start going crazy.
I'm gonna call it. It would be hilarious if in the background of Zack's Thanksgiving thing, he had a Justice League book, and everyone was like, "Oh my gosh, he's coming back for Justice League."
He's done it before.
Yeah, I know.
I would not be surprised if he does
I
it
will
again.
laugh my ass off if he does that.
I kind of want to have
Put it
that.
past him.
I want to have that, and then just cut to like James Gunn coming out with the turkey, like, "Hey, everybody!" And just everyone will be like, "I'd be the biggest like, calm down, folks. It's Thanksgiving. Go eat, and like we'll go talk about DC later."
God, it's so
Exactly,
it's just so interesting. And again, watching Superman again, I mean, you know, and I love it too because you know, even today, and I knew it was going to happen because like there was like a new release behind the scenes image of David Cornsweet getting the costume on. He's looking in the mirror, and it's in black and white. And it's a cool shot, and you know, black and white, anything just can look just really cool. There's something about black and white that I love. And I saw the picture, and I finally was going to post it. And as I'm posting, I'm like, how long is it going to take for somebody in my mentions to, of course, push back against it who's a diehard Zack Snyder fan? And sure enough, within like 10 minutes, somebody quote tweeted it with, you know, Henry Cavill not impressed. And I was like,
well, Dave, haven't you heard that Zack is the blueprint?
Yeah, he's the only one that's done black and white images. But I'm just like, God, I'm like, there it is right there. Didn't take that long. And I'm like, I can't just appreciate like a black and white image and without this whole comparison thing. But,
Never.
You know, yeah, I mean, I get it. Fans are fans, but it's just so interesting because, you know, I mean, yeah, there's something about a black and white image that just, I don't know, it just looks really cool. And Zack knows that. And one of the things that he heavily did during the Snyder Cut, you know, movement was when he'd post an image from his cut, he would post it in black and white. Not only does it look really cool, but it also hides like imperfections and everything. I remember I was told that from like the person I was associated with during that time. And of course, I got pushback when it came to that. It's like, that's not that. I'm like, yes, it is. And then finally, Debbie actually said that in an interview. Like, oh yeah, he was posting black and white images. Well, first off, because he saw the poster for Justice League and it was very colorful. And he, was like, he said that on like a Justice, one of the Justice panels. Justice Con.
Justice Con.
Yeah, Justice Con panels. He actually said that. Like he went off. I remember he went off. This is when it was like the Nerd Queens and Meg. He went off and he was like, yeah, when he saw the poster, like that was immediately, he was like, turn everything black and white. Fuck that. But then I remember Debbie in an interview said like, oh yeah, like when we post that, it was because some of the VFX weren't finished. So you turn it black and white, it hides those imperfections. I'm like, yeah, but there's just something about that. It makes it more raw. I don't know.
Well, those images annoyed the crap out of me because I was at that point.
Nice shirt, by the way, Jared.
I saw it. Yeah, exactly. It's a nice shirt. But anyway, so I remember I was still in the phase where I'm like, maybe because I was still in the, oh my gosh, we got a Justice League movie. So I was like, I was still in that hype thing. And then I start seeing these images and then I get annoyed because I'm like, that was taken out. Darkseid was supposed to be in this movie. This movie sucks.
Yeah, I know. It was an interesting time. Definitely was. But I do love like the fact that he's got every will to do it, and I love it. And even when there's people that say he shouldn't be doing it, I'm like, oh, he should be.
Let him enjoy his work.
Yes,
his Watchmen stuff, and like he recently put out a Sucker Punch photo, and I'm like, oh
yeah.
Oh,
and he's still there's still a cut that he wants to release.
The director's one,
yeah. I just wish that Zack Snyder's Justice League came out on my birthday because I had the most. No, because I had the worst birthday in 2017, and Phil knows this.
Why is that? If you
Don't brag
mind?
me into this, please.
Okay. Justice League came out on my birthday.
Oh. I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry.
So obviously I had the worst time ever. I've had scars from that every day. And I never
Oh
forget.
man, dude. That ain't that the biggest war crime to have on a birthday.
Dude,
Yeah,
I talked about this,
no.
dude. Like I told him, like I don't know, I had Inhumans IMAX pilot.
Oh,
Like,
shit.
That's true. That's true.
I'm like, I don't know. That's also like rough one as well. And like, God.
Here's the thing about the Inhumans. They're that one project that Marvel keeps trying to push, but to replace the X-Men because they didn't have the movie rights to the X-Men. But it's like the funny part is like they're the lame versions of the X-Men. So the only one everyone remembers is Black Bolt.
But it's weird because that cast, I think they could have done some good stuff, like Serinda Swan, her name as Medusa, and I was just like, okay, I'm intrigued, but like
maybe they shouldn't have shaved her freaking head.
That might be a good idea.
Taladia, her powers are her hair can like move around independently, so they shave her head because the VFX budget.
Yeah, I literally had to get drunk a little bit just to like relax a bit. Like,
I remember when people went to go see that first episode in a movie theater, and then of course I saw the feedback from that, and people were like, "What the fuck?" Like, and it was like, "What were you even?" That's what's so weird about that whole thing. Is like, I mean, it's like what I mean when all the stuff that you've done, Marvel Studios was just on fire, and then they just do something like that.
That wasn't Marvel Studios. That was Marvel Entertainment under Ike Perlmutter.
I know, but still, like, it was still like one of those things where they were trying to like fit it into like, hey, it's Marvel, but yeah, of course they had like a third of the budget, and they were trying to do something in the, hey, we got to post, we got to have a show on ABC. And we got to fit it somewhere here. I mean, obviously, man. And I remember just seeing the feedback from that. I didn't even watch any of the episodes. I saw clips and I went, yeah, I'm glad I didn't even.
I remember when the trailers came out, there was this guy, I forget his name, but we used to like talk about like Doctor Strange stuff. I remember back in the day of Screen Junkies, I remember at one point he broke down one of the trailers and it cut to like a shot of like the background actors. And that's supposed to be the people of, I forgot the name of the city, but like the humans, Adeline, there we go. And he was just like, they just look like extras. Like what? Like, and he pulled up like a George Perez piece of a page. I'm like, look at them. That's Inhumans. They don't look, human. They're Inhumans. I'm like, what the fuck is this? And I was just like, man. And then I heard who was the showrunner, and I was like, that tracks. Like,
Fun fact. So there's the implication in the comics that Lockjaw used to be a dude, but when he went through Terrigenesis, he turned into a dog.
I have a Lockjaw plushie.
And they kind of implied that in the comics.
And do you guys remember at the time when they were pushing Inhumans, they started pushing them in the comics too, and they made Quicksilver an Inhuman, and I thought that was the dumbest
thing they could have
ever done.
Bro, they did an event called Inhumans versus X-Men where you find out the like gas that turns people into like Inhumans is toxic to mutants, even though it's never been toxic before. So they could wipe the floor of mutants, and then it's like, so essentially the Inhumans gas the mutants. I'm like, did no one think this through? Answer's no.
Nope, they did not. But at least, hey, he showed back up in Multiverse of Madness, and
got his head blown off.
I know.
I was the only one in my auditorium was like, Black Bolt. And people were like, who? And I was like, oh man.
He looked great. He looked great.
He was closer to the books. Yeah.
He had the costume, but then it was like, it was funny because I mean, I think all of us kind of went into like when we knew this scene was coming, like, oh yeah, she's gonna fuck up all these people, and sure enough, she fucked them up.
I don't know how that was going to happen, because let's be honest, the how is the part that's really stupid.
Yeah, but I don't know.
That was shorter than Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul, and that's not what we wanted.
Oh man, and then of course we get Reed Richards, John Krasinski, who was fan cast like crazy, and then he just gets turned into spaghetti, which is just like wow.
Oh, and he gets Black Bolt killed by saying, "Hey Wanda, he can kill you with a single sound out of his mouth." What mouth?
Yeah.
And then I mean, it was still I still love that Sam Raimi. It was just like, yeah, you give me all these cameos, I'm fucking killing all of them. And so I do appreciate that because I love Sam Raimi as a director. He's one of my all-time favorite directors. So I do appreciate that they just allowed him to just say, hey, because I mean, I remember, I was there opening night. Everybody was cheering with each one, and then it was just offing them. And there was just people were just going like, what the fuck? I'm like, it's Sam Raimi. Did you guys not know who directs this movie? And Marvel, Kevin Feige wasn't going to say no, So cool. I just like, yeah, don't expect. Yeah. And I even told my brother, because I went with my brother, I'm like, oh yeah, there's going to be cameos. Do not expect them to last. And I was like, they're going to probably get effed up because Wanda is going to be unleashing, and this is Sam Raimi. Sam Raimi is a horror director. Foundation is horror. He made my all-time favorite, horror movie, Evil Dead. And I'm like, this guy's going to not hold back, and I'm glad that they didn't. That's why I love that movie. Like some people don't like it. They're like, what the fuck was going on here? I'm like, that movie was fucking great. What he was doing.
I'll watch it. It's fun.
I'm mixed on it.
You could feel his fingerprints on it. That's what I love. Like, regardless of how people like feel about certain, especially in this genre, obviously Marvel Studios is very known for being like cookie cutter, and some of the movies just feel alike. I don't like that. Like, I don't, when you have like certain movies where you just go, who directed this? You just don't know who did. But when you have those movies like Multiverse of Madness, you go, oh yeah, that's a Sam Raimi.
It's like that one shot of Wanda in the tunnel as she's like coming after like a zombie, and I go, yep, that's Raimi right there.
Raimi, he does like the zoom ins to the eyeball kind of thing. He loves that. That's his signature shot. He has those. He has like the crazy zooms. And so that's why I love Multiverse of Madness. But I get why people are like, what the fuck? I get it. It wasn't their brand of vodka. I get it.
My one problem is that it's a multiverse movie, but it only does 2 Earths, and everyone else is like sidestepped. And I go, and the 2 Earths are very similar. So I go, you could have flexed a little bit here.
and they did like a quick little like montage of here's a bunch of other Earths
that no one's ever heard of or that look interesting at all. So I'm like, you could have at least had like a zombie fly across there from Marvel Zombies, something. Marvel Zombies was actually really good.
Yeah, they could.
Marvel Zombies was the best animated show they put out in a while. Thank God, because What If season 3 and season 2, season 2 particularly,
season 2 was good. I thought.
For me, was a step. I thought season 1 was really, really good, and then I just thought season 2 went down because it just started exploring too many weird characters that we don't care about. Happy Hogan's Christmas or whatever it was. I mean, no one cares about Happy Hogan's Christmas. I like Jon Favreau. I like Happy Hogan. Jon Favreau is one of the best directors of all time in terms of this genre. I think he's going to deliver for Mandalorian and Grogu. I really, really do. I trust Jon Favreau, but we don't want a Happy Hogan episode. An episode.
I like the episode where they got the OG heroes, where they got Hank Pym and they got I think it was Janet, and it's them like in the heydays, and they're all together. And I was like, this is like an alternative Avengers team. Cool, for a sweet moment we could see it. And it's like that was dope. And to hear
my favorite episode is the one where it's Sam Wilson. It's about Sam Wilson, but it's Pacific Rim, where like you have all those Hulk creatures, and it's like
kaiju, like mech stuff.
All of the Jaegers then combine into a Megazord. I'm like, okay, I see what you're doing here.
Man, speaking of Marvel, do you guys see? I mean, oh man, we still have a year for Doomsday, and these AI images are getting insane.
Oh yeah, the X-Men image.
Jesus Christ! I mean, like it's man, and it's only getting better. I mean, this was the image.
Real.
I know a lot of people thought this was real.
Yeah,
that's the worst it'll ever be.
I mean, yeah. I mean, it kind of, you look at it at first, you go, yeah, that could be real, but
it ain't.
Of course, the lighting, if you really look at it, there's some things that are but I mean, it's getting so much to the point where it's like, holy shit, where people are thinking that shit's real. Yeah, I'm sure you saw it too, Phil, right?
Yeah, I saw this image and I was like,
yeah.
Oh boy.
Well, there was the first one was what's her name taking a selfie with I forgot
Monica Rambeau.
Yeah, or what's
the name?
Yeah, but she took it with James Marsden, and I think it was, I forgot who
and
else.
They look like they're in like some weird bathroom, but it's like unisex. I mean, it doesn't make sense at all. Like the room doesn't make sense of where they're in.
Well, the other thing is that if you go off of history of like how secretive Marvel is, and particularly Kevin Feige, it's like the story about how everyone that was killed in Infinity War, they brought them into like a trailer and just told them this was going to happen. There's no way they would allow like pictures of the X-Men cast, or like, that's why I was like, this has to be fake. There's no way this is real. Or like selfies in a bat. There's no way. I guarantee you, they probably have like at a government facility.
They even have
to deposit your phones.
They even have this one.
I know this is fake, but I can't wait for something realistic to happen like this soon, because just even seeing in like if Ian and Patrick were sitting together, that's how it would go down. The two main like master actors, everybody else behind them, whatnot, and like I hope to God, I know it's top secret and it's like hush hush. Like get someone with a camcorder and just record the process of making those movies.
They're definitely gonna have a lot of behind the scenes.
I can't wait for that.
But it's just so funny because this is what sucks, because every time I see something, I just go, it's probably AI. Like I have like there was like a Dr. Doom image that was floating around this week too. And I remember even like I think it was like one of the I think it was on Monday's Film Junkie Live. Somebody asked me, "Did you see the Dr. Doom or the Doomsday images?" I'm like, they're all AI. They have like the not the concepts, but like the promo shots. It was like Tobey Maguire. They had what's his name? Who's Century? Pullman,
Louis Pullman.
Yeah, they had him like in an action shot. They had some of the other characters that were like an action shot. They look like promo images that we see before the movie comes out. They like leak out. It looked like that. I'm like going, fuck, man. I mean, nobody's gonna know what's real or not. I mean, that's what's sad. Is like, and we still have a year, and then of course, God knows what's gonna happen when. There was also, and what's kind of funny on a similar level is. DC Film News talked about how Supergirl is going to be, of course, at CCXP, and they used an image that this one account makes, like they actually make images of Supergirl, and so many people were passing it around like it was fucking real, especially the haters of the DCU. They were passing, of course, comparing it to Shazam because she's holding like, because they're like
the cup,
and I was like going, wow. They actually, even though this is not even AI, it's actually very noticeable that somebody actually put this together. These guys think it's real. Like, wow, they think it's real. And of course, they were using that to shit on the DCU. Like, holy shit.
It's like anyone. It's like when all of a sudden, all the Snyderverse people were like big fans of Cosmic Book News. And I go, hey, he was crapping on you like last week, as a matter of fact. Where's your.
Like, a couple weeks ago, he was saying like the Snyderverse is not coming back. And I try to put that out there. I'm like, you guys are getting played. You guys realize that, right? But then all of a sudden he saw an opportunity, because guess what? News for everything else is kind of,
slow right now. Yeah.
Slow. So, and then Zach's been posting pictures. So then he saw an opportunity to be like, oh, I mean, he literally posted a tweet that said Cavill is back. Godot is back. Momoa, who has his dream role coming out next year. Momoa is back as Aquaman. Fisher is back. And then he said like, Miller is not back, and which is like, I mean, obviously, if things were to happen, Miller would probably not come back. And then, they said Ben Affleck, possibly. And it's like, it's so crazy. And then, of course, you get somebody like Tyrone Magnus, who's got a big following on YouTube. He just followed suit. He'll just go with it. And
one thing about Tyrone, though, Tyrone actually, and this is important, everyone who's watching this has to know this about Tyrone Magnus. He shuts off the comments on every single one of his videos for a reason, because he is lying to your face intentionally. He is malicious. He knows exactly what he's doing. He's smart enough to know that Cosmic Book News is full of shit. He knows the past. He knows what he's doing. He's a malicious, immoral person.
Yeah. He knows what's gonna, man, it's just sad because he's got such a big following, and then and then
2
of course
2
million. And then I know
huge.
there are people like when my first video that when I was talking about all this, people didn't like that I like went after him, and I'm like, he's saying bullshit. I mean, I've not liked the guy since he had Zack on during the Snyder Cut stuff. He interviewed Zack on his channel.
Yeah.
Okay, this is where I lost total respect for the guy, because when he interviewed Zack, he did it through StreamYard. He didn't. A guy who's like obviously making a living off YouTube and probably making some good dollars, because he's, again, 2 million. How many views or how many subscribers do you have?
Like 2 million.
Yeah.
Over 2 million.
But maybe at the time he was under 2 million, but he was still very up there. He was using StreamYard, but he didn't pay for the the full StreamYard because it had the watermark on it. I remember seeing that. I remember looking. I'm like, he's got the watermark, so he's not even paying for StreamYard to have a good, legit fucking And then he asked Zack about an absolute bullshit article that came out from the Cultured Nerd. He asked him, that was already being debunked before he had Zack on, and he asked Zack about it. And of course, Zack said, no, it's not true. And I remember all of us, it was like I was chatting with people, group chats. We're like, he fucking, I can't even remember what exactly it was, but I because it was so just, I wish I could remember exactly what it was. But it was like it was a bullshit thing, and I was like, oh, we couldn't believe it. Like, he actually asked Zack this when it was already debunked like crazy. I'm like, it was like unbelievable that was when I totally lost respect for him. And apparently some leaked audio came out that I would not suggest anyone listen to.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. I again, someone else who, when I started this, he was somebody that was, I saw his rise and was at the time cheering for him because he was getting, the Russo brothers noticed him from his Civil War stuff. And I was like, oh, cool. One of us is getting recognized.
He seemed like a likable dude. He seemed like cool. But then all of a sudden he went, now it's like everything that he was reacting to, he was just saying it's woke. It's too much this. It's too much that. He like all of a sudden just, like back in like the late 2010s. Yeah, I can understand. I liked watching his reactions. I thought he had like genuine reactions. He was one of the guys that when a trailer would come out, he was on the list of like people when I'd go through the rabbit hole of trailer reactions.
Yeah.
But then all of a sudden, like after 2021 going into 2022 and all the stuff during the COVID years, he just started going like, yeah, this sucks. This is woke. This is that. And he was just there was like nothing that he was liking anymore. He just went into like that stratosphere, and I'm like, and I saw people even comment about that where he was like, yeah. And now he
gets clicks. That's why
he gets.
It was clicks. During the Last of Us Part 2 stuff. I remember that was the big shift, and be like, yeah, I'm not too crazy about the game, and then I started hearing stuff he was saying, and then I heard that he didn't even finish the game, and it's just like, why the fuck are you even giving your own review if you haven't even finished the game yet?
The way I kind of approach like review stuff on my channel is like, look, there are some things that I have to cover because of the nature of the stuff I do, like Wonder Woman and such. So if I don't like the series, I'm kind of forced to cover it because my audience can ask me about it. But if there's this thing that I'm like not into or like stuff, I just don't talk about it.
Yeah. I don't
talk about it.
I don't record myself watching every single thing. Like I need some privacy, like whatnot. Like I can have everything on the webcam.
I think as creators, that's one of the things that we we have to like realize. Like we can't cover everything. Yeah. We can't cover everything. As much as I try, I want to cover like as much as possible. It's difficult, and I think we all realize that, and we need a little bit of like, hey, I can't just be. That's why when it came to all right. The news after Superman, and then news was dying down. I'm like, all right, another film, 2 Film Junkie lives where I'm doing like 2 like hour and a half streams by myself talking about news. It was getting to be a little too much.
Yeah.
Where I was like, all right, now I'm going to dial it back to, I'm going to do a members stream where it's just the people who support the channel, and I'm going to bullshit with them for about a half an hour on Wednesdays now. I just want to, because I did it before during the COVID or during the writer's strike when news was kind of like, and I actually like that because I'm like, I could dedicate just to the people who are like my dedicated fans. And yeah, sometimes it gets to be like too much. There's so much content out there, and I wish I could cover it all. I wish I could. I wish I could see every movie. I wish I could do, but at the same time, I'm like, sometimes I just want to fucking just watch a movie, and then that's it. I don't want to have to record a video or, talk about it or, just be constantly talking about things. And yeah, sometimes you have to find that balance.
Yeah,
You
like
gotta be
even
very
some of the new
selective.
stuff. Oh, what were you gonna say, Taladi?
I was gonna say you gotta be very selective with what you're gonna put out
Yeah.
on YouTube.
Yeah.
Well,
Oh yeah.
the other thing.
There's people that say like you should start a gaming show. You start playing video games. I'm like, no,
That's too much work. But it's like Taladia will remember this when we first started doing content together. It was around the time the DCU got announced, and it was like there was this period where there was like news coming out every single thing. So it got to the point where we were doing a stream a day for no reason. So we're like, let's just wait until the end of the week to summarize all this stuff. This is getting way too insane. And plus, also, some people were expecting us to do streams every time there was a modicum of information. I was like, Jared, did you hear that James Gunn said he could see including Catwoman in the DCU? And I go, oh, so you mean he wants to include a major Batman character? Really? Really? Yeah, that's breaking news. Catwoman's going to be in a DC Universe project.
Whoa.
We need to stream for 2 hours.
I know, right? What does this mean?
It's a lot. I mean, and you know, a lot, and we, you know, a lot of us have regular jobs. We're not doing this full time, you know, and it could be difficult. So you have to find that balance. And sometimes, you get burnt out and you just have to take your breaks. You have to but there's sometimes where I'm going, fuck. I'm like, when there isn't a spike of DCU news, I'm like going, all right, I need to get this clip out of you. And sometimes I'm like, maybe not that. And, you know, I have to pick my battles like, maybe not that, but I'll do this and do that. And, you know, while trying to balance other things too. And it's like, it's really a balance. It's really a balance, but do your YouTube shorts, everybody. That's what David and I were talking about. Those
and
things.
TikTok. And TikTok.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Like I said, I had a viral, my mummy fucking clip, my mummy video on TikTok. I don't know why. Can't explain it, but I just remember my fucking phone just going off, and I'm like going, why the fuck am I still getting TikTok? And then I look, I'm like, Jesus Christ, that's 50,000. What the shit? And I'm looking at the comments, I'm like, huh? And it just kept going. And I was like,
it's gonna take off.
Yeah, a non-superhero movie too. That's what was great. Non-superhero content went viral on my TikTok. It was The Mummy, and just me. Well, I guess you could say it was technically a little superhero-y because it was mentioning the fact that the son could be cast. Who's going to be cast as the son? David Cornsweet could kind of fit because he's, you know, kind of popular now, and maybe he could be their son. Their son. And a lot of people agreed with it. And then, of course, a lot of what helped with that video too was the fact that people were also suggesting other actors who could play.
Interaction.
That also helps too. When you create a discussion. It created a discussion where it's like, yeah, I agree with you, but what about so-and-so, you know? And so there was a lot. I mean, you look at that video, you just scroll and just see people either agreeing or not agreeing, and then suggesting different actors who could play their son.
But Dave, you are 100% right in the sense, and this applies to all of us here that has channels, that this year Daredevil Born Again is the only project that's going to happen before the summer. It's the only project in terms of superhero. In terms of superheroes. So we all need to embrace the blockbuster movies that are coming out, that are going to be really well received, that people are talking about. You know, we're talking about Good Boy. We're talking about Avatar, of course. We're talking about Mandalorian and Grogu. We're talking about the Odyssey. We're talking about a lot of great big movies coming up just in the next few months, and TV shows, of course. So
did you guys, speaking of the Odyssey, did you guys see the Christopher Nolan's quote about trying to ground the Odyssey? Because, you know,
good luck, bro.
Some people
grounding the Odyssey.
I'm like, they did that. It's called Troy. That's kind of what that movie was.
Which he was supposed to do, supposedly.
Yeah, he was supposed to do that. But yeah, I saw people push back against it, and then of course people support it, and I haven't commented about it really. Because, that's one of the things that a lot of people were questioning is like, how is Christopher Nolan, who tries to keep everything pretty grounded in reality, how is he going to approach, you know, certain elements when it comes to the Odyssey? Because, and I'm just like, I read his quote and I went, all right, cool. Let me just see it, because Christopher Nolan is so smart. He's so above, you know, when he, again, going back to my favorite movie of his, Memento, when he explained how he approached the storytelling and he used a paperclip as an explanation, it blew my fucking mind. Like because I love how he tells that story backwards while telling a part of the story forwards. And he explains it by using a paper clip. He draws a paper clip on a whiteboard and he goes, and I'm like going, all right, see, this guy's on a whole other level. This is why he is that guy. And, I'm going to trust him. I'm going to try even Tenet. That was his probably most controversial movie because a lot of people are like, I don't understand it. And I've watched it 3-4 times. I don't fully understand it.
Same.
But I still like the concept. And he even goes, yeah, you're not really supposed to.
It encourages you to rewatch the movie and you get more out of it. That's why I rewatch a lot of Zack's movies because I learn stuff all the time. But it's like, how much you want to bet that Nolan's going to find a way to practically give someone the powers of the gods?
Yeah.
He'll rig something so someone can shoot lightning like the Emperor Palpatine.
Palpatine returned.
Oh, again.
In another franchise.
I don't know if you guys saw the comments
like a
or the quotes. He said he apparently he told Matt Damon before they started shooting, like, this is gonna be a really hard movie to make. And apparently Matt Damon was like, yeah, I know. And then Nolan was like, no, it's gonna be a really hard movie to make. And I was like, I give props when a master like that is be like, yo, this shit's gonna be fucking tough. I don't know how I'm gonna do it, but I'm gonna swing. After I won an Oscar, after I made a 3-hour movie about a guy making a nuclear bomb, winning Oscar
again,
like,
dude. And that's the thing is like I remember going to Oppenheimer and I'm going, how the fuck is he gonna pull this up? Because like, how is he gonna make this movie even like remotely enjoyable? And then I watch it and I go, oh, he Christopher Nolan the absolute shit out of it because because he did what he does in storytelling and how he jumps the story. He tells the two perspectives. He puts black and white in it, and there's somehow he fucking did it. And I remember just walking out. You don't feel good walking out of Oppenheimer. You're not supposed to feel happy. You're not supposed to feel happy walking out of that movie. And I remember me and my ex, we walked out of it quiet. We were walking out like, and then we got in the car and I'm like, fuck. And we both were just like, ugh. She was just like, Jesus Christ. Like we both thought it was a great movie, but we're just like, that just made you feel gross. And then I told her, I'm like, because she was not too familiar with Christopher Nolan movies, and I went, he Christopher Nolan it, like he fucking did it, like he made it where the story jumped all over the place. He added black and white elements, and I'm like, and I even told her, I'm like, I guarantee you, like the black and white elements are different perspectives. And sure enough, he came out and said that it's his perspective from this character, it's from Oppenheimer, and Downey's character. It's like different perspectives. I'm like, I knew it. I was like, because he kind of did that with other movies. And yeah, and that's what just makes him, he's on a different level with storytelling. So when I read that quote and people were going, why the fuck is this guy making this movie? I'm going, just wait. He's probably going to somehow pull it off.
There were so many people in the Wonder Woman fandom that took issue with it. And I go, okay, so here's the thing. When he talks about, because he basically, from what I interpreted, he basically had the whole thing about anything like, there was a time, if you like had any amount of science, the science we have access to now would qualify as magic to someone from like ancient Greece or stuff. So I'm like, that's a really interesting explanation for that. And plus, again, it's like, it's not like the gods are always like shooting lightning and stuff like out of their hands, like they were in Zack Snyder's freaking Justice League. So it's like the way there are certain ways he doesn't necessarily have to like have them do like God stuff a lot in that story.
No, and that's what's funny too, is like, speaking of Zack, I mean, one of the things that when he said at Full Circle, when he was talking about changing the mythology of the gods and maybe having a connection to the Kryptonians, a lot of people
people hated that.
Yeah, a lot of people hated hearing that, but it was like, and it didn't go through. He didn't like, but they were exploring the concept, and there's nothing wrong with exploring concepts. It's not everything's going to make it onto the screen.
That's the hilarious part.
I hate it when people bring that up and say like, oh yeah, so you want even it's being brought up now. I've even seen comments in my comments and whatever. It's like, oh, you want to bring back the Snyderverse where he's going to have the gods be Kryptonian and all that stuff. I'm like, oh geez. I'm like, that was just an idea that he had.
That's the funny part. Zach gets heat for ideas that were not even in the movie, just stuff that was like proposed. It's like, well, wait, I do a fair amount of creative writing. My first ideas are the worst you have ever heard. It's called editing and refining ideas.
Yeah, I mean, it was so funny too because what's hilarious about that is like he didn't even bring it up. It was DJ who was on the screen on the stage with him on the BVS night. DJ, the VFX supervisor. He's the one that wanted to bring it up. DJ was like a nice little instigator because obviously he did the mic drop when it came to the whole Jeff Johns thing.
That was great.
I still remember that Phil and I were sitting next to each other and we both just like fucking leaped out of our chairs when he did that. That was awesome. But I mean, it was DJ that was being like the little instigator of like, hey, talk about how what we were talking about when it came to, you know, he got Zach to talk about that. It was just ideas. And there are people that push back against Zach that like think that he actually was like going to move forward with it, but it was like, no, it was just an idea that he talked about on stage, but it wasn't actually in the movies, which was so funny. But I don't mind it when people are trying to create something different, and that's why I'm curious about the Odyssey and even seeing like the images that have been posted of the cast. You know, obviously it's really nothing, and of course there's a lot of people going, hey, the armor, they're not historically accurate. Fuck off. Stop it. We're not going to do this. Yeah. The accurate armor looks ridiculous. We can't, you know.
Yeah. And there are people who are like not buying like Zendaya as like Athena. And I go, okay, if you don't like the casting, that's one thing. But it's like, there are a lot of castings that at first glance you don't think are going to work. Then when you watch the movie, it's like, oh, I take back everything I said.
Heath Ledger's Joker.
Yeah.
Exactly. I didn't know about it as a kid.
Like Chris Momoa as Aquaman.
Yeah. Oh, I was on board with that. I was on board with that. When even when Momoa was teasing that he was going to be Aquaman, I still remember that image of him holding up like a pitchfork and his middle finger up, and he was just doing that. I'm like, oh, he's Aquaman. And I'm like, that's brilliant because he looks like he looks like he's in the water all the time.
Yeah.
Like that man looks like he's a fucking, like he's always swimming and, you know, and I'm like, yeah, change it up, you know, because Aquaman was always the butt of a joke. He was always you look at
Family Guy. The one time we're changing the character. Improve the character
because he was always he was the butt of the joke in like Family Guy. He was the butt of the joke in like Big Bang Theory. He's always been the butt of the joke because it's just like, he's Aquaman. He can only be in water and talks to fish. It's like, okay, let's turn him into a fucking rock star, you know, and have him do some cool shit.
Man.
Yeah. And that's why it's like, oh yeah. And then what happens in the comic books? They kind of tweak it to make him look more like Jason Momoa, you know? It's
exactly. The one that shocked me because I had Daredevil on the brain was Ben Affleck as Batman. I was like, okay, this could go really well, but really bad. The minute I heard his voice in the voice changer, like, do you bleed? I'm like, yeah, that's Batman.
It was the photo for me. It's the photo with him next to the Batmobile.
Yeah.
And like I was just like, which again I had heard about them. I was just like, let's see what happens. And then the first teaser, that's how it starts: the fever, the rage, and then just the look to the cows. And I was like, oh, they got it. Visually, they got it.
That's the thing about Zach. He cast everyone that
wasn't just
looks like the people, pretty much, except for like maybe like Ezra as the Flash, but everyone else looks like the comic books. Like,
I don't mean to like dispute what Ronan said, but when it comes to Batman specifically, when it comes to Ben Affleck, he didn't just like look like him. We're talking about a man who portrayed a very tortured soul. A man who was very like dedicated to what he was doing, and when Superman appears, that entire belief system is completely fucking shattered.
Yeah.
So I'm saying that out of watching a trailer, visually they look like they nailed the character because everybody's going, "Oh my gosh,
I see.
Yeah. Because there was a lot of push. I remember I was at my mom's house.
Dude, my dad still hates Ben Affleck as Batman.
There's people that don't like it. But I remember being at my mom's house and I was about to leave. It was a Sunday night and it was announced. And I remember looking on my phone and it said Ben Affleck was cast as Batman and Batman vs Superman. And I went, what? No, what? What? I was like, I couldn't believe it. I was like, no way. I was like, Ben Affleck? Because I remember even doing a top 5 list. I did not even think about Ben Affleck. I think my number one, I don't even remember what the other ones were, but my number one, Joe Manganiello. Buddy.
I can see that.
That's your number one?
That was my number one.
My number one was John Hamm.
John Hamm was on my
John
list.
Hamm, I think, was in my top 5. Maybe it was in my top 5, but I remember, thinking John Hamm, it could work too. Back in, this was 2014.
Well, here's the irony. The reason I chose John Hamm, ready for the movie I saw him in, The Town.
Oh, of course, with Ben Affleck, yeah.
Exactly.
But it was just so funny because I was like, I did not like it. And like, you can go back and see that video. I remember I went home, I recorded a video, and I was just kind of like, I don't know. And then all of a sudden, I started seeing fan art. And then I started going, oh, man, he's got a good jawline and chin. Oh, fuck. I started warming up.
Yeah, chin points.
See, at first, I had that very same, like, I don't know how I feel about this, but then I really started to think about it. And then I was like, wait a minute. He did Man of Steel. He's going to make a Batman suit that's going to look like a Superman suit to some extent.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he did.
Yeah.
And I was like, yeah, no, there's no other costume either before or after is going to fucking top this. I don't give a shit who you are. Like, good luck.
It looks spectacular. The casting that blew my mind was Gal's Wonder Woman, because again, she was an unknown at the time, and I go, really, the Fast and the Furious girl as the part that sold me is at the gala when she goes, I don't think you've ever known a woman like me. And I'm like, because here's the thing about Diana, she's sassy, and you need someone that can like communicate that sass, and Gal completely nailed it. And then it's like when she's knocked back by Doomsday and she just smiles.
Yeah. Well, when they showed that first image of her, like, standing there with the sword, and at first too, I was even kind of hesitant. I was like Gal Gadot. I'm like, she needs to bulk up, and she did. She bulked because she was very, very, lean girl, very skinny girl, and when it came to the Fast and Furious movies, which we've only really seen her in, I was like, man, she's gonna have to, get some size, and she did, and she filled out, and she freaking, like, when that first image of her standing there with the sword and the shield, with that crazy, like, background, I was like, all right, I'm good. Yeah, she's fine. We're fine. We're good. But then, of course, she got announced when Jesse Eisenberg got announced as Lex Luthor. I remember.
No,
yes.
She did not. No, she got cast in December. Eisenberg and Jeremy Irons got cast in January.
I'm pretty sure they were both.
I'm telling you, Jesse Eisenberg and Jeremy Irons were cast on the same day in the same article. Gal Gadot was cast in December.
They probably wanted the Trinity
clear as day
first, and then everybody else.
Yeah, that would make sense, particularly if this is supposed to be the dawn of the Justice League. Get that casting out of the way.
Now, we all agree that the Ben Affleck Batman costume looked incredible, impeccable.
The best Batsuit ever.
Yeah.
So what were they thinking about with his nose in the Flash? I mean, what were they?
The worst thing about the Flash is, so I understand to a degree what they were doing with, because I know some people made fun of the honeycomb thing, but that's actually a military thing, because it allows you to put like the pouches in different directions instead of like all straight up. But the part where I lost the suit was when Batman is standing like this besides the Flash.
Yeah.
And I go, this is not a pose Batman should ever be in.
That's an Alfred pose.
That's an Alfred pose, I know, but it's like, I think the problem with it, I get what they're going for, because they want a lighter suit, because it's like it's supposed to be the suit he wears on the bike.
Thanks for that.
The problem is that the suit looked like, you have also the CGI cowl is clearly CGI, because it did not look like any of the cowls that were used in like even BVS, even if you can say he iterated on it. And it's like, and it's sad because for the first time we had the live action blue and gray, and I'm like, okay, this actually looks pretty good, pretty dope from a distance. But when you zoom in on it, it's like, I'm getting Uncanny Valley vibes from this.
Well, I mean,
I
I've
apologize for the microphone before. I apologize.
Yeah, your microphone's. Yeah, I was going to comment about that too. Yeah, you had the microphone off. But no, I mean, from what I heard from somebody who's like in the costume department, I've talked about this many times, is at first Ben Affleck, when he signed on for the Flash, he wasn't going to ever be really in the full costume. Like, and that's why his head looks very CGI, is because, obviously the bike stuff. We saw the behind the scenes. It's all stunt, and then it's just him in a green screen with, and they put his head on the body. So that's why it looked ridiculous. But they were like, "Oh, we have to get you in the suit." Sadly, like when it came to from what I gathered, I heard from somebody who works in that, especially in costumes and stuff, they said that when it came to the costumes, specifically the bat costumes, there was a struggle when it came to that. Ben Affleck did not want to wear a 30-pound bat suit again, which sucks because they could have just put on the fucking BVS costume and call it a day. It's great. It's the best costume. But they didn't do that. So essentially he's wearing like a jumpsuit and they put the armor on him, which why it looks ridiculous and looks a little loose. And like the cowl looks okay. It still forms his face and everything. Even if you look at Keaton's suit, it doesn't even like fit him. Like you see a little bit, like it doesn't even fit him all that great either. Apparently there was a struggle when it came to the bat suits, when it came to the Flash. And part of it was both actors did not want to have these super heavy bat suits. And that's the sad fact of the matter is the bat suit is always the worst superhero costume you're going to fucking wear.
And see, that's the fucking problem right there of that movie. It's like, why the fuck are you gonna a multiverse movie with two different Batmen, neither of which actually want to be in a fucking bat suit?
I know.
And your bright idea is to make a Flash movie with both of these people?
I know.
Brilliant.
There were so many other characters.
But then you look at the Flash suit. The Flash suit is super detailed and it's tight. Some people, don't like, in certain angles it doesn't look all that good, but certain times it looks really good. I even think the cowl looks really good. The Flash cowl looks really good.
Okay, you know what? Fucking gloves are coming off. Okay, I have been told by fucking people, "Oh, Jeff John's not racist. Jeff John's not racist." Fuck out of my face with that shit. You're gonna sit here and tell me that after he canned that fucking awesome movie that Rick Famuyiwa was cooking up? Fuck out of my face with that shit. Don't ever sit here and tell me that Jeff Johns isn't racist. That fool is terrified of the black community. I guarantee you that man is the reason why Famuyiwa fucking walked away from the Flash.
Oh man, that still would have been such a good movie.
It would have been a lot. Number one, it would have been so much more cheaper to make because it would have been Captain Cold and so Golden Glider.
Grounded.
It would have been about police brutality, and you only had Ezra Miller and
Ray.
Not Ray, yeah, but also Iris West, Kiersey Clemens.
Yeah.
It would have been a much more substantial, dare I say it, safer movie to make about the Flash. But no. Warner Brothers was like, no, we want to reboot. We want to reboot because I'm Walter
you guys remember
Amada.
Snyder's Flash movie was going to have Jeffrey Dean Morgan as Thomas
Flashpoint.
Batman. That
again, perfect casting.
So good.
Perfect casting.
Again, we got to pump the brakes on that one because I actually asked Zach when he was on here, and I said, "I'm like, when you cast Jeffrey Dean Morgan, did you have any intentions on him to be a Flashpoint Batman?" He said, "No, not at first." This is what's interesting because same thing when it came to Harry Lennox as Martian Manhunter. There was no intention of him being Martian Manhunter at first, but things progressed, storytelling. And then of course, and it's so funny too, because when I see people talk about like, the DCU and James Gunn, they're just going by what Twitter says. The Harry Lennox thing, that was because of fans having theories that Harry Lennox, that General, what's his name?
General Swanwick.
Swanwick.
Yeah.
Swanwick, when they were suspecting that he was Martian Manhunter, they saw the idea and said, "Yeah, let's run with that. That's actually pretty good." That's the thing. It's like that happens. That happens. Like there's, when I see things when people like start saying like, "Oh yeah, it's just casting by Twitter," or they're just going by Twitter. It's like sometimes I think like the creatives are going, figuring out things, and then they see like a theory online and go, "That's actually not bad."
Happy accidents.
And the Jeffrey Dean Morgan thing was also like. I think, partially that because, like I said, I asked Zach.
It was that, and then also after he'd got cast in that movie, and after the movie had come out, and plans of the DCU were like fucking up in the air or whatever because no one had seen Justice League and Wonder Woman. Him and Lauren Cohen were still in The Walking Dead, so they were constantly asked about, hey, somewhere down the line, you guys were his parents in BVS. Would you guys want to reprise the role? And Jeffrey Dean Morgan goes, Of fucking course, absolutely. Lauren Cohen, same deal. Like they were both just like, yeah, if Zack Snyder fucking does it, we'll do it.
Yeah.
Isn't it crazy they were both the parents and then the
I know.
relationship in Walking Dead? I mean, you could not make that up if you tried. I mean, that is so bizarre. And there was, my understanding was he was not trying to make a Walking Dead reference. Like that was not his intentions.
No.
It literally just happened to roll out that way.
I swear it'll be a wasted opportunity if they do make that Flashpoint movie and Flashpoint Batman does not take out a baseball bat at some point.
Right.
He needs to do that.
Right. Yeah, no. But I mean, that's the thing, is like it was one of those things where, and then and again, this even goes back to when I said Jay Oliva was saying, oh yeah, we even had a Kingdom Come idea. It seemed like they were always had the ideas like, hey, how far can we take this? Like, yeah, let's tell this. Zach always wanted to tell his Superman story. Now, like, no matter what, it was always a Superman story from Man of Steel all the way to the third Justice League. It was always about Superman's journey. And he that's what he wanted to tell. And then, but then, of course, they were shooting the shit of like, okay, you know, maybe we can have like a Kingdom Come story because that's also a Superman story. Mm-hmm. And then, you know, okay, like, and then they even thought, well, what if we have to reboot this and like, you know, somebody else takes over? Oh yeah, we can actually inject a Flashpoint story element within it too. And he even said like, oh yeah, Eber Thawne is like, he's behind the whole thing and kind of just like manipulate things. We can do something with that and have a Flashpoint story as well that could fit into it. And that's what sucks. It's like, you know, when we look back to the Snyderverse stuff, it sucks that Warner Brothers just then let the man, you know, do his thing, let him cook, as the kids say.
You know why it really sucks, dude? Because as fans, when you look and see all the influence going into it, name off everything you just influenced. Eber Thawne, Flashpoint, fucking the Justice League consisting of Cyborg on the roster. A lot of this stuff was largely published by Jeff Johns.
Yeah.
What did he do? He fucking stabbed Zack in the back and completely fucked everything up and thought, I can do this better because he's a fucking ass clown. And that's why it really sucks. That's ultimately.
You know what? I did not even think about that. That is an interesting thing, is the fact that, you know, the person that was going to be heavily involved, that made these classic stories, these iconic stories, ended up fucking up these movies. And then he's like barely, what the hell? We barely even hear about him anymore.
He's so irrelevant. He's doing the Ghost Machine nonsense over at fucking Image Comics because that's what happens when you crash out so hard and fuck things up so royally in your career. You just retort back to fucking independent stories and you just take your tail in between your legs and you just ride away, and hopefully your diehard fans will still support you, because that's what Jeff Johns is. He's a fucking coward.
And apparently the Batman script was awesome. That's the sad thing.
Oh yeah,
it
got Marv Wolfman's like approval, who was like one of the creative heads behind Deathstroke. But Talati and I have a friend that we stream with, and he's a total Jeff Johns fan. One of the things he tries to say as like a cope is like, oh, Jeff was just being pressured by the studio and such. And I go, yeah, but he could have handled that in any number.
Is your friend's name Andy?
No.
Okay.
No, it never was going to be.
No. Taladia knows who it is.
Yeah.
Name drop.
No. I'm not. No. I'm not.
We're not naming it.
But the point is, it's like, here's the thing, because I encounter this all the time in the comic book space. There are people that will never admit that their favorite comic book writers may be shitty people.
Yeah.
That's the big thing. I encounter this with the Tom King people. I encounter this with some of the Jeff Johns people. It's
Rob Liefeld.
Yeah, it's
Mark
like, look,
Millar.
Yeah, it's like, look, they can write fantastic stuff. No one can ever take them away. It doesn't mean they're saints.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's the thing. It's like you have to separate artists, and you know that whole thing. It's like you could say that with, going back to Kevin Spacey. I still love The Usual Suspects, and who directed that? It's like I can still enjoy that movie, but I'm like going, the director who directed that and the star, they're shitty people. But I can appreciate the art that they did and what they did, and just like Jeff Johns, I can still appreciate the comic books, the iconic comic books that he wrote, but at the same time go, yeah, well, Fuck
You
that
really
guy.
want
You know?
you really want to piss in the pool of Jeff Johns fans? Just tell them Doomsday Clock fucking sucks and Batman 3 Jokers is one of the worst
I
books
read
ever
the
written.
first issue of Doomsday Clock and I was like, all right, interesting. And then it went nowhere.
It's a fucking bloated, disgusting mess with decent art, but it
Yeah.
ends on a
The first
fucking
issue
whimper
was
note.
actually decent, you know, and like, you know.
Well, the
when
problem
he pulls out
with
the
that,
smiley face, yeah.
the problem with that, it's like, so 3 Jokers and Doomsday Clock ironically had the same issue. It's like they were set up a long time ago. Like 3 Jokers is straight up a tease from Darkseid War, which was one reboot ago. They never got around to it. So then we're all like, okay, you're finally getting an answer to 3 Jokers. And it's Black Label, which means it's up in the air if it's canon or not. Then with Doomsday Clock, they were trying to explain why, like in the new 52, there was 5 years, there was a 5-year time skip, and why Batman's had 5 Robins and stuff. No, it turns out someone's been playing around behind the scenes, and it's Dr. Manhattan trying to screw around with like the DC universe, because he's trying to figure out, why does this universe seem to have its shit together, but mine doesn't? Oh yeah, it needs a Superman. So I am going to create a child, or I'm going to kidnap a child, give it my powers, and deposit it, and say, this is Clark. He's going to protect this planet.
Yeah, I like 3 Jokers.
What?
You like 3 Jokers?
Jokers was
I
a
didn't want.
fucking
I didn't.
I like the art.
The book is so bad.
Jason
The art is fantastic, but the problem with it is like, yeah, exactly. It is kind of a waste, because when you're reading it, I'm like, okay, it's literally just a Jason Todd, Jason Todd, Barbara Gordon, and Bruce Wayne story that has nothing to do with really like the 3 Jokers that Batman learned of when he was on the Mobius chair. So I'm like, what happened? Where's all these other plot points?
Well,
and again,
it also took too long to get to that point.
Well, yeah, exactly.
And I'm not even talking about the issues. I'm just talking about finally getting that payoff. I think the only thing I really, besides the art, like we said, the most heartbreaking thing about that story, and it's the truest thing that ever said, is Jason telling Barbara and saying like, none of you all ever asked was like, am I okay? Like, none of you ever cared to go look into, like, that was one of the truest things.
Check that on me. Yeah.
Yeah. That said something in that, you know, it's like, man, that tracks with Jason, you know?
And I think at one point he does bring up, like,
Okay.
I expected you
Chris.
of all people to check on me.
Chris, I love you. one fresh pickle on a garbage, outdated sandwich.
No, I'm not saying it. But I'm not saying the whole thing is good. I'm just saying
I love
one
Phil's
thing.
hate
You're a nice guy. You're a nice guy. But that don't fucking cut it when you're bullshitting and fucking around like this on set.
To be fair, I wasn't saying the whole thing was good. I was saying the one thing I like. Details matter.
And here's the thing. Here's the thing I absolutely fucking despise about that fucking book is the fact that Jeff Johns really tried to pass off Barbara Gordon and Jason Todd and
Yeah.
I was like,
I was like, what the hell?
fucking kidding?
Well, there was no build up for it. It just seemed very
Fucking
random.
bullshit.
He
I
did
was
the
like-
cliche ending where it's like Jason writes a love letter to Barbara saying, "I love you. If you don't mention this, I'll assume it's no." And then he like scotch tapes it to her door, and I'm like, of course it's gonna fall over. Slide it under her door, a-hole.
I haven't read it in a while. I need to reread it. See,
It's
if
just-
it holds up.
so many
I
plot
never read
points,
it.
It's a
bro.
fucking ugly book, and it's not even the worst Batman book he wrote because Batman Earth 1 Volume 3 exists because that book.
Well, it looks good.
fucking-
It's not.
oh,
It's
no.
not like aesthetically
No,
ugly.
I'm sorry, I disagree. I think that the art, Gary Frank kind of loses it there in that
Fair
third
enough,
book.
fair enough,
That
fair
that book is
He-
fucking
he-
abysmal. That Catwoman suit is atrocious.
Yes, that is.
Holy shit! There was one guy. You know what? I don't give a shit. I'm in a fucking mood tonight. There's one guy, fucking Justin Kowalski from Let's Go Comic Show. He's like one of the biggest Jeff Johns supporters. This guy really loves Jeff Johns, and he will go tooth and nail and fucking defend him 10 ways to Sunday. Homie got so mad I blocked him on Twitter. He sends me a fucking private email about how wrong I am about Jeff Johns. And I was like, dude, you need a bag of shit. You support a racist
You
piece
show
of
us
shit.
that photo.
Fuck all the way off. That dude's a piece of shit. Fuck him.
Can you screen
Fuck
cap
anyone
that
who's-
email?
Oh, sure. I'll fucking screen cap it if I can find it.
There we go. I like the
so
juicy stuff.
That dude's such an asshole. And you know what? Anyone who supports Jeff Johns is probably an asshole. Hi, Andy. But yeah, anyone who supports Jeff Johns probably an asshole. So I don't try and engage with too many people who support that guy.
Now,
That's just a me thing.
I may be alone here, but if Sam Raimi, committed mass murder tomorrow, I'm still popping in Spider-Man 2 next week and enjoying it the same way I did, last
there's
week.
not that many good Green Lantern runs that expand on it that much. So I have the 3 omnibuy. I can't trash that. I mean, yeah, he sucks as a human being, but he wrote a good comic book.
Yeah.
But I agree with you, Dave. Sometimes I'm very picky about separating the art from the artist. Like the one that I think is the one I could fairly do it with is like Braveheart. I love Braveheart. Mel Gibson, that fool was a wild card, literally and figuratively. I don't know where. I don't know if you can start yelling at me now. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the things. I mean, as time goes on, it's like all of a sudden you go, "Oh fuck,
come on, man!"
Yeah, you're like, "Damn it!" So then, of course, but then at the same time, you just go like, "Okay, but I could still appreciate, things that came, like I said, when I give Usual Suspects, great movie, but then I go, the director and the star, the main guy, I'm like,
the X-Men movies for me. I'm just like my DNA, but then. Fuck.
Yeah.
Well, it's like
I shouldn't say that, but I'm like, it's still, it's one of those movies where I was like, oh,
Well, it's like Dave. Last time I was on, I talked about how my girlfriend made me watch Jeepers Creepers. You know what the director of that movie did?
Oh yeah, the director. Yeah, that thing. He did some bad stuff. I don't remember exactly all of it, and I just
involved
watched
children. Let me put
yes,
it.
I know. It was like it was. Yeah, it was that kind of stuff. And I didn't know like the full details, but I heard about that. But I even watched Jeepers Creepers Reborn like last week. I'd never seen it. Sorry. I know. Yeah, I know. You actually responded to my tweet last week, and I decided to watch it because it was on Hulu, and I'm like, oh, I never saw it. Oh man, I couldn't get through it because it looked like the budget was $12,000. It was so bad. I was like, and I can actually again, separating art from the artist. I can appreciate, I like the first one. I was like, when I first saw that, I went, whoa, that was something really different. And that did not end well. That was fucking freaky as hell. There was like things in there that were fucking creepy as all hell, pardon the pun of, the creeper. But, and then the sequels, I think they made a trilogy, right? Before they made
like 4. I think altogether they made 4, and
they made like an initial trilogy, and then this Reborn thing was. But I actually was like, okay, the second one wasn't bad, and then the third one, obviously they got worse and worse, and then Reborn. I was going, I want everybody to die. I want everything like every character sucks. This is worse.
I want everyone to die.
Fuck them all.
Dude, it was like the worst.
Well, here's the thing.
Kill them all. Metallica.
If you look at how 2 ends with like the creeper going into hibernation, I turn to my girlfriend and I go, why don't they chop the asshole into pieces and put the pieces on separate corners of the earth because he regenerates? No, what they do is they put the pieces close together in a little shrine, essentially, so they can sell tickets. And I go, he's gonna wake up and you just have his stuff in range to regenerate. What are you doing?
Yeah, it's so terrible. We got somebody else joining right now.
Ray.
Hey, we go, Mr. Flycast. What's happening, sir?
Okay, so read 3 Jokers and Doomsday Clock immediately. Record an episode review specifically for Phil.
And give it a 10 out of 10.
Send it to him personally and invite Justin Kowalski. No, I can't say that shit with a straight face. Fuck that. No, absolutely not. No, definitely not. No, that's not happening.
I wasn't even sure you were backstage, but I'm glad you were.
That's not happening at all.
He was listening to that whole thing.
I gotta. I've had my own personal dust ups with him and his fucking crew. No, thank you. Absolutely not. Nope. No,
he's not getting a Christmas card from you.
That would be I'm not against sending things, but not a Christmas card.
Stink
No,
bomb.
no, not at all. But okay, like, so with respect to separating the art from the artist, that whole thing, like, I don't begrudge people that can't do it. That's my whole thing.
That
Because,
what?
like,
I'm sorry.
I
get
don't
that.
I don't begrudge people that can't do it. Right? Like if somebody cannot get past how much of a horrible piece of shit J.K. Rowling is, or if somebody can't get past, like, the Kevin Spacey thing is tough for me because one of his victims, Anthony Rapp, is like, that's Stamets, the engineer on Star Trek Discovery.
Yeah.
And that's very tough for me. It's like, that's shitty. I can do it. Like, I can look at Usual Suspects, and I can look at, House of Cards and Baby Driver, right? Or do his whole catalog. I can look at it and go, okay, all right, I still enjoy those movies, even though he is a horrible piece of shit. But I will not begrudge anybody that can't do that. Anybody that goes, I can't watch any of his shit anymore. Or same with, like, if somebody says I can't watch The Cosby Show, despite how iconic that show was, and still is in many ways culturally, I will not begrudge somebody that says they can't watch it anymore. Like, you're not a bad person, or you're not wrong for that if you can't separate the art from the
Harry
art.
Potter.
Like,
Can you
even to
imagine?
even to that point, I hardly even try and watch the first 2 Avengers movies on a Marvel rewatch now. I just have almost no desire.
I can't rewatch anything by Jaws. I just can't.
Nope.
Somebody it does make Firefly tougher to watch. It does.
Yeah, I love Firefly.
Yeah, I love that. I own Serenity, but it's just like, right?
Now, it's like, for me, it's like past movies I can watch, but like future movies are harder for me.
Oh,
So,
no.
for example,
Yeah.
if
Future movies, hell no.
Future
Absolutely. Future
movies,
movies, no.
it's harder for
definitely.
me to watch, but I can watch a past movie with her because those, the circumstances weren't around, right? So that's why I can go backwards, but I can't go forward if those actors come back. So, for example, if Kevin Spacey was to do a movie, which he wants to, right, and he's starting to get some roles, I'm not going to be able to watch that the same way I can watch House of Cards, which was done before those allegations, before anyone knew anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and even that can still be difficult because allegations still, a lot of those allegations came out well after the acts were committed. So that could still be tough because it's like, okay, well, he did The Usual Suspects after he defiled.
Right.
Okay.
I get exactly what you're saying. At least, for example, the crew didn't know, the director didn't know,
and that's something that I say a lot. Where, like, for me, the reason I don't put it all on the film is because that's countless crew, countless actors that were not involved. Now, also on top of that, Hollywood is a fucking cesspool as far as that goes. So there's shit that crew and producers and owners and studio heads have done that we still don't know.
Well, I mean, to even like kind of piggyback on that, when it comes to people you can't, like, anything that they've worked on or anything that they've made, you can't watch. That may even extend to people that they work with. Case in point, in terms of Joss Whedon, for me, I have a hard time when it comes to 2 people individually, and that's Alan Tudyk and Nathan Fillion. And even Nathan Fillion has some of his name in some certain headlines regarding.
See, I thought you were going to.
They're not.
I thought you were going to say Adam Baldwin, because Adam Baldwin's gone off the deep end too.
Why,
dude?
why
Adam Baldwin is an
Nathan
unfortunate
Fillion?
case.
Yeah.
Why Fillion?
He's had some allegations.
Look up Stanicatic Castle.
Yeah,
you will find all you need to know.
Apparently, he had some allegations.
Yeah, the Tudyk thing. I feel like the Tudyk thing. I don't know what else other than him openly defending Joss.
Yeah,
like on social media, like that.
It was that.
Okay.
That.
Yeah.
It was when all that stuff came out, and it was known that Josh was an asshole.
It wasn't even so much as like supporting in terms of like, oh, he liked it. No, he outright like made a thing of like, well, I never had a bad experience with Josh. And it's like, okay, we get it, dude. You never had a bad experience, but that sounds incredibly tone deaf to people who have.
Yeah, no one to kind of zip it up. Like, oh, people are coming out of the woodworks, and then you're going, well, he was cool with me. It's like, no.
Don't
Billion
Yeah, he was cool with you. He was cool with you. Yes, that I'm sure he was cool with a lot of people. I'm sure, like, if you saw him with his dog, he was cool with his dog. But
here's the other thing. It's like Tudyk was on Katie Sackhoff's podcast, and they were talking about a Firefly revival if that ever were to happen. And Tudyk essentially says that he would want the very smart and caring Joss Whedon back. I go, bro.
Yeah,
and caring.
Now it came out in July of this year.
Yeah, read the room. Yeah, no, that's no good.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's like it's all about reading the room, and sometimes these people have difficulties doing that. And thank you, Darren, for the $2 super chat saying #FeelJunkieLive for life.
I mean,
all right, thank you.
I mean, you know, Paul Bettany and Johnny Depp. Look at the messages. They exchanged in terms of Amber Heard. You know, and I'm not at all defending Heard by any stretch of the imagination. They're both on two sides of the same crazy coin there. But still, like straight up, like being completely transparent in terms of like facts presented. Like Paul Bettany and Johnny Depp shared some very just not nice words about Amber Heard, and it's like, oh my god.
I always, like, in the thick of that stupid ass trial, I always considered it mutually assured destruction between the two of them.
They're two toxic people that were together, and it just you know, I mean, when you saw it all play out, I mean, there was things where I was going, oh my god, like, why are we even watching this? And
how are they alive with the amount of alcohol they drank? I mean,
I know, right?
Like
their livers must look like a raisin.
How is Keith Richards still alive? Right? You know, there's mysteries. You know, there's sometimes.
But there was literally bottles a day, supposedly a day.
If I get to that point, boys, you know, just send help. I'm not there yet. I'm having just a little bit.
But you know, these people who do these things and make all these, you know, massive loads of money and act in these big budget pictures, some of these people aren't fucking nice people.
And Allison Mack.
Damn it.
Right, well, and it's not even just in front of the camera. Like
that's true.
Many years ago, I saw it back in film school. I saw a documentary by Jennifer Siebel Newsom called Misrepresentation.
Okay.
And it was about the disparity at the time, and it's better now, but still not like great, or still not what it could be. The disparity of like female roles and like prominent female like executives and people and their place in Hollywood. And one of the things that came up was there's a website, I don't know if it still exists now, but there was a website where female crew members would anonymously post horrible shit that male crew members have said to them.
Oh yeah.
You know, to some like one that I will never forget is dude says, I can't work with her because every time I watch her, I just want to fuck her.
Oh my god.
It's like, what the this is crew, right? These are people behind the scenes, these grips.
Yeah, these
and
are
like camera operators and shit.
Lights and
gaffers, shit like that. Yeah.
In the movie set, basically. You know?
Yeah.
Yikes.
Yeah, so it's there's disgusting people all throughout Hollywood, whether they are in the boardroom, whether they are in front of the camera, whether they're behind the camera, whether they're focus pulling, whether they're wiring mics, whether they're setting up visual effects. It's yeah. So but you can't brand everybody. Like you can't brand the whole group with all of it. So that's why I don't. That's how I don't condemn. That's why I don't condemn the movies. Because there are still good people that work on those movies, but like, you know, it's tough for me to say, okay, well, this whole movie is bad because of this one person or because of these.
Yeah, you can't. Exactly. That's the thing about like when it comes to all this, it's like, oh yeah, there's there's going to be those bad apples, but at the same time, it's like there's also some good people that helped create this art, and you just kind of go, you know,
yeah,
I can't.
I mean, you know, because like Usual Suspects. Okay, so yes, Singer directed it. Spacey was in it. Who wrote it? Chris McQuarrie.
Yeah.
So what are we
going to? And then look at the other guys that were in it too. That ended up, Benicio del Toro.
Oh, Del Toro.
He ended up being a powerhouse. And,
what? Paul Menteri. Giancarlo Esposito. He's in it, right?
Yeah.
So Like that.
I mean,
that's,
there's a lot of. I mean, and that was like the movie that people talk about when it comes to the plot twist. That's like the movie. When you think of a plot twist, it's the dropping of the fucking, the coffee mug when he puts all the things together. It was spoofed in it was spoofed in like wrong. I think it was spoofed in Wrongfully Accused and also spoofed in Scary Movie. Wrongfully Accused, they did the coffee mug drop and they dropped a bunch of other shit, which was hilarious.
That was
It did it in Family Guy too.
And then Scary Movie, like when it came to the
killer reveal.
Yeah, the killer reveal and what's his name? The challenged cop dude, Buffy, whatever the fuck his name was.
Doofy.
When he started he was walking away, and then all of a sudden he cleared his walk, and then he
Doofy.
That's what it was.
Doofy. It was Doofy. Yeah.
So yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's like that's why that movie was just iconic because of the twist. And yeah, it's been spoofed in classic.
It's probably it's got to be generationally. It's got to be like the biggest twist, right? Like as far as any of us are concerned, can we think of a bigger twist than that one?
Fight Club. There's Fight Club. Fight Club was a big twist, but
that was a big twist. But I feel like it was for some reason it was less shocking.
It was less shocking because Fight Club. Yeah, you're right. And I think when it came to the twist of just and it was so nicely executed because again, separating artists from the art is just the fact that like Kevin Spacey was so good with that role, and like the whole thing is you have him being interrogated and he's talking about the story, so you're seeing the story, and as he's telling the story, we don't realize that as he's telling the story, he's looking around the room and finding things to add to the story, and then all of a sudden, what's his name? Like he just starts looking at the things around and he goes, oh shit, he's been bullshitting because he referenced that, he referenced this, he referenced that, and then and then we realize, oh, he's actually Kaiser Soze. It's like it's like
right, and like because again, like in Fight Club, it was like it was a realization, but it was like gradual. It was like you were finding out at the same time he was.
Yes.
Right? Whereas in Usual Suspects, it's all about when he loses that limp.
Yeah.
When he's walking and when he's walking crooked, and all of a sudden the limp is gone, and it's like okay, world.
And then he just like he just puts a cigarette in his mouth and just fucking, and it's like, oh shit, that's Kaiser Soze. Because the whole time you're going, there's no way that he is. There's no way that he's Kaiser Soze. They did such a good job of like, there's just because look at him. He's he's walking with the, there's no way that he would be Kaiser Soze. You're thinking it's Gabriel. What's
Gabriel Byrne? Yeah,
Gabriel. Yeah, you're thinking it's him, or it's like I thought it was him when I first watched it. I was like,
the movie does a great job of like manipulating your emotions because Kuyan. Paul Monteri's character is so obsessed with taking him out.
Yeah.
And like so obsessed with like proving that, oh no, he was clearly the bad guy. Like the whole time he's interrogating Verbal, he's just waiting for him to say it was Keaton.
Yeah.
And on top of that, Verbal knows this because he's deliberately painting it like, oh, Keaton, he's defending Keaton, like, oh, Keaton was this, Keaton was that. So he's not only making Kuyan believe that he's, an invalid, but also that he's a moron because he's being played by this con artist that he desperately, bitterly wants to take out, and he won't accept an answer other than Kuyan is, or other than what was Keaton.
Mm-hmm.
He won't accept an answer other than Keaton is the bad guy. Keaton has to be the bad guy. And he convinces you of that. And he's so certain of that. So that when he lets Verbal go, there's this expectation, like you're with him, like, okay, no, it was clearly Keaton. Keaton clearly manipulated him and he's going to get himself killed leaving out. And then you realize, wow, he played all of us.
Yeah.
He played everybody.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. It's like, and we don't get. I mean, well, I don't think we. I mean, we still get movies like that, but man, I mean, even Memento, I would even put that Christopher Nolan's first, my favorite movie of Christopher Nolan. That's also like there's a twist in that too. There's a pretty good twist in that because going back, because we were talking about it earlier, was the fact that, like how Christopher Nolan explains it using a paper clip, which I still watch that video and go, how the fuck? It's like, it's just, how does he explain the storytelling via paperclip? But it's so brilliant. But I mean, that's the thing, is like, and that's why I love that movie so much, because you're seeing the end first, where he shoots what's his name, and then, I mean, even like the beginning is in reverse, where you're seeing like everything is in reverse, and you have the narration from Guy Pearce, and Lenny's the character, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, then you get the black and white shots, which is moving forward, while the colored images, like the colored, like part of the movie is moving backwards, because you're just like the character, you don't know what the fuck's going on, which is so brilliant. And then when you finally get to the end, you realize what is actually happening. It's a crazy little reveal, because it all meets up. And I would say that that's also a really good twist too. And it's just brilliant storytelling. That's why I love that movie so goddamn much.
I agree that is a really good twist. I think it also gets, I don't want to say hidden, but like, or lost, but it's also like the structure of the movie. Like it's just ingenious how that movie gives you the same memory problem that Leonard Shelby has.
Yeah.
Because you go through the movie and you're like, you're struggling to remember shit.
Yes.
Just like he is.
And every time I see on Twitter, we're like, what's a movie that you want to watch the first time again? I'm like, Memento, because when you watch it that first time, I mean, the whole time you're going, why the fuck is he, sitting next to a fire? Why is he in the bathroom holding a bottle of alcohol, and somebody's pounding on the door? Why is he chasing somebody right now? Because you don't know while it's happening until you go back again, and they go, oh, that's why he's at this point. And it's just, again, I'm like, I just love that so much,
I don't mean to interrupt, gentlemen. I have to head out, but great being with you guys. I can't wait for next time. All of you guys, pleasure connecting with you guys.
All right, thanks, David. I'm looking forward to your next poll.
Guys, I've also got to head out. It's like,
all right, take it.
So,
all right, go ahead and
care,
promote yourself to Ladia. I know it's late where you're at. So
yeah, so I've just posted up 2 videos. One of them is a reaction to 007 First Light, which is to do with the new reveal of the James Bond car, which is Aston Martin Valhalla. And then the second one, I did a collaboration with Chainsaw Reacts, where we covered the DCU Year 1 in review. Nice. And we also did our predictions, what would be our favorite project for the second year, which is next year. So we kind of discussed about that as well. So check that out on my YouTube page. Thanks for having me on, Dave.
Yeah, always, man. Always great talking to you.
All right, take care, everyone.
Take care, Taladia.
Dude. Take it easy. And we got Tony Movie Chap Speed. No, you changed. Oh, yeah, because StreamYard's doing a weird thing, but it's Tony. Anyways, the Running Man remake. Thank you for the $20 super chat. The Running Man remake, which I really enjoy, but I won't lie to say that the Total Recall remake director's cut is my personal favorite. What we got, and I love the world building, that it was more faithful to the book. Okay, so you like Total Recall remake a little bit more, which I could see that. That's what's so interesting. We kind of talked about it last week.
Is he saying that Total Recall was more faithful to the book?
No,
or was he saying Running Man?
Maybe it's Running Man,
because Running Man, Recall, yes,
the Total Recall book is from the perspective of Recall.
It's a short story called "We Can Remember It for You Wholesale."
Yeah,
and it's not told from Quaid. No. First of all, Quaid's name is Quail.
Yeah,
and he's still
talked about it a little bit last week.
Yeah, but yeah. I need to watch that Total Recall remake again. I remember liking it.
It's really good.
It's a really good sci-fi action movie. I mean, I've watched it numerous. Sometimes I'll just, when I see it, like it's been on Netflix or whatever the hell, and I'm just like, and I can't decide what to watch. I'm like, you know what? I haven't watched this movie in a bit. I don't know. There's something about it. I've always liked Colin Farrell as an actor. I've always liked a lot of things that he's been in. And when he's an action star, and you got Jessica Biel, you got Kate Beckinsale. Yeah. Beckinsale. There it is. I was going back to what's her name? Bosworth. Yeah, I kind of
The
combined.
worst Lois Lane, by the way.
Yes. So yeah, but yeah, we were talking about that, Ray. We were like, what's because we were talking about I said, I was like, at first I went, there hasn't been a bad live action Lois Lane. And then we kind of went, well, Kate Bosworth.
Okay, let's all right. So are we staying just cinema, or are we including television?
No, we could do live action, like full on live action. We were talking about Terry Hatcher. We were talking about
yeah, because I said Bitsy Tulloch and Amy Adams without
are the best
shadow of a doubt.
They are the best
I'll
ones.
agree with you. I'll agree with you on that one.
So Bitsy, in some cases, I almost feel like she has an unfair advantage only because of how much that show focused.
So you want to know why she has an unfair advantage? For me, we have the same birthday.
Oh, there you go.
I thought you were gonna say because you're a fan of Grimm, because she was awesome in Grimm.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, it has absolutely nothing to do with that. No,
that's an actually good. That's a good show.
Grimm was a good show. Yes.
No.
I caught reruns.
And I are birthday buddies. So yeah.
Well, that is cool. That is awesome. But no, it's just the structure of that show. I mean, title aside, like I love calling that show Man of Steel Year 20 because that's literally what it is.
Yeah.
Because it's
I think a lot of people also said like she has a striking resemblance to Margot Kidder a little too. Like, you know, you look at her, you look at the two of them, they look very much alike.
I also think that if there is a Lois cinematically that she is drawing from, I think she draws a lot from Margot in terms of her attitude and her performance. It's certainly like if you were thinking of that Lois ever settling down with him and having kids, I could see Bitsy's version being that.
Yeah,
certainly.
So I think I remember seeing, I mean, you know, and I haven't fully watched every season of Superman and Lois. It's on the list, but I've watched like the first 2 seasons. Maybe.
Well, you can skip season 1 and just go straight from season 2 to 4, and you're fine.
It's really good. It's really good, Dave.
I like season 1's great.
I've seen all. My favorite's probably season 3. Season 3 was really good. I won't spoil anything, but the subplot involving Lois gave it an extra emotional arc.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about.
I also really like the villainy, like that the whole villain like orchestration, and that even has a twist towards the end in terms of why they're doing what they're doing. I like what they did with Kyle and his and Lana's family, and how that was like an kind of an extension of things. Like they went to a different level. I felt like in season 3 with a lot of stuff. Season 1, I get you. Season 1 is probably closer to like Supergirl in terms of like you know the orchestrations and the whole thing with you know with Morgan Edge and how that evolved into what it did. With the Eradicator and all that stuff. Yeah.
I don't like any of that at all.
Talrow,
they were finding a groove, and they were still kind of like, they hadn't necessarily like gone to a deeper road. Like they started to go there in season 2, but it was still kind of treading into standard CW territory because the whole Bizarro thing and the Square Earth and all that stuff.
Right.
And then to me, I feel like season 3 and 4 they graduated. And
Bro,
really
what they did with
levels.
Bizarro later, oh god, man, that's so good.
Yeah, no, I would, but Dave, I remember you are somebody. At least do you still enjoy Brosnahan's Lois?
Oh yeah, I think she's top notch. Like I watched Superman last night with my uncle. He was in town and he stayed the night, and he hadn't seen it, and he was asking me about it. I'm like, well, let's put it on. And you know, I think she's up there. Like she's big time up there, and their chemistry is fantastic. I mean, I think even people who didn't even like the movie all that much, I've seen people. There's people that I've had discussions with. They're like, yeah, you know, the movie wasn't all my vibe, but the chemistry between Corn Sweat and Brosnahan was pretty top notch. And I was like, going, yeah. I mean, I think they have like phenomenal, and just watching it again, I'm like, she's just a really good Lois. She's, you know, and when I was watching it again too, looking at the lens of like the fact that, you know, when I'm, you know, because you know Scott and I just talked about Superman again on Wednesday when it came to Fanimated, because we're finally wrapping up the last 2 episodes of Superman the Animated Series, and it's just so funny because, like, you know, I see a lot of Brosnahan, that's, you know, Dana Delaney, Lois Lane. I see a lot of there's just similarities in my opinion when it comes to, and that's always I've always wanted to have that Lois, you know, and nothing against. I think Amy Adams was a full-on fucking powerhouse for her for that world, for the Snyderverse world. She was phenomenal. But yeah, Brosnahan just brought, like, oh yeah, she's bringing me that animated Lois Lane that I've always wanted to see. And, you know, and I had a, you know, of course, Terry Hatcher was, you know, when I watched Lois and Clark, she was fantastic.
I almost feel like Brosnahan is kind of a more grounded version of Delaney's Lois.
Yeah.
Because she would still wear in the animated series, she still wear like the business suits,
yes,
and the blazer and whatnot, and Brosnahan's does, well, not like to that extent. She's still very much a down and dirty journalist,
yeah,
in that regard, which so was Delaney's, but there's but the attitude, like the core of the attitude and like their mindset and devil may care, yes, totally. But yeah, that's okay. So if we're going through the list. and obviously I feel like we give special dispensation to Nolan Neal for any of us that have seen multiple episodes of The Adventures of Superman from the George Reeves show, which I have, thanks to Nick at Night, many years ago. So if we're looking at Kate Bosworth, and if we're saying, all right, is she the worst Lois? Okay, we can look at it because I don't like doing worst. Because I don't like focusing on negative. However,
yeah, I get it.
If we're ranking a list and we're saying, okay, she's at the bottom of the list, then the question becomes, is she a bad Lois, subjectively speaking?
No, because I watched, I mean, like, after Superman came out, I rewatched Superman Returns. It's not a bad Superman.
It's not a bad movie. It's not a bad movie.
So if I'm saying that means she's not bad. I just, you know, there's just things where I go, you know, there's just certain things I don't like about her Lois, but it's not where I'm going, fuck, man. Every time she's on screen, I'm going, you know?
Yeah. My biggest hang up, probably, and that was another one that me, Tim, and Scott did that review at Squadcast Media some years ago. I think my biggest hang up with that movie is, unless you've seen Superman the movie, you don't. Why watch Superman Returns? like there's no point. Like there's no point, because
it's practically a sequel to it.
It is a sequel.
Yes, it's not really a
sequel to Superman 2. Yeah,
right. It's not really a sequel to it, but it draws
it doesn't
so
even
much.
Know, it doesn't even know if it wants to be a sequel to the Donner Cut or the fucking Lester Cut.
Yeah.
Well, it's in a weird, analogous, like you said, it doesn't know which sequel it wants to be.
Yeah.
But also, it just draws so many references.
It does.
So much stuff from the 78 movie. It's like, if you haven't seen the 78 movie, you're not going to care or know half of what's in this movie. And on top of that, Phil, not only did it not know which movie it wanted to be a sequel of, it also didn't know, like, where in the universe it existed. Because I've said this before about, like, how you watch the Donner movies and he basically made New York Metropolis.
Yep.
And when it came time for Superman Returns, which, again, technically, separation of art from the artist, director.
I know, right? Same director, Usual Suspects.
Yes.
And
same Lex Luthor.
And Spacey. Yes, that's right. And Spacey. Yeah, totally.
Yeah.
But the when it came time to do that movie, it's like, okay, you have decided to actually make a fictional Metropolis.
Yeah.
Okay. The thing is, it doesn't match the 2 movies that you're supposed to be a sequel to, because you made a fictional Metropolis, and we had the aesthetic of Superman Returns actually might even be closer to the aesthetic of Gunn Superman than it is to the Donner movies, because of the suspension of disbelief and because of the comic book elements out of it, right? And it's just like, okay, I dig it, and yeah, I get it. It's been 19 years, but that right there, that's part of the problem. You waited 19 years before you did another movie in this. You waited until Reeve was, long gone and then you put Routh in the most unenviable position you could possibly put a comic book actor. I can't think of a comic book actor that was put in a worse position than Brandon
And he
Routh
nailed
in
it.
2006.
And he nailed it. That's the thing is like he nailed it. Yeah, he was put in the most. Yeah, because anybody who's played Batman could make it their own. Routh had to emulate Reeve, but somehow he also, I don't know. He just did such a good job. And every time I watch that movie, I'm like, Routh was never the problem.
No,
he was not.
He was not the problem at all. He understood the assignment and he fucking nailed it.
Yeah, as best as he could, truthfully, because he was still a young actor back then. He hadn't even done Scott Pilgrim or his rebirthing in the CW as Ray Palmer. None of that had happened yet. So yeah, that movie, I feel like they just tried to really hit home the nostalgia. In many ways, I feel like Superman Returns is like the movie that some of us were worried Gunn Superman was going to be.
Yeah.
Because
what's funny? What's funny, Ray, is you have an email in your inbox regarding nostalgia to some varying extent waiting for you. Just a heads up.
Well, I look forward to reading it because the emails have been kind of scant the last couple of weeks, not just from, like across the board. So I'm looking forward to
just wait. You will look at the title and you're gonna fucking laugh because of the fact that your emails have been scant, and the title is just gonna make you go.
Now I have to look at it. I'm not gonna read it out loud, but now I have to look at it to see what it is. What
read it right now.
What on earth could this possibly be? Okay. Okay. See, this week everybody is back. Oh Lord. Okay.
One of those. Everybody's back. What are you talking about? I know that's one of the things.
Oh man.
I mean, but you know who is 100% back, confirmed? Brendan Fraser. Hello. Did you guys see that image of him?
Yes.
Dressed up as O'Connell.
This is the part where I admit that even though I've seen the first two Mummy movies, I can't say that I'm like a super I didn't latch onto them the same way. I probably need to rewatch them. People talk about
you definitely do.
They talk about the Mummy movies the same way people talk about Indiana Jones.
He showed up.
It's a little different.
Yeah.
He showed up at, I think it was a screening at his new movie, but he showed up. He even quoted saying like, "Oh yeah, I've been waiting for this phone call for over 20 years."
See, this is one of those actors that like you just really hope and pray that nothing comes out later about him.
Yes.
Well, he had the stuff happen to him.
Right. Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So
somebody was trying, right?
Someone tried.
And it didn't work. And it's just, it's so funny because, some people will just be like, yeah, but he doesn't look the same. It's like, of course he has it. Is it fucking shut up. All I know is
go in the corner and read a little bit and then apologize.
Stop it. Stop it. I mean,
Han, Luke, and Leia don't look the same in Force Awakens the way they did in Return of the Jedi.
Yeah, exactly. Like, stop it when it comes to
there's an extra layer with Fraser. So,
yeah. It's like, Fraser's never going to look like how he looked in fucking George of the Jungle, okay?
Well, he went through a lot of stuff, and the fact that he's coming out the other side it is a testament to
George of the Jungle, Airheads, which is one of my personal favorites of his.
Airheads, nobody talks about Airheads enough. That movie is fucking fantastic.
Airheads is one of those movies that it's like, first of all, is how many people have seen it, right?
So many times.
Oh yeah, the warp speed.
Yeah,
Mr. Sulu.
You're the Lone Rangers. Well, you're not exactly lone. There's three of you.
Well, and it's weird because like you look at the cast, it's like, okay, Brendan. First of all, just the Lone Rangers. It's Brendan Fraser, Adam Sandler, and Steve Buscemi. Like what?
It's phenomenal. The movie is so great.
So you gather them, and it's like, okay, they've taken a radio station hostage with Joe Mantegna, Michael McKean, and dude for Reggie Cathy.
Yes.
May he rest in peace.
Standing on my dick.
Right. And then you got stupid Michael Richards crawling through the vents with the machine gun in a suit and tie. Like
it's a Saturday Night Live movie without being a Saturday Night Live movie.
You got Ernie Hudson and Chris Farley as cops outside, throwing a little bit of Harold Ramis for good measure. May he rest in peace. It's such a weird amalgamation.
Yeah.
And it has like a Blues Brothers ending too.
Yes. It's so fucking it's such a great movie. Me and my buddy, one of my good old friends, Kyle, we would watch that movie so many times, quote that movie so many times. It's so fucking fantastic. Such a great movie.
Yeah.
But again, like when people were commenting, about that, I mean, it was so funny too, because I remember like when people were saying that, I remember when they were like George the Jungle, I was like, oh yeah, George the Jungle wasn't one of the best Brendan Fraser movies, but it was like one of those 90s movies where you're like, okay, interesting. But then I was like, oh yeah, he was super ripped in that. And I remember I looked into it, I was like, what was his like diet plan and all this stuff? He said that he was like brain fog. He was like no carbs. It was strict diet. It was ridiculous. I'm like, God damn. I'm like, that's even back then in like the 90s when they were like, doing all that kind of stuff. And I'm like, but there was no reason that he needed to look like when I watched the George of the Jungle cartoon, which I watched that, he was big. He was a big dude. He was a big dude. But why did they have to like, hey, we're going to cast Brendan Fraser and he's going to be super lean and ripped? I'm going, that's not what the fucking cartoon was. Like
it's Hollywood trends, Dave. It's Hollywood trends.
That's pretty much what it was. They wanted to make him look like Brad Pitt. It was like
for people who don't know, the George of the Jungle cartoon is super old.
Oh,
we're talking like Flintstones old. Seriously.
Yeah.
Watch out for that tree.
Yeah, he did a good job with like the kookiness.
But to your point, it was always meant to be a goofy comedy, and the movie still was. It's like, okay, so why is he like Tarzan?
Yeah, they wanted to make him look like Tarzan. For some reason, and I'm like, why? That's so weird. I don't know. It was just one of those things where, when people were commenting about like, oh yeah, but Brendan Fraser's kind of puffy now, and I'm like, shut up. He's he's been through some shit. He's aged. He doesn't look bad. Yeah, he got really puffy. And then of course when it came to the whale, he even he gained the weight for that, but of course wore a fat suit. And then now he's like, but even like in that image that I just showed you, that's part of the thumbnail. He looks good. He looks good. Like he's trimmed up. Like since the whale, he has trimmed up. And I'm like, when people start again, I mean, it's not only like it doesn't only just happen to the actresses, the women folk, when they start commenting about that. And like, I see that with like male actors so much. And then, I watched Die Hard with a Vengeance last weekend, and Ray, we share the love for that movie. I know that's your favorite Die Hard.
It's my favorite Die Hard by far.
I still hold it. I still hold the first one as my favorite, but
I won't argue it.
And just like I won't argue with you, but I was like scrolling through, I think it was Hulu or whatever, and I just haven't watched in a while, and that movie's just so goddamn enjoyable.
God, yes, I love it.
It's just the chemistry between Willis and fucking Jackson is just it's
top tier.
It's so fucking top notch.
Yes. And Jeremy Irons is the villain. Let's not.
And he's a perfect villain. That movie.
Oh, and the timing of him being a villain was perfect because it was a year after The Lion King.
Scar,
right.
But see, I'm looking again. I'm going. When it comes to body standards for the male hero, I'm looking at Willis going, it's fine. Right there.
Okay, so I will say this about Willis.
Yeah.
Because first of all, did they make him? Because I feel like in the first movie, he definitely was more like, because he was just coming off of Moonlighting.
Yeah.
So they had him in more like David Addison body back then. But he started when it became clear that he was going to be the actor that they were going to torture through all these movies. Right, because like Arnold is just like, okay, Arnold, we'll give him a couple of cuts, and the most damage we'll ever do to him is when he's a robot.
Yeah.
And then Sly is like, okay, Sly's going to be tired, and maybe he'll get knocked down a couple of times, and he's only going to have a cut shirt or whatever, and like Demolition Man or whatever. Bruce, we're going to tear through the ringer, and you're going to wonder why the hell he's still alive. How is he still alive? At the end of every Die Hard movie, you look at Bruce Willis.
He should be dead many times over.
You not only should you be dead many times over, you should be dead now. Like this movie should have ended a half an hour ago with your death. There's no way. There's too much blood dripping from your hand. Right? You got
try the feet. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, right in the first one. Yes, for sure. There's a scene towards the middle of the third movie where he's walking down a corridor in a ship with a Tech 9 in one hand, and blood is dripping from his hand.
Actually they zero in on it. He's holding his hand down and it's just dripping blood as he's going through the boat. Yeah.
Right. It's just like, you should have no energy
blood
whatsoever.
Loss, man.
You shouldn't be able to walk. You shouldn't be able to think. You should be able to speak. Yeah. There's no way you should have been able to do that trick with the wire.
Yeah. But I mean, but it's just one of those things where I'm like, like going back to The Running Man that came out last week with obviously Glenn Powell. And then he's got his towel scene. And I get it. You want to look good. And yes, he looks shredded, but I'm going, yeah, you look shredded, but you're supposed to be this guy who's struggling. And I'm like, how are you
that was the eye candy scene.
And
they had him in a towel on a fucking ledge.
Yeah, and then he even takes the towel off, and you see his ass.
That was the eye candy scene. It was.
But I get tired of that. I just get tired of going, all right, superheroes, okay, I can understand certain, especially if they're supposed to be superhuman. It didn't make sense when fucking Paul Rudd had to get a fucking 8-pack. No sense at all.
Well, Thor, I think it makes sense. He's God.
Yes, yeah. Chris Hemsworth, by all means, take all the peptides and whatever the hell you want to take.
Cap as well. Chris Evans, you gotta have him look.
Totally understand, but Paul Rudd doesn't need to fucking have a 6-pack.
Even Star-Lord, I think it works.
No, yeah. But even he didn't need that. But at the same time, when I look at Chris Pratt, even in that's attainable. That's not that bad. You could tell he trimmed up, and he's still a bulky dude. He's not just totally,
he's not Parks and Rec.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah, he's not that, but he's but he's still when you see him normal, he still doesn't look, he still has a big stature to him. But when I'm seeing Glenn Powell, who's supposed to be down and out and trying to struggle for money, and he's walking down the hall and he's just fucking shredded, I'm going, come on.
I haven't seen the film, but it should be more of farmer's strength instead of Mr. Olympic athlete and whatnot. That's where
I watched Die Hard with a Vengeance, and I'm seeing fucking Bruce Willis. I'm like, Bruce Willis is in shape, but he's not fucking shredded. He's got shoulders, he's got definition. Because he's a cop, but he's not. If he takes his shirt off, you're not going to see a fucking 8-pack.
But also to your point, though, it's also because of how the character is structured, how they have. Because McClane, they did the whole thing where it's okay, you're estranged with Holly again. You got into another fight.
Drunk.
You went back to New York. And you're on a bender. You keep asking for aspirin the whole movie because you're fighting a hangover.
A real bad fucking head.
He's got 8 o'clock shadow. Yeah. Right, wherever, they intentionally make him look like Cobb even tells him, Jesus, John, you look like shit.
Yeah,
right. At the beginning, right.
And that one lady goes alcohol is supposed to be ingested.
Beer's normally taken internally, John.
Yeah,
right.
And then I love that too, where he's 2 steps away from being an alcoholic. He's like,
what step? Right. McClane is a toilet bug.
Yeah.
Which I didn't get what that was
great
either.
About that movie. He takes so much shit from everybody, but they need him to be the hero. But then he just takes it and just dishes it back.
Right.
That's what I love.
Yeah,
He's McClane is just fuck all of you. And then even when what's his name's gonna give him, he's all, what is that? No, you didn't answer me. Are you giving me, you want me to be a cop again? He's trying to tell him you're telling me to be a cop again.
He just puts the badge of the desk. He's
he didn't want to say it. He didn't want to say it.
He's like, hey, you didn't answer my question, Walter. Are you done, Lieutenant? Right. Yeah. That's
I love that's what's so great about that movie.
But how they have McClane's character is how it's closer to how Ben Richards should have been in this version of The Running Man.
Yeah.
And they do create his story is that difficult.
Yeah.
But he's not really. because and I guess their excuse for that is, well, look at what he had to do for his audition, right? Because so he got cut during the training to figure out what show he was going to be on, and then they threw him into the dangerous one because he's that angry, right? I guess the idea is that like anger gives you abs, basically in that movie.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, and I know this was like a weird tangent, but I mean, like when I'm seeing people going, Brendan Fraser doesn't quite, I'm like going, come on, guys, it doesn't. I mean, we didn't even see a shirtless scene when it came to the original Mummies. He was always a good looking dude. But then I thought about, well, George of the Jungle. Remember how he looked in there, and then I looked it up, and I was like, oh yeah, he struggled through that. He said he went through brain fog because he was on this crazy diet where he was like 0 carbs, of course.
But
and
even here's the thing: if we're talking about how the Mummy never took off the shirt, okay, I'm a huge Indiana Jones fan. It's one of my favorite franchises of all time.
Yeah,
and so
Here
yes, does Harrison Ford take off his shirt in there? But Harrison Ford, you're not. I mean, yes, okay, 80s were a different time.
Yeah.
Yes, is he in shape? Sure, but he is more of the average adventurer man
completely
at that point. But I don't I mean, again, I'm not trying to go for the audience that any Brendan Fraser. That's your thing, great. Knock yourself out. I'm not taking away from that. But again, what are we trying to do with the Mummy 4? Do we even know what we're trying to do yet? No,
we don't know. We don't know what the story is. But that's a good point, because when you look at Harrison Ford as Indiana Jones, like specifically, of course, Temple of Doom, because that's where he has a lot more skin showing. And he's in shape and he's got definition, but at the same time, it's not Stallone, Stallone
even
was
Raiders to an extent. He does a little bit.
Oh, Raiders,
but
I
mean, like Schwarzenegger and Stallone were heavily going like, I gotta be
that's who they were.
Possible, but then you got somebody, they're because you got Stallone, you got Schwarzenegger, you even got Dolph Lundgren, that are just super ripped and big, and then you got Willis and you got Harrison Ford. We're just like, hey, we're just like in shape guys who have definition. You're not going to see every ripple and everything like that. We got hair on our chest. We got we got
flaws.
But we're in shape, but it's not crazy like these guys.
So here, let's go further down this weird tangent. What about Mel Gibson, Martin Riggs?
Same thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like because I'm thinking about it, I'm like, okay, well he had the flowing hair,
yes,
right, and
hair was his thing,
right? That West Coast,
that mullet was miraculous.
Yes, as well, and it was. That's why the fourth one is always kind of weird because he cut it.
Yeah,
he had it for the first 3 movies, and then the fourth one's like, okay, you're clearly. Yeah. But they did it on purpose because he was supposed to be getting older. That was the point of it, right?
Yeah.
But like going back to the other 3, it's like, okay, there's definitely times where he has his shirt off.
Yes,
but and he's still not.
Yeah.
Right. He's not chiseled. He's not chiseled like Glenn Powell.
Exactly. But and that's the thing is like, and I'm like, bring that back. Just bring that kind of back where it's like and I don't know. It was just one of those things where I'm going like fit the character, and I'm like going, this guy's down and out. He's trying to make money to feed his family, and yet he's just super shredded. And I'm going,
and I guess it also depends on the actor, because now I'm thinking about Keaton. He didn't look super ripped in any. I was thinking about this
too. Even when it comes to superheroes, like even Kilmer when he played Batman,
right?
He was in shape, but he wasn't like
Clooney.
He had like
they
were in shape, but it wasn't.
Compare the body type and work of those 3 actors to what Affleck did, eating copious amounts of Orange Roughy for BBS.
Exactly.
Right. Now, granted, clearly they were trying to do something very, and as I've said many times, he's the only Batman to date that had to be in a world with Superman.
Yes.
Which meant that he had to physically measure up with Superman. So that's why it's like, okay, no, we can't, this can't be Mallrats Ben Affleck. This has to be like
Shannon Hamilton.
Right. We've got to carve him out of marble for this movie.
And
because
Zach
got
has expressed many times that he likes that. He wants to have like even like the both the male and the female characters to be chiseled, and we've seen that throughout the Snyderverse. We've seen that in, obviously 300 was big time.
The hilarious part,
but that movie needed that. Like when it came to 300, I can totally understand. Like, okay, yeah, that movie you needed. I mean, fuck, you go down the rabbit hole of what Gerard Butler did, working out like fucking 4 or 5 hours a day, and just that was ridiculous. I mean, who knows? Again, they're not going to ever admit if they took other things, and everything like that. But that guy still put in so much goddamn work, and yeah. But that a movie like that, okay, 100%. But but when it comes to like even like look at Robert Pattinson, and I love the fact that Robert Pattinson in the Batman, he wasn't like super just peeled. He wasn't peeled up. It was like kind of, and it was so funny too because again going to the discourse when it comes to superheroes, I don't know how many times I had people like guys in my mentions going like, oh yeah, well I like my fucking Batman. I'm like, Jesus Christ, I think you might have to think about your personal life a little bit here.
Your preferences a little bit.
And I'm like, well, Robert Pattinson, he was in a good shape that wasn't, it wasn't peeled, but he was in shape. And I appreciated that. And I'm glad that Matt Reeves was like, yeah, I'm not going to have my Batman. I don't need a Batman to be, every ripple of muscle,
Well, he definitely couldn't be out of shape.
Yes.
To be Batman, but also it similar to Affleck, it's I think really the case with all these actors, it's dependent on the circumstances of the role and the world that they're inhabiting. In that world, in Reeves's world, he shouldn't be ripped. He shouldn't be chiseled, because the whole point is that he's wearing the damn suit every time, the whole time, whether he's Batman or Bruce Wayne. He's got it in the damn bag.
And then at the same time, and I but I was just saying, like even like when it comes to, and this is what I appreciate when it comes to the DCU and Gunn, is David Cornsweet, he gained a bunch of muscle for Superman, and I was going, oh yeah, he's gonna get his shirtless moment. Nope. Did not get a shirtless moment. All he just, and then the response when I saw people go, all that work just to be covered by his fucking thick suit, I'm going, no, all that work because he still had to fill out the suit, you dummies. Yeah, just because he didn't get and
he was wearing clothes as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's like that. I'm like, I actually found that refreshing that we didn't get a shirt. I thought for sure we were gonna get a shirtless scene of Cornsweet. We didn't, and I'm like, I was like commending Gunn, and then even when he was talking about the suit, which of course was always a big discourse, he goes, I didn't want a wet t-shirt. And I'm like, good job. Something different. It's something different. And I don't mind the suits. I mean, Cavill suit is still fucking, it's still
that is the
fantastic.
best Superman suit I've ever seen.
I still love that suit so much. But I love it when I see, the diehard fans go, it's all Cavill. No, it's not. There are lining in the suit that help. Cavill is ripped. Don't get me wrong, but when they say it's all Cavill, I'm like, no,
that's
you
not
could
all
literally
Cavill.
You could literally watch the behind the scenes and see that there are inserts that make the lining of the suit to make them, the ab linings and all the fucking linings and stuff like that. There's
and also to be fair with Cavill, there were the workout. Remember the workout videos?
Oh yeah,
that he did with him and Andre Traore, and then also remember when Leslie Jones was doing the watch on Twitter for
that was the best commentary
for Zack Snyder's Justice League, and she just would not shut up about his traps.
Oh yeah,
she was focused on his back for 5 minutes.
Yeah,
watching it. So
yeah, and it's so funny too because when you look at Cavill and Man of Steel, I mean he was probably the biggest in Man of Steel because when you look at him in well, I mean BVS he was pretty big too, but I would say that he wasn't as big in Justice League. He seemed a little bit more, lean, to be honest. When you look at that, because when you see that scene, of course, when he comes out of the water, Man of Steel, and he's just that's I think that's a unit. I think that's the biggest he was, and then of course you have the scene where he's watching the news in BVS and he's making those fake eggs. Which those eggs were just like, well, I was like, we always go, those eggs, those are fake eggs. But anyways, he's pretty big too. But then you see him in Justice League. It seems like he's a little bit not as big, but he's leaner. He's a little bit more leaner.
Keep in mind that he had less screen time than the other 5 main actors did.
Very true.
So his training regimen was probably slightly altered and lessened than theirs were. Keep in mind, he was supposed to be up front and center for the next 2 films. Yeah. So
well, and also he because of course, as we all know, the next film he did after he finished that
Mission
principal
Possible.
Photography was Fallout, Mission Possible Fallout, and of course, that's the reloading arms. So he had to he bulked up right after that to be in that movie because he's bigger in that movie than he is in Zack Snyder's Justice League.
Well, and the other thing is that you could always explain it from like a canon perspective that he was in a coffin for so long, so it's like of sunlight.
It made
so it's
sense.
like he kind of like
he wouldn't be as big. So he lost muscle mass a little bit.
Absolutely.
But I mean, I was just wondering, and I actually like that aspect because I always I'm with you with that, Jared. It was like, oh yeah, when he was in his prime of being Superman, his shoulders were, way bigger. But then he's been dead for a bit, so maybe he's not but he just felt like he was a little bit.
And I gotta say, that was my favorite detail in the Flash because when Supergirl's thrown into the sun, you all of a sudden see like it zooms on her hand.
Yes,
her hand is getting more filled out, and I go, it's the first time I've ever seen that, and I go, okay, I appreciate that.
Yes. And and maybe that was a little detailed, that Zach was trying to, push.
I
would not be surprised. The guy's about details.
I still love the fact like that. That was kind of like my. I mean, I do enjoy that movie for what it is. I do, but my biggest thing that I was looking for with that movie is like, okay, just in my brain, I'm like, we just need to settle which version of the damn movie this connects to. And the second Bruce said Pazharnov,
I was like, yes, thank you, the good one. Yes.
Thank you.
You canonized the SJL, baby.
Yes, I was so happy when he said that.
Is that the one that I got stumped on?
Yes, it is. It is the one you got stumped on.
That was kind of where the genesis of the question came from. Dave,
I know,
because
I totally just blanked on it, man. I totally that was
I know that, Dave.
I know. It was so funny because when during the Geekverse trivia battle, I was like, oh, I got a Snyder Cut question, sweet, and then it was that what's the fictional city, and I went, God damn it, I can't remember. And I knew it was based off, Chernobyl, but they wanted to make it, And
in your defense, nobody got it. Nobody got the answer because I forget Taylor. Somebody said
no. It was a good question, and I appreciate the like I said, trivia battles can humble everybody. I appreciated it.
But that was the genesis of that because I'm still to this day I'm just happy that movie totally brings because it also further like officially legitimizes my decision to not own the other movie.
Oh, I deleted the other one off of my Apple account as soon as the Snyder Cut got announced.
How do you do that?
I'll do
that right now.
What I did is I went into the Apple account. I just hit hide movie, so it's still like associated with my account, but I don't have to see it when I go through my library anymore.
I will after this. I will do that. Yep.
There you go.
Because I don't want to see it in my library.
I think I have a copy of it sealed somewhere.
I do not. The last time I watched it was we did a live watch. This was before the Snyder Cut came out. This was back in 2021. It was me. It was Stephen Colbert. It was Scott. It was Garza. I think Ben was there.
I feel like I watched this.
And we decided to we took shots on all the bad scenes. We got drunk as fuck on that stream, and we just put it to bed. We're like, this is it. We're never watching this again after this. But then, of course, Scott, sadly, he had to watch it again for Squad.
He and Tim did it, and that's what it was. I listened to that one. It was just like, Okay, we're putting ourselves through this torture one last time.
Scott didn't want to. He was like, at first he was going, "Oh, I'm supposed to watch this with Squadcast. I don't know if I should take part." I'm like, "Well, we're gonna have fun. We're gonna be taking shots, and we're gonna be just shitting all over this movie." And it was a fun stream, and I got so drunk because we were taking shots on just like all the stuff that we know that was reshot and the stupid stuff.
I mean, he and Tim didn't drink, but they weren't nice to it either.
No,
they were very
speaking of, okay, we're gonna drink every time it reshoots. The first scene comes on, Cavill's lip.
Yeah,
God damn it!
It was basically one of those things. Yeah, we didn't go too crazy where it was like, because we would have been drunk like fucking 20 minutes in, but it was just like one of those where like, oh, let's drink, sip whatever you got. If you have a shot pour, just sip it because we have a 2 hour.
Or you better be on beer the whole night.
Yes, it was. It was. Oof.
So we do a thing on my show where every April Fools, we each assign each other something we know the person has to hate, and they have to positively review it like they're shills. I got Justice. Someone assigned me Justice League, so that was the first time I had watched it since the Snyder Cut. It's infinitely worse having watched the Snyder.
Oh yeah.
Cut. I'm like, what the hell?
I can't even imagine. Yes. I have not watched this since I watched the Snyder Cut.
Like when it was the only one, you tried to bend your brain to like rationalize, okay, I have to find something good out of this.
Or it's like, I can understand why the studio would make like some of these choices. When you see the stuff that they changed, I'm like, why?
Yeah.
Does it sound like we're getting the band back together?
Yeah. Oh, good Lord. And then of course, look at this skeptic right here saying like, imagine if Justice made $1 billion. Oh,
dear
God.
It would be all
we would live in a very bad world.
Oh my God.
But Mr. Balga, I know you got to take off.
Yep, a little sleepy, but
you get a little sleepy over there.
Yeah, but
always great talking to you, man.
Absolutely good seeing y'all, and next time we talk, it'll be after. So those that celebrate, happy Thanksgiving.
Oh yeah,
happy Thanksgiving to you.
Yeah, we're still doing a Vodka stream on Black Friday. So
awesome.
Nice.
All right. Yeah. Well, I will be there.
All right,
Chris.
All right. Have a good weekend, guys.
Take it easy.
Take it easy. Yeah,
that is a frightening what if, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, totally a what if. If that movie made that, I mean, that would have taken this whole thing into a weird direction.
Oh Lord!
You know what? I think
no
it's going
way
to make
the
$1 billion.
Snyder Cut would have actually happened.
The Snyder Cut would never have happened.
It would not have. Yeah. Absolutely not. What were you going to say, Ronan?
You know what I think is going to make $1 billion? It might. Doomsday. I think if they play the cards.
I can see that.
Yeah, I can see. Even Spider-Man: Brand New Day. I would not.
I have this it's. I don't know what it is. It's like I'm in so much of a wait and see approach on both those movies, and the only reason I say that is because we're all and listen, the track record speaks for itself.
Right.
Foregone conclusion. We're all looking at an Avengers film and a Spider-Man film. Yes, they're both going to bank. There's that little voice in the back of my head that goes, but what if they don't? What if?
Yeah.
And not that I think they'll fail. I'm not saying that. No. I don't think either one of them will fail. But what if they don't hit that magical billion mark?
And people run the headlines. The headlines are going to be popping.
And here's the thing: even if they don't, I don't really think it's going to fucking matter.
Yeah,
more so for Spider-Man than Avengers.
I mean, Phil, it shouldn't matter. It shouldn't matter at all. But in the fandoms, it's gonna be all manner of da-da-da-da-da.
Oh, sure. I wouldn't doubt it one bit.
There's going to definitely be headlines talking about that, but people are gonna, do the thing like what we've been doing. Look what happened this year. Like when it came to, we're in a whole different era. Even Fantastic Four, like. People were going like, "Hey, it wasn't a failure," which it wasn't. I don't think.
I would not
call it a success, but it wasn't an overwhelming success. Even Superman wasn't an overwhelming success. It wasn't like a huge movie, but it was not a flop. Neither of those were a flop. I wouldn't even say Thunderbolts was a flop. To be honest, I think Thunderbolts did what it needed to do. I think Fantastic Four did what it needed to do, and I think Superman did what.
Brave New World is the one that suffered.
But I was just going to say,
Brave New World was a whole different beast.
I don't think I don't think any comic book movie this year flopped. I think Brave New World and Thunderbolts underperformed. I can't say Fantastic Four underperformed. Why? Because it's the highest grossing Fantastic Four movie to date. So no, that's not underperformance. Okay.
Yeah.
And even for Superman as a solo film, right? Not counting team ups, as a solo film, this is the second most money Superman has made at the box office by himself.
Yeah.
Right. Second only to Man of Steel. So I can't say either of those films underperformed. Just can't.
Well, here's the thing on that. It's like what I always say is like on my show is like, look, no, it didn't flop, and it wasn't like the gangbusters much success. It did what WB and James Gunn wanted it to do.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Beyond the money, it's like connect. Can you like this guy? Would you want to watch him and Lois Lane and these other heroes?
Dude, I'll tell you, arguably one of the best things that probably came out of that from them literally was Punk Rocker.
Yeah,
What
that trended. That's right. And again, going back to
not you, Phil. I'm not.
I know.
No, but going back to what I was talking about, with David Perez earlier, it was like David Cornsweet. We got a new star also because again, I have a video that went viral on TikTok talking about the Mummy and seeing people go, oh, what if David Cornsweet, would play their son because he kind of has a vibe that could fit with them. And I talked about it and then I cut a fucking video, didn't do gangbusters when it came to YouTube, like as a regular video. I posted on TikTok a shorter version. It fucking 350K. People were going, yes. Majority of people were like, wow, yes. I was like, Jesus Christ, I didn't think that was going to take off. And then I cut a short. It does well on fucking, YouTube Shorts, and then it's doing well on Reels. People are like going, David Cornsweet, he's kind of like the new, hey, which is a good thing. Nobody's going, fuck this, Cornsweet guy. Who's this guy? People, they're like, I've seen like, and I hope that when it comes to other roles, like certain people, like, he doesn't have that Superman curse as they talk about. Yeah. That Superman curse that everybody says, like, oh, once you get Superman, you can't do anything else. I think Cavill is trying. He kind of broke it a little bit, where it's like he has been still, doing other things. And
Man from Uncle,
Fallout, Fallout has done him well and stuff. Christopher Reeve had a difficulty getting out of that, and so did some of the other actors like Brandon Routh and your Dean Caines.
I never really got the opportunity to get out of it.
Yeah, and to exactly what Phil just said, I was going to say that perhaps the Superman curse is self-inflicted by Warner Brothers because again, you're talking about Reeve does 4 movies from 78 to 87 and then nothing for 19 years.
Happened in 95.
He did the Children of the Corn.
What happened in 95?
Christopher Reeve's accident.
Oh, yes, I think so.
It was mid 90s. I know that.
Yeah,
but he did that Children of the Corn like remake in the 90s, which I actually thought was pretty good. I actually thought it was a good movie. I remember watching that, and I was like, but at the time I was young and I hadn't watched the original, but I thought it was like a decent, horror movie, and like
I think he would have continued acting if not for the accident, for sure.
100%.
Yeah. But then you get to 2006 with Ralph, and they make that one movie and then don't do anything for 7 years.
Yeah,
because it does what it does and it's kind of nebulous. So it's like, okay, and then Cavill comes in and all of that mess happens.
Yeah.
So it feels like Warner Brothers is the one. Like, if there is a Superman curse, Warner Brothers is the one cursing it. Warner Brothers is like the drag me to hell.
You can't crack it.
I curse you.
Well,
right? Basically.
Yeah, Cornsweet, his next role, he's playing a baseball player. I can't remember who he's playing. He's playing a baseball player, but his look is, and obviously, and that's the thing is like, obviously when you're playing Superman and when you want to play other roles, you probably don't want to look like Superman as much.
Yeah.
And I think like when it came to Man from U.N.C.L.E., I remember going, now Cavill still looks like Superman in a suit. It's like, so, but Cornsweet, he buzzed his head. I forgot the ball player he's playing. He buzzed his head and he has a soft beard.
Yeah, so, that's because during that's how he looked in the press tour.
Yeah, he had a buzz hair and a beard. Yeah,
like all of a sudden, like when the press tour started, he had this way different look.
Yes.
Like everywhere, and it was just like,
which
okay,
is probably a good thing.
Yeah.
It's probably a good thing, and I'm hoping. And you know, I'm a sucker for a fucking baseball movie, of course, so I'll be there. But I'm like, but I think, like, you know, again, just seeing my own, you know, perspective, and the fact that video went crazy on TikTok and it went crazy on Instagram Reels and on YouTube Shorts. I was like going, oh yeah, like David Cornsweet, he has that star quality where, you know, that Superman, you know, helped create, like he did. And even watching it again last night, I'm like, yeah, you know, he's a good Superman. He's a good Superman. Yeah, he might not be everybody's brand of vodka, of course, sure. But I'm like, even my uncle was like, you know, he liked it. At first he was like, I don't know about this guy. But then at the end of the movie, he was like, you know what? He liked it. He liked the movie. At first he was not sure about these, like, I don't know about it. Even looking at this guy, he was hesitant. And he even said, like, yeah, well, we could watch it for a little bit, but I might start falling asleep in an hour. He watched it all the way through, and he enjoyed it. So I was like,
that's
all
a
right,
good sign.
Cool. It was a good sign.
I feel like by and large, there hasn't really been much negativity about him in the role.
No.
People have made comments about, you know, the golly and the, you know, the like his choice of like idioms and saving the squirrel, right? And just the folksy Midwestern drawl that he has in the movie.
My uncle loved that stuff. He was like, oh man, he was like commenting about it. He was like, yeah, he's saving everything, even the squirrel. I was like, yeah,
right.
He seems like a farmer's son. Like,
yeah, and then he even, like, you know, and I don't care what anybody says, that scene between, you know, him and Pa Kent when he, like, you know, and it was, you know, we were having discussions too, because, you know, obviously, you know, my uncle, you know, he has a son, my cousin, and like he appreciated, because, you know, when we were talking, he was like, oh yeah, so that's his Kryptonian parents. Because he was like, because, you know, the engineer and everybody calls him the Kryptonian. He was like, at first he was like, wait, why do they keep calling him that? Well, he's from Krypton. It was like, oh yeah, duh. He was like, had a brain fart. But then it was like, when it came to the message and stuff, at first I was like, I had to like a little explain that to him, where it was like, oh yeah, well, that's his, you know, that's his Kryptonian parents. And then when it came to the whole thing, and he was like, oh yeah, so okay. And then when it came to the last scene, though, you know, I'm a punk rocker, yes I am. And then it showed like all the stuff. My uncle like smiled and laughed at that whole part when it was like, oh, now he's appreciating his Earth parents, and like, and I think that really did it for him, where he was like, oh, that's cool, full circle kind of, you know, way of the story. And I was like, yeah, that's what I really, and then I even said, I was like, that's what I really appreciate about this story. Yeah, I have my, you know, my things where I go, I didn't really like this, I didn't really like that. When it came to certain things, really like this, really like that. But I love the when we first see Superman go into the Fortress of Solitude, he wants his Kryptonian parents, and it soothes him. The message soothes him. And then with all the events that happen, then all of a sudden we get to the end, where now he's looking at home videos of his Earth parents, and it's like, it's really all about like that. And I don't know, I just love that aspect of it. I at first, I will say, when I first watched Superman, I was a little when it came to Ma and Pa Kent, I was going, they're a little too hicky kind of and stuff. But after I've watched it the numerous times, I appreciate it more. I don't know why. There's something about it where I go, I don't know. There's something I really like about it.
The only part about the Superman movie that I like straight up hate is the making. They sent him to Earth to basically have a harem. I go, are you kidding me? That's what you did. Because that was the only one where I like had a violent reaction.
Reaction.
But I was like, oh, F this.
But see, that's the thing, is like, I appreciate it more, because then like I said, it helps them go, oh wait, I'm this guy, and this is my Earth parents are the ones that raised me, and when he's sitting there on the bench with Pa Kent, and he starts talking about like, we give you the tools, and he does all that, and I don't know, it's just every time I see that scene, every time I see it now, I go, oh yeah, it's kind of I don't know.
I was actually because I was actually really glad in retrospect that I had watched my Adventures with Superman beforehand.
Yeah,
because I think it mentally prepared me.
Yeah,
for the change with his parents.
Yeah,
for the switch because
that was already establishing that.
Right.
Oh, Terrell wants you to do this.
Yeah. So when it happened in the movie, I was like, oh, okay, we're going this route. All right. Okay, let's see how they go. And I agree with you. I love how the message is tied in. And I think a lot of people did pick up on that. That's the thing. A lot of people picked up on the juxtaposition and what he learned, and they saw the progression of his arc. And again, that's a massive deal with Superman, because over the years, what did we hear about? He's unrelatable and he's too powerful. And
that's why when it comes to BVS, the scene when he's walking up the mountain and he sees his dad,
right?
Fucking, that is one of my favorite scenes of BVS, because it correlates to Bruce talking to Alfred about his dad.
Yeah.
And that's again, it's all about that storytelling of like, oh yeah, we have Clark walking up a hill or walking up the mountain in his own little fortress of solitude. Is like, he sees his dad and he's talking to his dad, and his dad's telling a story, and then he says, I miss you, Dad. And then we got Bruce opposite, talking about, I'm as old as my father ever was, and then he says we're hunters, and and it's like you're seeing like the two different versions of these characters, just really good storytelling. And then I just, again, when it comes to these characters trying to be relatable, and it's like, it's really, how much more can you make them relatable when there wasn't much when it came to mom stuff, when it came to James Gunn Superman, but then again, we might get that in Man of Tomorrow. Maybe he'll focus more about that. But but even there is a little bit of mom stuff, I guess you could say, but I mean, I think there was mainly focus on dad when it came to Superman. And I think even when it came to Zack stuff, there was a lot of focus on dad, but there was also, he did do a pretty, especially when it came to Man of Steel, I love one of my favorite scenes is when after the Zod thing and he's calling for his mom, and then she just walks out and goes, nice suit, son, and then hugs him. That is just, I just go, subtly, you just made me fucking almost weep right now, Zach.
Yeah. That was
there's just
you
something.
Think you could threaten my mother?
Yes.
Yeah.
I love that too. It was when he just I mean,
he went to bat for her, and then literally it was like that. It was like that beaming pride from a mother, hey, here's my son.
Nice suit, son.
He's doing well for himself, right?
Yes. Because we've all had those moments with our moms, I guess you could say.
Yeah.
It's where she just your mom is just appreciating, but she's not over, she's not going, she's not going crazy, but she's like, look at you, you know?
Right. And that was also the other part of it. It was just all that happened. I mean, they threw the truck into the house, and she's just picking stuff up. Okay, well, this is life, right? And she's unfazed because, I know what my son is.
Yes,
it's probably going to happen at some point.
And then, of course, when it came to BVS, the ultimate, the deleted scene where, I mean, how many times have we been there where you just go, I just need to call
the phone call. Oh God,
yeah. And where you don't even know what to say, and I love that where he just goes, "Hi." He didn't even know what to fucking say, but he's struggling, and it was funny because I think I'm feeling this more because obviously today I visited my nana, and I was with my dad and my uncle, their mom, and listening to them talk about her. I mean, obviously she was my nana, but that was their mom. And we were standing over her grave, and just talking, and they were talking. I was just letting them talk, and they were just talking about how many times they would have those phone calls about, I just need to just talk to mom. And I've had that with my mom, a film junkie. When I go and have dinner with her on Sunday, sometimes there would just be times where I'm just, pouring out how I'm feeling. I'm like, ugh, and sometimes you don't even know what the fuck to say. And I love when he's just like, hi, and she could tell what is wrong. Every mom could tell what is wrong.
Yeah. Just another part of the 30 minutes that they never should have fucking taken out of the movie.
Exactly.
Completely. I personally love the after Batman saves her, he's like, it's okay.
Yeah.
I'm a friend of your son's.
son.
I figured. Okay.
Say yes. After what is probably the best Batman action scene of all time is
Not
that
probably still, and I love the
It is.
Batman, but no, the warehouse scene is still pinnacle.
It's an Arkham game. It's a live action Arkham game.
It really is an Arkham.
Speaking, which is kind of funny. So, going back to Batman being jacked. So the Arkham Knight has the BVS Batsuit. It is the most jacked Batsuit in that game too.
Yeah.
Like he is like
well,
the whole.
I don't know if you've seen the clip. Somebody did go back and basically add in
Add
the Arkham
fucking-
graphics
Yes,
and like
like the lines and shit.
Yeah, they added that into the scene, and it works.
It's so
way too well.
I know, because it's basically they're making an Arkham fight scene.
Dude,
yes.
Every time I see that every time that scene shows up on my timeline, which is probably every fucking 5 weeks, I watch it and I just go, God damn.
Yeah.
I'm like, God damn.
Mhm.
And so it's just such a it's somebody. I mean, God damn. I'm like, James Gunn, try to make something better than this.
Yeah.
I want you to make something better.
I
than
dare
this.
you, dude. I
I'm
don't
like,
think you're gonna
make
be able to
something better
do
than
that.
this. Or like whoever is handling Brave and the Bold, try to make something better than this.
That's the bar, and it's
everything's a bar. Like, I mean, that's the thing. And I always try to be like, I always say, like, I root for the next person. I'm never one of those like nothing where I will top this. I'm like, well, I hope something tops this. I'm not one of those. Phil, I know you got to go. You got to wake up.
Yeah, it's my nephew's birthday this weekend, so I got to be up early, help
Happy
him with
birthday to
everything.
him. All right,
6
man.
years old on Sunday, guys. So
Aw.
yeah. I will
Good
catch
time.
you guys later. Have a great
All right.
weekend. Have a great night.
Good night, Pop Punk Rocker.
Good night, Ronan.
That's an inside joke that I have no idea what that's about. But
Because he stands on Snyder all the way, and I'm like, well, I'll balance it out. I'll stand on James Gunn, even though I like Zack Snyder as well.
And it's not even. I mean, he legitimately.
like James
I mean,
Gunn.
I told him he wasn't going to like that movie. I told him for a week, like, you're not going to like this movie, because every time like scenes and trailers came out, he would comment on it on Twitter. Like, I warned him. I said, you are not going to like this movie. He's like, I'm going to give it. I'm going to give it a fair shot. I was like, okay. I applaud
commend
you.
it. Yeah.
Giving it as fair of a shot as you can. But his reaction did not surprise me.
No, it didn't surprise any of us. It was like one of those things where, but what I like about Phil is he doesn't get too crazy about it.
No, he does not.
Like, he's not like, he doesn't fall into, when it comes to the crazy side of the fandom,
Yeah.
but I thought that too. He was very open about things, and I'm like going, Phil, you're not gonna like this. And sure enough, when we did our spoiler kind of stuff, I was like, oh yeah, he gave it like a 2 out of 10 or something like that.
And he's also not like, I mean, he doesn't care for, I think, the majority of Gunn's work, but he did like Creature Commandos.
That's the one I was shocked when he texted me. He's like, I liked it,
and
I
that's
was
why
like,
I appreciate him saying that. He actually really enjoyed Creature Commandos.
So he
hates people.
So again, that's where the perspective comes from. He doesn't like, fall in with the culty nonsense and the grifting.
Yeah.
Dave, did you guys talked about that earlier? I'm guessing.
oh yeah, I think so. The whole Snyder polls and all
shit.
that.
Oh yeah, all the stuff that's happening.
There was the one thing, because I saw your video the other day.
Yeah.
Where you were talking about where the Saudi Arabia thing came from.
Oh.
And I wanted to know if you read the Variety piece about Paramount and Saudi Arabia.
I saw
that is the thing, and I'm gonna be honest, and this is something I said on my show today. With the Saudis being involved in putting cash in there, that is a scenario where doors start to open, I think.
As far as what?
And then, of course, and then
Snyder.
there was the article that came out that said they're going to be putting almost $1 billion in AI in Hollywood.
Right, exactly. That was the what Variety and because the thing is, as soon as the Saudi Snyderverse thing came up, I'm like, okay, is anyone other than Cosmic Book News posting this? No.
No.
I'm waiting for
Nobody reputable.
And so I go down the rabbit hole. I'm like, okay, did anybody say anything about Saudi Arabia? And that's where I found the Variety piece that said that now Paramount's denying this.
Yeah.
But Variety is alleging that that the Ellisons are going to power brokers in Saudi Arabia to help them fund their deal. And they're also saying Brian Roberts of Comcast did the same thing. The Comcast hasn't said anything. Warner Brothers hasn't said anything, but Paramount's like, no, that's not true. That's categorically false. So, but the thing is, the producer who originally started this with an Instagram post and like the original source for Cosmic Book News, he literally said $71 billion, which is the number in the Variety piece about Paramount and Saudi Arabia. I'm like, okay, so you just ripped it from this. You twisted it from this piece. You saw an article about Paramount possibly going for Saudi Arabia funding and just twisted that into your little Snyderverse, whatever. And here's the thing, like, I don't know how when you say open, I guess my question is, when you say it, you think it might open the door for Snyder, like how so? Like, what do you think? Why do you think?
That's the thing is like, that's the thing I keep that I was like that I was pushing back on it. And that's what I was like emphasizing in my videos. I'm like, this would be the first time that when it comes to a studio being bought, that a director is heavily involved in the discussions. And I'm like going, are we kidding here? I'm like, I mean, there is if you're going to buy Warner Brothers, you're not just buying DC, you're buying the whole thing. You have a library.
Yes.
It's Warner fucking Brothers, for God's sakes. They have some of the best movies ever made in their library. They own some of the best IPs when it comes to movies. And it's like, they're only going to be doing this because of just a certain type of DC.
I never believed that. Where I was coming at it was, okay, so yes, there's like they would go for the whole thing with all. They're not just gonna buy DC, but the way I was kind of approaching that is like the fact that Zack has a positive relationship with the Saudis when it comes to all the projects he's doing over there. It's like when the deal happens, I wouldn't be surprised if certain conversations are had, particularly since if it's Saudi money behind it, it's not like they can't afford to get Cavill back or any of the or a few of the other actors or all of them or however. I think that with the money part is where I'm going. That becomes less of an issue if they ever decided, hey, why don't we have like an Elseworlds continuation?
Yeah, and that's the thing. Is like there is the whole Elseworlds thing, and like when it came to the polls that I was talking about at the beginning, I've always been like, hey, in a perfect world, I would love to have both. I would love to see what gun is going to continue, what gun's going to continue, and then of course we can have this side story of like Zack finishing his stuff. So when it came to the two polls that I brought up, I clicked on, when it came to Grace's poll, I said, gun oversight, which means he's still around, but Zack can still do his thing. And then when it came to David Perez's, poll, I was like, oh yeah, have it as an Elseworld.
Yeah.
That's how I would always feel. Now, I don't think that would ever happen, but at the same time, it would be cool. And maybe there could be a world that could happen. But at the same time, the false hopes is what I...
that is true. There are too many people acting like it's a guarantee.
People are saying it's already happening.
And that's the thing. So when you look at the actual facts, when we look at how this is actually playing out, and this is happening in real time. Yesterday, the 3 studios made their offers.
Yes,
like that is Variety and Deadline, and the trades have reported that Paramount, Comcast, and Netflix have all made their offers, and their offers are different in a couple different ways. First off, Paramount is the only one that wants to buy Warner Brothers Discovery fully out, like outright, because Warner Brothers has been talking about splitting streamers and studios off of Discovery and CNN and whatnot. Paramount wants all of it, but Netflix and Comcast are only interested in streamers and studios. So they're waiting for a split to happen, and then they buy the streamer and studios. So now what Zaslav and the shareholders are in a position, they're like, okay, what is more advantageous for us, to sell the whole thing to Paramount or to do our split and sell part of it to either Comcast or Universal? And it should also be pointed out that allegedly Paramount and Comcast have both offered Zaslav a co-CEO deal to stay on the company if either one of them buys that. It buys whatever part that they want. I still think Paramount's in the driver's seat on this, and it's probably going to end. If this happens before, like if we get, like Dave, you're saying we're probably going to know next month, like in December. If it happens in December, it's probably Paramount. It's more than likely Paramount. And then, okay, so now it's Paramount. And let's say there is Saudi money involved in that deal. Here's what I think logistically will be the case. The Saudis are obviously, it's not a case where they'll be investors, right? Like but they're helping the Ellisons put up cash because Larry doesn't want to spend. He could spend all of his own money to buy the studio. He doesn't want to, clearly. Like they want 20, they offered $23.50 a share. Warner Brothers wants 30. So if the idea is that you're getting the Saudis involved so that you can get it to $30 a share. So then the question is, how much of an input do they have? Well, David Ellison has already said he wants to chase Netflix. So he primarily wants the library and the studio assets. And in that regard, he's going to need content. So it is in his best interest to leave James Gunn and Peter Safran alone.
Yeah.
And contingent on that is what happens next year, because the only way that they would that Ellison would get involved is if next year's DCU plans go down the drain, which we're not rooting for that. We want Lanterns to be successful. We want Supergirl to be successful. We want Clayface to be successful. And as long as the DCU continues to be successful, Ellison will leave them alone. I guarantee that.
Oh, yeah.
And then down the road, depending on that success, I think what you're talking about as far as the door open for Zack doing a film, it could be a DCU film. It could be The Dark Knight Returns, was what Phil would say. Phil brought that up the other day on Threads about how Zack has said he wants to do a Dark Knight Returns adaptation. It could be that. It could be something else, Elseworlds, right? At that point, yes, that could certainly happen. But I think I think many of us, all of us rational Snyder fans have said that is that we're thinking like, okay, if Zack could still do a DC film if he wants to, it's just not going to be Justice League 2 and 3.
No, it's
right?
not. It's so crazy too, because I'm like, Zack is just doing some brilliant marketing right now, because all he is doing is posting images. He is not using any hashtags that are doing anything. It is all the fans and is all the haters that are going, what the fuck, kind of thing. He's just going, I'm just on Instagram posting things in my fucking, that I have. Here's this, here's that, like, again, I think like the biggest eye opener when it came to whether, when I have like these people that are telling me that it's definitely happening, he's coming back and blah, 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 was when Monday, when it was November 17th, it was that momentous, date when, in 2019 was, obviously November 17th was when the original Justice League came out. And then in 2019 was when the big push for the Snyder Cut, when Ben Affleck posted it, and Gal Gadot and Ray Fisher and Jason Momoa,
Cavill,
Cavill, they all pushed it. So everybody was going, there's going to be something that happens on the 17th. And I even saw people going, oh, we're refreshing. I'm going, and I'm like, there's nothing, nothing's good. And then all of a sudden he posts a bucket of water. And I'm like going, oh, okay. And then he did post the Ben Affleck, the bat signal thing that I used in the thumbnail. But I'm going, but there was no hashtag, there was no nothing, there was no celebration, there was nothing. He just posted, and I'm going, man, this guy's brilliant. I mean, he's literally like keeping trending with a movie that doesn't have any distribution right now. So his name is just like out there, like, and yeah, regardless of how you feel about the man, I'm going, this is brilliant. Like his name is just out there. Like when he posts these images, it's like trending. A lot of things are trending, but he's just posting. He's not trying to do things. It's the fans and the haters that are freaking doing the uproar.
If you know that posting on social media, anything will achieve that type of reaction every single time you do it.
Of course you're going to do it.
Why wouldn't you use it you'd be a dumbass not to use it to your advantage.
Yes.
Absolutely. Without question.
And I think he knows this and he's seeing this because, he wants to promote this passion project 20 years in the making, The Last Photograph. It looks like it's going to be a gorgeous movie. It looks like it's going to be like no other Zack Snyder movie. And, he's had a little rockiness when it came to Rebel Moon and Army, which sucks. I really do. I said at the beginning, like I was more about the Army verse than I was about the Rebel verse. Rebel was a little outside of my, because it had the fantasy.
Flip that for me. I was more about Rebel than I was.
Yeah.
Same, Ray.
And I would even say, like Scott would say the same thing because he's more about the fantasy elements. I'm more about the, hey man, let's have some action, fucking zombies and aliens. I'm all about that shit, and nothing against Rebel Moon. I still want to see more Rebel Moon.
Yeah, nothing against Army of Dead either.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And that's how we feel. Is like I was more about Army, you guys are more about Rebel, and that's totally fine. I still want to see. We still both want to see more of both universes.
Hey, at least we've watched them.
One of the gods is for me. I want more of that. I'm like, I need season 2 now.
Yeah,
and but they pulled that.
Yeah, but see, that's the thing. It's like, so we don't know what the hell is going on when it comes to his relationship with Netflix, and so now he's got this new project, and I think like, yeah, good on him for he knows his strengths when it comes to getting out there, and yeah, he's gonna pepper in these DC, images. But at the same time, it's like when I see people that are like so sure that things are happening and everything, and that's why he's doing this. I'm like, no, it's just photos that he has that he's able to post. There's probably certain things he probably can't post that he might not be able to post. I don't know. Like I said, he might have images of like what he was planning on when it came to Justice League 2 and 3, when it comes to storyboards that he can't post, for all we know. I don't know.
Well, but that also just tells you how disconnected from his situation and his current work the cult is. Yeah. Because if they knew how like non-existent at the moment, or how unknown, I should say is a better way to put it, they knew how unknown his relationship with Netflix is. Yeah. And if they understood because they rear in lockstep that Netflix is the worst case scenario for any of the buyers for Warner Brothers, right? If they understood the fragility of how they operate with respect to franchises, and if they understood how unknown the status between them and Zack Snyder is, they wouldn't be tweeting "sell Snyderverse to Netflix" for the last fucking year. They wouldn't be acting like Netflix is going to be the savior, because you have no idea what they're going to do.
Yeah.
And certainly if they weren't sold on Rebel Moon or the Armyverse, what makes you think they would be sold on the Snyderverse?
Yeah.
Like there's no reason.
DC is what they would say, because
what have I been saying since these photos have been coming out? What I've been saying, boys, that I've been dreading. As soon as that first teaser comes out, or as soon as that first official trailer comes out, half of the comments, or I'll be nice, a third of the comments are gonna be like, what about the Snyderverse? Where's the progress on that? And then come the junket. It's gonna be like, God damn it, who's gonna dare to ask the first question in relation to that? And it's like, no, ask him how long has he been doing this? Ask him like, how many days did it take to shoot the movie? Man.
That's what frustrates me. It's like, I've talked to Zach on here, I've talked to him in person, I've talked to him on the phone. Nicest guy in the world. God damn, the guy is like, he's smart. I love his shit. I love his style. I love his movies. I love what he did with DC. Sure. But, of course, 100%. I was totally supportive of it. But I don't want him to be just stuck in the DC box.
Just that guy. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
No.
I don't want him to be stuck in the DC box. Like, do I think that maybe he could come back to DC and like what we were talking about? Yes. I wouldn't be surprised. Like, again, going back to the whole thing, what Jay Oliva said, that they had a Kingdom Come idea. I'm like, Give me some of that.
I actually said, I don't know if I told you this day, but there's a way that they can use Kingdom Come to wrap up his story.
I think you talked about that when we first talked. Also, yeah.
What you do is you do regular Kingdom Come, like the whole story, until you get to that last battle scene at the end of Kingdom Come. That's when Darkseid invades. So then that's when the world becomes a Justice League, and the heroes have to reunite to fight Darkseid. Thus, you get your Justice League part. Well, the ending of Justice League.
Yeah. And, and then, and I'm just kind of going like, I'm like going, okay, I'm not ruling out that he would never come back to do something, Of course, I got somebody in the chat that is like, oh, he tagged Amber Heard, so she must be coming back. I'm like,
I don't know about that one.
Yeah, everybody just kind of goes,
why would, I don't know why. We're grasping at straws here. I mean, that's all this is grasping at straws, and it's like,
but I'd say that this is what I get like when it comes to this stuff, where it's like you're too busy thinking, well, obviously he's got a Snyderverse hoodie in his fucking profile. Obviously, it's like, okay, well, I know, I know where you're sitting in your world. We're sitting here having going, okay, this is what we got to have a logical discussion of this when it comes to a lot of this stuff like that, so it's
it's we have to have a logical discussion based on what we know factually is occurring. And also based on, I think another thing that's happening, unfortunately, is a massive distortion of what actually happened with release the Snyder Cut.
Yeah.
Because, and we've been saying this for years, there's a massive difference between finishing a movie that was already
not according
filmed.
to these guys. These guys think it's the same exact thing, and I'm going, oh my god.
Okay, so let's go ahead and tie this into what we were talking about an hour or so ago. All right, so if you guys thought that Brendan Fraser looks different now, how different do you think Ben Affleck, Henry Cavill, and everybody else looks?
We just saw a photo of him in Vegas, and it just right now he seems happy.
You know how they push back against
it? The Batman thing.
No, they push back against it because the Nightmare world takes place 5 years later. So
but you also need to film the day.
The present day still takes place, guys.
Right.
Yes, I understand that the Nightmare world takes place 5 years later, and Zach has specified this, but there's still a present day timeline that is still, and that's the thing is again, there's nothing wrong with going, hey, Zach could come back in some form and still bring this back in a different story, a legacy sequel. I really hope that does happen. I want that to happen. And I think that could happen 100%, but at the same time, I'm like, Justice League was shot 9 years ago.
9 years ago.
9 years ago.
When we saw Zack Snyder's Justice League, when that came out 4 years ago, I made it a point to remind people, hey, everything you're watching, with the exception of the Nightmare sequence and the Martian Manhunter thing, was shot in 2016.
Yeah.
You're watching 111 days of principal photography that was done before Wonder Woman was released,
before COVID. You can tell. I just
and so that's the thing. And people that I know in real life, like in the general audience, I made that a point to them, like, this was all shot beforehand. Like, why didn't they show it? Well, that's a long story, right? But that's the thing is we're 9 years removed from when the movie was shot. We are 8 years removed from when it should have released, and it released 4 years ago. Like we keep getting later and later and later into the timeline. It's like, this is no. Logistically speaking, it just makes absolutely no sense. And then again, like I also brought up, with respect to the DCEU as a franchise, if you are any of the heads of these studios, whether you were the Ellisons for Paramount, whether you were Roberts for Comcast, whether you were the head of Netflix, you were not going to ignore the Walter Hamada era, the last 9 films of box office poison that the DCEU was. As much as I enjoyed them, most of them, You're not going to ignore the 9 films of poisonous box office and go all the way back to 2013 to 2016 and only focus on those movies. Well, only focus on the money that BVS made, only focus on the money that Wonder Woman made. No, you're not going to do that. You're going to look at the whole kit and caboodle and go, well, there's a guy right now that's running things and his movie just beat out 3 Marvel movies this year. So why don't we just stay the course?
And they will, and they are staying the course for the time being. And I even said in I think the last video I said, I'm like, well, if James Gunn's going to be out, they're probably going to just run out his contract, which is like 2028 or something like that. We're still going to get that Superman sequel. We're still going to get future projects. And I'm just kind of and then I started going like, so what are we going to get? Justice League 2 in 2030? I mean, that's the thing is that's why I always brought up the A word, the animated world. If we could just do something like that to show.
Well, here's the other thing. Here's the other thing to build off of what Ray says. Let's even say let's go the graphic novel route, because here's what that does. Here's what that does.
I want to see the story.
If you not only that, if you do the graphic novel route, you then what you also have. You also have a thing of cash that you can say, hey, this comic book that's based on this project made a lot of cash. You all of a sudden can more easily separate in these executives' mind Zack stuff from the Hamada stuff, because you're looking, this is a comic continuation of Zack Snyder's pure stuff. This did well. Let's assume it did well. Maybe we might want to pursue this as an Elseworlds, and then we could get a movie from that.
And let's also be clear that whether it is the animated or graphic novel route, there is precedent for both to occur far more easily. First of all, what is the one thing that so many people have said about DC during the DCEU era? Oh, well, DC animated is the king. We've heard so much about how great DC animated is. So countless movies, most of which I still need to watch personally, right? Like so many movies, like there's so much of an avenue for DC to just do an animated continuation.
Yeah.
And then on top of that, we have seen comic continuations of Batman 66, Batman 89, Superman 78. That precedent is there as well.
And again, it doesn't mean if you go this route, it can't lead to something else in the future.
Yes.
That's why I hate it when I see people that say Snyderverse is dead. No, it's not. It's just being held up in a certain pocket of the overall DC universe. It's still there. It's not dead because there could be some kind of content that can come from it. 100%.
The reason I do say that it's dead. One, I'm talking directly to the cultists, but two,
dead in the cinematic world.
Yes, because but again, for now, because Superman came back.
Yes,
like there is precedent in comics for things to come back. There can be precedent for a dead franchise to be brought back for a legacy sequel, as you put it. Things far weak, and that's the other silly part about all this is any of us rational fans, actual fans. Can think of logistical ways to get another one of these movies that doesn't involve the culty chaos and reading so much into nonsense and being grifted by Tyrone Magnus and flipping Matt McGloin, right?
Yeah. Well, the other thing also is like when you look at it, praying for the Gunverse to flop is the worst thing you can do if you want a D. Because Dave, what would if you're in charge of WB? Let's say you're the head of WB, and DC flops, and James Gunn's universe flops. Are you going to go? Okay, so James Gunn's universe flops. Let's go back to that Zack Snyder one. Are you going to invest more in DC if the project starts falling apart?
No, I would start investing in just singular
solo movies that
aren't connected. Yeah.
Right. So now
I would start being like, what are the popular DC stories? Let's make those live action. That's what I would do.
So it would either be that, which would basically be a return to the 80s and 90s. Right.
Yes.
Or here's the worst case scenario. Ready for this? The dreaded superhero fatigue. Oh no. Maybe we need to pull back from DC and focus more on Harry Potter or on one of our other or Game of Thrones, right, or something else. That's the worst case scenario. So under no circumstances is it logical to root for the failure of the DCU, because that would actually cause DC brand damage.
Yeah, that would actually do that. Yeah.
Right. Precisely. And that is the last thing that you want. It's just like how we talked about how the best chance for us to ever see the Ayer cut is if Gunn succeeds and then decides to give Ayer, basically give Ayer the Snyder Cut blessing, like Snyder was given, because he wants that content for HBO Max or for DC Studios or whatever, right? That's our best chance of seeing the Ayer cut is for James Gunn to succeed and be given carte blanche to bring the Ayer cut back.
Because as far as we know, James Gunn could say, "Hey Zach, come on back. I'll give you a movie to wrap up your story, and then maybe you can do something else for us." As far as we know, that could happen. But it's like the DC brand has to be healthy, to your point, Ray. And it's like, if it's not healthy, they're not going to do it.
Correct.
No. And like when it came to the polls that I brought up, I'm like, I always chose like, why can't we have both? Now, in reality, can't, because money. First off, and I've always said that, and I've had people ask me like, why can't we have both? I'm like, because there's money. And I even said like, hey, if Matt Reeves can have his Batman, why can't we Zack Snyder finish the story? I'm like, then you're introducing a third Batman from what we already have that's going to be in there. You're bringing back a third Batman, and then you're having these giant Justice League sequels and blah blah blah. And I'm like going, there's just not, the money is just not there.
Yeah, if it weren't for COVID, the Batman would have been even cheaper than it was. COVID pushed it to 200 million. It would have been even cheaper if it weren't for COVID-19.
True. Yeah.
So, like, that's very different. Like that movie. Okay, so we're comparing that movie to a Justice League film.
Yeah,
really?
Oh, that's what I said. I was like, you're talking about a solo movie with one hero. And that universe,
one non-superpowered hero,
that
uses gadgets,
and then you have Superman, Wonder Woman, Aquaman, Cyborg
against Darkseid,
Darkseid, and I'm like going, yeah, I get it. I would love to have seen it too, but I'm sitting here going, they're not gonna. That's money. That's a lot of money.
Here's the other sad part. There's precedence in DC Comics unfortunately, for stories not getting continuations or conclusions. It happens all the time. That always
happens in comic books. And again, I'm just hoping that, that we get some kind of legacy sequel to Zack Snyder's Justice League, because, it got left open, and maybe there could be one. Zack could just get brought back and make another 4-hour fucking great movie. That just kind of shows Darkseid took a long time to come back to try to find Earth.
Yeah. The Armada's been on its way this entire time.
Yeah, I don't know. It could be something, But I appreciate it. But again, it's so funny because when I get all this stuff, I'm like, who's talked to Zach? Me or you? I've talked to Zach. He knows.
That's the other thing that I find hilarious.
Yeah, and I'm like when they push back on me and they say stuff like, and Zach, he's even said it's like, hey, he pushed back even against HBO Max, who wanted him to not have the open-ended, cliffhanger. But he's like, no, that's the fucking movie. I'm still going to keep it. And which I thought fantastic. And then, and then I've had conversations like, well, if it's going to continue, what, would you come back? He's like, I'm going to be busy. And this was before all Rebel Moon and Army of the Dead and stuff like that. But, and it's just like, it's like, and he even said that not all the actors would come back. And we know that, and I love it when people are like, they would come back for Zach. I'm like, stop it. It's a business still. I don't think Ben Affleck would come back. I think he's fucking done. He doesn't want to wear a fucking 30-pound bat suit anymore.
And also
he's not going to definitely want to do his own movie. That would be way too much for Ben Affleck. He literally said in an interview that a friend of his, which was probably Matt Damon or his brother, that said, this would kill you if you do this.
Yes.
But these guys don't care about, they don't care about that. And that's what irks me about this is are you not listening to the actor that you love so much
And it's
saying
also
that
not
it would kill him.
right, and it's also not even just that selfishness, right? But it's also like you're forgetting that however much they respect Zack Snyder, at least two of them no longer respect or will associate themselves with Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
So and we know like of that group, there are.
It gets even more hilarious, though. I don't know if you guys have seen this. There was a portion of them that turned on Gal Gadot because of her Israeli stance, but I'm like, but yet you still call for the Snyderverse to return? Because guess who's definitely not getting recast if the Snyderverse returns? I'm like, what the hell?
Listen, let's just put it all out there on the table, right? Aside from Affleck not coming back, more than likely for his health reasons, Ezra's out for obvious reasons. Okay, Ray's out for obvious reasons, and Gall's out for what you just said.
Yes,
because there's no way that we're right. That's four.
Yeah.
You're and on top of that, your fifth one is about to be Lobo.
Yeah,
in the
DCU. It's like Momoa is literally getting his dream role.
Yeah.
Right.
Also, Cavill got jerked around. You really think he's gonna?
Yeah, you think Cavill's gonna want to go through the jerking process again?
Yeah.
I mean, my God.
We all saw the Josh Horowitz thing. We talked about it on Squad. We did episodes about it. We were all, and then a week later, and then you find out the truth of what that actually was, and you know how $7 really did screw him over and screwed us all over and used him as a bargaining chip. Why would any of them return to this?
There's some people that are like, why would you want to actually return to this? Why?
Yeah.
You know, it's like it's so crazy, you know, and but at the same time, I can see them 5, 6, 7 years from now. Maybe it's like, hey, what if we do this crazy fucking, you know, Kingdom Come long form Snyderverse movie?
I think
100%.
honestly, the Kingdom Come Snyderverse is probably your best bet.
Yes.
Your best shot at live action.
Yes.
And you would need to have like a meeting with like both, if Zach was involved, Zach, with James and Peter Safran, who are the heads of DC Studios, and then being like, listen, he's directing, we're in charge of the studios, we want to make this work between us three, and then even call whoever's in charge at that time, Warner Brothers, and be like, all right, and just be like, all right, when do we start? How much? When do we start? And then I think that would get him back, but I agree that like, it needs some time. Because again, after hearing what you know James said about with Josh about like the position they were set to have to talk to Henry about it, and just like at this point, just let Henry build his bona fide even more, and then you do what now a lot of these X-Men actors are getting to do. Is like later on, if there's something else he can do,
there you go.
Then, and they're still interested in, then you can give them a bone to chew on that actually is something to do. And not just for eye candy. And
I wouldn't be surprised if it would happen.
Deadpool and Wolverine and also Avengers Doomsday are far more realistic scenarios for something like this. Far more realistic.
But when I see these posters that have like 27 movies on it, and I've even had people in my mentions and comments saying, oh, no, yeah, we want this and this and this and this. The Batfleck movie is 100% not happening.
I want to win the Powerball tomorh. You know, I mean, that's okay. You can want all the hell you like.
I would even, but I have said to somebody else that, you know, what's most likely to happen? The Joe Manganiello Deathstroke.
Yes,
story,
I want
because,
that. I would welcome
because I think he's still down for that, and he is good friends with James Gunn. That could still happen where his script for Deathstroke, which doesn't have Batman in it, or if it does have a Batman in it, it could tweak to the new Batman.
It could end up being a DCU movie.
It could work.
And right there, that remains probably one of my most curious things to watch for the DCU. Is I'm still curious who may get rolled over into the DCU because again, I mean, you're saying that, but then and as somebody like recently rewatching The Suicide Squad.
Yes.
Oh, I want Margot.
And just,
Margot,
right there. And just if you rewatch that film, if you watch that film now, after having seen the DCU and then realize that the Suicide Squad at worst is a proto DCU movie.
Yes.
It's really not connected to the Snyderverse at all. Certainly not the beginning of the DCEU. And because Hamada was just throwing shit at the wall and seeing what stuck, he let Gunn do what he did. Gunn basically made a precursor to the universe he's building right now. That movie, if you watch it, you could slap that movie into the DCU as easily as you did Peacemaker.
And I could buy it. Yeah,
you could. You definitely could. And
I mean, I even did this. I posted this. We've all seen Peacemaker season 2.
Yes. Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, so the scene where Flag is talking to Lex, it's the same fucking Bel Rev set. It's the same set, just the camera's a different angle. Because I compared it side by side shot to the scene of Bloodsport talking to his daughter. Same fucking glass, same walls, same painting. It's the same damn set.
Yeah, they could easily do that. And then, like I said, I mean, yeah, I mean, I've thought about it so many times. I'm like, I mean, if James Gunn wants to have a Deathstroke, he could have Joe Mang. I mean, they could do. I mean, that, and I've said that to some of these guys. I'm like, the closest, the Batfleck movie is probably is just gone.
As a comic, it could happen.
A comic or animated, whatever.
I've long said, no matter what happens with the movies, at the very least, you could do Man of Steel 2 as a comic, Batman as a comic. You could do all the stuff you can't do as.
Yeah, but there's a
Let's assume a live action happens for Justice League. Still do the comics. You could, because in all likelihood, if this were to happen, we would only get Justice League. So let's still tell those stories.
Yeah, there's so many possible, and that's the thing. Is like, but of course it's live action or nothing. These guys do the battle cry.
No compromise.
Yeah, no compromise.
And I go, you realize,
you guys realize that I always say to these people, I'm like, the Snyder Cut still had compromise. You guys realize that, right?
Martian Manhunter being at the end of the movie is a compromise.
That's a compromise.
It is. It's a compromise.
The whole scene of Cavill with Darkseid, that was a compromise because Cavill could not film, so they had to use old footage. All the footage that you see of those added scenes in the Zack Snyder Justice League of Cavill is repurposed footage from
the Nightmare stuff.
Yeah,
you could tell. The Nightmare stuff and the Vision. Yeah,
that's called a compromise. Like, I get the compromise, and I get the message that Zack was conveying when the Snyder Cut was coming out. I get that, but man, it's like when these guys, do that battle cry, and I still see it. And I saw it even this week, obviously with all the madness. No compromise, and I'm like, there's always compromise when it comes to this stuff.
Again, like I said, they treat it like if we get it like animation or comic, that guarantees we'll never get a live action movie. And I go, no.
Yeah.
No, and on top of that, I mean, if they were smart about it, if they had any perspective on it, and let's say it was announced tomorrow, hey, like Gunn posts tomorrow on Twitter, hey, we're doing an animated Snyderverse continuation. The smartest thing you would want to do, pursuant to your point, Jared, is support it.
Yeah.
Because if it does well, then the new buyers, whoever they be, will be like, oh, hey, here's an Elseworlds idea that we can also make money on.
It's a money thing, and you know what? People want it. Plus, again, I want to emphasize this point. That way, you can separate Zack stuff from the Hamada BS.
Yeah.
This is pure Zack stuff. It doesn't involve any of that other bullshit.
Yes.
Yeah. I know. It's all pretty crazy. It's all pretty crazy. And don't listen to Cosmic Book News, guys. That they are taking advantage of you.
They themselves were antagonizing Snyder fans and Zack. Like when Zack liked an Instagram post about like comparing Cavill to Corn Sweat. And it's like, they're like, look, he's antagonizing Gunn and stuff. And I go, the hell?
It is a pure grift. Con artist. It literally, I mean, there's so much of that today of YouTubers and bloggers that just see a hot button topic. It's like, well, why would they manipulate? Because they know how you are, they know how you behave, they know how you react. And we just talked about earlier about how Zack knows how people react to what he posts. He's doing it for, you know, his own, like, you know, positive purposes, because he's trying to promote a movie.
Yeah.
Marketing.
You don't think that the nefarious part happens, that there aren't villains?
Yeah,
like McGloin and Tyrone Magnus that are using it to manipulate you to get clicks and attention for their channels, because they know that they can weaponize your anger to their monetary gains. Millions of people get manipulated for their anger for monetary gains. This is no different. And that's why the other day when I talked about this on Patreon, I said, honor released the Snyder Cut for what it was, not the toothless monster that it's become.
Yeah. And even if you, and it's so funny too, because I pointed this out, because there is a section of this whole thing where they refuse to use the restore the Snyder Cut, restore the Snyderverse hashtag, because they want to use the sell hashtag, because they weren't around when this stuff was going on. So they created their own hashtag. These guys, when it came to sell, they want their hashtag to flourish. So they literally put out a PSA of like, don't use restore the Snyderverse.
Wow.
Because of a comment of like what I forgot, I didn't even read it all, because
so there's even dissension within the cult.
Oh, yeah. There is.
Totally
it's like
totally.
I have one of my co-hosts. You probably seen her on Twitter, Snyder Queen. She got basically excommunicated from the group,
from Ewalker and all those guys.
Yeah, exactly. Or it's like just sort of like Sil Abdul and a group of them. A group of them threw a shit fit because the group that's advocating for the Schumacher cut like complimented Gunn.
Yeah. See, that's the thing. Oh, man. And then, of course, you got these cell guys that all of a sudden started promoting the Schumacher, and I called them out, those Lethal Geeks guys. I was like, you guys didn't give a shit about this before. And I looked back on their Twitter. I'm like, the first time you guys even posted that hashtag was April. You didn't give a shit about the Schumacher. You're just adding another hashtag to your arsenal. And it was like so funny. And I was like, oh, man, you guys really don't care. You just want to win this fucking battle. You know, it's all about winning battles. And I'm like, and I saw that too when it came to Snyder Queen. And I've talked to her, Sammy, like she apologized to me, like when she came at me like a while back when it came to when Zack was on, I think one of the last time he was on, she came at me because I didn't ask the right questions. And then she apologized, which I totally commended. I was like, hey, I know this stuff gets crazy. And I saw, because she was intact with like the, you know, the Ski Walker crew and those guys. And then they fucking ousted. And it was funny because even Sil got ousted also, because that, you know, that dude, though, that group.
Yeah.
If you don't follow everything that they follow, you push back against it just a little bit, they will fucking oust you.
So it's like a cult.
It is a cult.
It is a cult.
Yeah, it is.
Right. Like many others in the real world that we're aware of.
Yeah, I mean, the dude followed me to a bathroom to see what would happen. And I'm like, that's just ridiculous shit. Yeah, you know, I've said that so many times where I'm like, it should never reach the level of a verbal or physical altercation at an event.
Well, remember
they were wanting that.
when Ski Walker was trying to say that like he went to a James Gunn panel and just stared at him, and
like he was like, and then he tried to backpedal, like, no, I wasn't. No, you try to make it seem like you were not right in the head, dude.
I was at that panel. Nothing happened. Trust me.
Nothing happened. No, James Gunn does not fucking care. He didn't see you.
He even comments. He goes, I didn't even know. Wait, this happened? I didn't know.
Yeah. He backpedaled big time. I mean, that's the thing. It's like, you know, and these are the guys that refuse to use the restore the Snyderverse hashtag because, you know, they want to use their hashtag.
Like when they posted and tried to represent it, like Zack wrote on like a thing he signed, sell it, but they left out the fact that they asked Zack at Full Circle
to write
it. So I'm like, bro, that's kind of important information.
The first day when Zack was doing like a Q&A, they were live streaming in the line. Like they couldn't just like greet him and just be like, hey man, what's up? Love your work. They were live streaming on their phone to try to get Zack to say the what they wanted. They don't give a they are just, they were not. These guys were not around. I mean, he was with Syl, and Syl was around. I'll give him that. But Syl is like one of the biggest grifters ever. But Skiwalker was like. He wasn't around, and his groupies were not around, just like the Lethal Geeks guys were not around. I looked all this up. They were not around during the Snyder Cut stuff. They showed up, their Twitter accounts and their YouTube accounts showed up after 2021. And I'm like going, where the fuck were you guys during all this? And that's why, like, when it comes to these guys that are making the biggest noise, I'm like going, you guys were not even around during the Snyder Cut stuff. And, and I'm like, and now all of a sudden you're like trying to take control of all this kind of the narrative, and you guys are doing a terrible job at it.
And right there is why I consistently make the point on threads, because I will see people comment on threads like, if Zack Snyder could move on, why can't his fans? And I'm like, we did.
Yeah,
the people that you're seeing,
most of us were fine.
Yeah, the people
got
that
the Snyder Cut out. We were good. We got the Snyder Cut. We were totally good. If anything else was going to come out with it, cool. But for the most part, we're like, all right, we did our thing.
I have said this to multiple people. I said, if you see anybody on social media that can't let this go, they're not actual fans that were part of the original movement. They're most likely trolls, bots, and grifters that are just glomming on to rage bait nonsense with respect to this. This is not anybody, and we know because we were all there.
Yes,
for all of that. Right, so we know everybody that was in the middle of this. You guys, I go back however many years for your channel, like the times you've talked to Zach, the times the one of my favorite ones where you talked to Junkie XL, about the score, right? Like when we had the Christmas episode with Ray Fisher, right?
Oh,
not Ray Fisher, Ray Porter. My bad.
I wish we got Ray Fisher.
Yeah, but no,
Ray Porter, he's always been great. Yeah,
right, exactly. Like those people, or remember, you remember, I forget her name, but you remember the waitress?
Oh yeah,
from Zack Snyder's Justice League. Like she got on Twitter and we followed all of us, because we were all tweeting about the movie. Like, okay, we're all today. We either we're good after the Snyder Cut released, or we at least just moved on from DC. Like Tim moved on, right? Like he's not, as far as I know, he hasn't seen Superman and is not interested in the DCU. And but he's not pounding the pavement like where there's no compromise. No, he's a rational individual that has a life and has moved on.
I've said that so many times, Ray. I was like, I have acquaintances, that James Gunn wasn't their bag. The DCU is not their bag. So I'm just going to talk about other things. And they did. And they just did exactly that. Of course, there were some where I thought they were going to do that. But then all of a sudden they got pulled back into the fray of just, no, fuck James Gunn. And I'm like, oh, and I just unfollowed them. I was like, done. I'm like, all right, you ended up being these assholes that come after me when I say, certain things when I'm like, but there's a lot of people who've been on, the Vodka stream where it's just like, yeah, it's just not my bag. I'm going to talk about other things. And I'm like, I commend that. Thank you for who are big voices. There are people who are voices in the community that just was like, yeah, James Gunn's not my bag. I'm just going to, maybe I'll see it and then I'll talk about it a little bit and then I'm going to move on. And I'm like, good on you. You decided to do that 100%. But then, but like I said, these new guys came in and they went, full hardcore. And now they're just trying to, I don't know exactly. The whole soul of the Snyderverse to Netflix hashtag, I'm like going, this just never, when I specifically remember somebody bringing that up on Film Junkie Live in my chat. I'm like, that doesn't make sense. Why would they sell a version of the DC? DC is the IP. Snyderverse is not the IP. And I'm like, there's no way that works. And that's why I commented about, now there's a possibility that Warner Brothers might get bought by Netflix. They changed the hashtag to sell WB to Netflix. I'm like, oh, now you're realizing that, oh yeah, your hashtag was
the other thing that they don't realize is that the constant changing of hashtags, all that does is confuses people that you want to get on the board.
Now you have 17 hashtags, and most of them can be covered under the blanket of Restore the Snyderverse.
Yep.
I mean, it's like how many hashtags do you need when Restore the Snyderverse just kind of covers it all? You know, the one that got 1.5 million views after the Snyder Cut came out. But again, they weren't around for that. They didn't create the hashtag. They are ego driven and they want their own hashtag to be the one.
Fun fact, it's a lot of the people like Skiwalker that are trying to claim that they created the Cell hashtag. I was around when the Cell hashtag was created. That was created by Snyder Queen. They forced her out of it because they couldn't take credit for it.
I don't be surprised that they actually didn't create that hashtag.
They did not. So if they tell you that, they're liars and grifters.
Oh, of course they are. I mean, that does not surprise me that those guys come up with the hashtag.
So the cult can't even cult well.
They don't.
It was to the point, by the way, where Sammy, after she was excommunicated, she came to us because we're a friend group, crying because she got like completely sandblasted.
Yes, I saw that, and and I feel bad, and it was kind of funny because even with like the recent stuff this week, I've actually seen that she's liked some of those tweets that I've called out some of these guys, and I'm like, all right,
yeah, that's
and I'm like, yeah, and I'm like,
Sammy's attitude. Sammy's attitude has always been, look, if you like James Gunn's universe, totally fine. You're allowed to like it. That's fine. So I'm like, okay, I'll take that. It's like one of my most popular tweets that I did was, look, I still prefer Man of Steel. But I wasn't as big of a fan of James Gunn's Superman, but okay, good on it for existing.
Yeah. You can have the different voices, like comic books have the different voices.
Man of Steel. As far as Superman movies, Man of Steel is my 1A. Superman is my 1B.
Yeah,
because I do think that it's weird how how is that possible that somebody could like both Zack Snyder and James Gunn's work? I don't know. What am I, an eighth wonder of the world? My goodness! But if I'm looking at the pantheon of Superman movies and I've seen all of them and I own all of them, I do think those are the two best ones. For a number of reasons, not just because of how they look visually, but because of their stories. I appreciate, we talked earlier about the storytelling that both of those films do. They're very different films. They portray Superman in very different lights. They're very different worlds, but they managed to tell his story extremely effectively.
Yeah.
In two different forms. And I enjoy both of them.
And I think a lot of people, and I think you would probably agree with this, Ray, is like, the top Superman movies. If you do a top 3, you have Man of Steel. You have Donner's Superman, first Superman. You have James Gunn Superman. You could see the difference.
I could say that.
Yeah.
I think that's the top 3, yes.
Yeah. Like when I watched it again, when I watched it last night with my uncle and I was watching it again, I'm like, I just was going, this is just such a, this is a, in the fact that he kept on saying, this is not like any other Superman movie I've ever seen. I'm like, thank you. I almost wanted to record him and be like, this is my uncle right here who's saying, yes, this is, when people are saying like, oh, it's just the same old, he's trying to be Donner. I'm like, no, my uncle has seen the Donner Superman so many times. He kept on saying and emphasizing, this is unlike any other Superman I have seen. And I'm going, yes, like the Donner Superman, like that was something that's why we have the superhero genre. He created it. He believed the tagline was, you will believe a man could fly.
Well, it's like that was my biggest thing is like, I just need James Gunn. I said for a whole year, it's like, I just need James Gunn to tell his Superman story. I don't need Donner Redux. I don't need Snyder Redux.
No,
and
he did not do that.
What I dude, like we get to, I mean, after the apartment scene, I'm like, oh, we're in uncharted territory. Here we go. Let's roll. Cause that I would have never, and even from what we saw in the trailer, I still didn't expect that scene to go where it did.
Oh, dude. I told my uncle about it. I was like, because he made a joke about something that's like, does Lois like break his balls or something? I don't know. He said something. I'm like, oh, you don't even know. There's a scene in this movie. And when he watched that scene, like he looked at me and goes, he's pissed. I'm like, of course he is, because he thought he was going to get softball questions. It was really fun to watch it with my uncle.
I love that scene.
And again, to put a scene like that in the movie, and Gunn has talked about how like it was a scarier scene to put in the movie, is like I'm putting a 10-minute conversational scene in an action movie. But that was one of those scenes where, like, I know myself when we talk about the relatability of Superman, to the audience, watching that scene, I'm like, yeah, I've done that. I've walked out the door and arguments like that before. I've been a lot
of guys can relate to the whole thing, and
I know how he feels.
Could relate, you know.
Oh yeah, I know how he. There are women that knew how Lois.
Knew how she felt.
Oh yeah,
guys knew how he felt. It was a very relatable scene.
Yes,
it was
very much. And even the other, I in the real, because that one struck me with the first watch, but even in the other 3 times that I saw it in theaters, the other apartment scene where they're fighting the dimensional, the Coco scene, right? Even that scene is still, that's another one where it's just like, yep, I've had that conversation too.
Yeah, you have that conversation where you're just, you know, you're feeling down and out, and then all of a sudden you're those 2 scenes are really good scenes, you know, when it comes to the Superman mythos that we haven't really seen before. And like, if you don't like them, fine, it's perfectly fine. But and you don't like some of the other stuff, but at the same time, I think James Gunn did his best writing when it came to those 2 scenes. To be honest, you know, like those 2 Lois scenes. You know, those were just good. Lois and Superman scenes were just, there was good dialogue back and forth, and it made them relatable.
And the great thing about it is that miraculously, the existence of those scenes in that movie doesn't erase Man of Steel from existence.
No, or BVS. Like the scene when Clark comes home and she's in the bathtub after going through what they went through. That's a relatable scene too, because it was like, she is stressed. He's trying to be like, no, I'm good. Hey, I didn't do this. And then what did he do? He tried to be like, hey, here's a rose. Let's relax. And then all of a sudden he's like, let's really relax. And then they got it on, you know, in the tub.
Right.
Hey, nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that too. That's relatable too. It's like, hey, you were stressed. You know, and you're bringing the stress. Let's lighten it up and let's have some.
Yeah, I mean,
you know? That was Zach's approach, and I appreciate that too.
That's all there. And if you don't like either of those, you can go all the way back to 1978 and enjoy that if you like.
Yeah, exactly. You can have that, but then,
or you can be, you know, the happiest like I am and enjoy all of it.
Well, it's just, then you also have the people that are like, Zach ruined my childhood, and I go, you could go read those, you could go watch those movies. He's not breaking into your house with an axe. And
I can't stand when people say ruin my childhood, and it's so ridiculous.
People are, especially in this day and age, people just refuse or are incapable of taking responsibility for their own emotions. If Zack Snyder's films offend you that much, that is your choice. You were choosing to be offended by his version of Superman. You were choosing to be offended by a neck snap. You were choosing to be offended by Batman fighting him and it not being world's finest like he wanted. You were making that conscious choice to be offended by that. And that is on you, not Zack Snyder. Zack Snyder did nothing. He didn't kick your dog. He didn't come in and defile all of your copies of Superman the movie from 1978. He did nothing of the kind. He put a movie out there. He put his version of Superman out there, submitted for people's consumption, and guess what? A shitload of people watched it.
Yeah.
So, you know, you can't say that it was unpopular at all. And why does it, you know, why is your calm so fragile that you can't live in a world where people enjoy that film? I would say the same of gun haters. Why is your calm so fragile that you can't live in a world where people enjoy his film?
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's room for both. This happens all the time.
Yeah. We're just at a cinematic level right now.
We've had how many Batman?
Yeah.
Since 1989?
Many.
Yeah. We've had six different Batman actors since 1989. We've had 3 different Spider-Man actors since 2002. And we've counting David Cornsweet, we've had 4 as far as like the cinematic. We've had 4 cinematic actors play Superman since 1978. He's allowed to catch up.
Well, remember, you also had the people that were like anti-Snyders, but they were celebrating, thinking that Peacemaker opening and like how he redid that scene for season 2 being in the DCU. They're like, look, he wiped out the Snyderverse, and then even Gunn's like, no, I didn't. Similar events happen.
Yeah,
it literally
starts. Was and to be honest, when it came to, I didn't really like the ending of Peacemaker season 1 when it came to the fish fucking joke. I was like, I don't like that. What? But the joke that they had for the
that was way better.
I thought that was better because it was Guy Gardner. He's the butt of the joke. Yes. That works. I like that better than Momoa.
Since as we said earlier, Momoa is the actor, if you will, that killed those jokes.
Yes. And I hated that they brought it back. I didn't like that. I did. And then we had what? We had a silhouette of Superman. We had a silhouette of Wonder Woman, and that was it. And supposedly they did have Cyborg and Batman in there, but they got rid of them. It was all fucked up. And I'm like, I'm glad that it got revamped to the Justice Gang, to be honest. Because we got that cool shot of Supergirl actually floating in too.
Right. So we're at a point where it's like, okay, like the people that we see in the silhouette, we're gonna see all of we saw all of them already, and we're gonna see Supergirl coming up. So actually, we've already seen her. She was in the movie, right?
Yeah.
So
it was a cool shot of her just like going in there, and it was like, oh wow, we got Supergirl flying, and it's a cool shot of her just kind of there. I'm like, sweet.
And
I'm like, much better than what happened when it came.
Yeah, exactly. And it's like Gunn has said, no, similar the way Elseworlds works, similar events happen. It's just maybe they happen slightly differently.
It literally says, and I said this in my TikTok on it, it literally says previously in the DCU.
Yes.
That's what it says. Previously in the DCU.
He treated it like a comic book.
And if you look at it also, the dialogue changes were like Amanda Waller's daughter goes, how about you call the Justice Gang? Where in the DCEU version, she said Justice League.
Right.
Yeah. See,
because
it's all good. It's all good. This is a good spot to end the stream. And great conversation. Like I said, who knows what kind of Magnus? God knows what that guy's going to post.
Oh, God.
After, whatever Cosmic Book is going to try to post. I mean, we got the holiday week coming up. So it's going to be interesting, to see what kind of craziness. Hey, we might have barely any news next week. Yeah. I almost want that because after this week, but then again, it's like, what am I going to talk about?
I'm just waiting to see how the deal shakes out. Who ends up winning the bidding?
That's what I really want to see.
Yeah, we're all watching Warner Brothers and seeing what's going to happen with that. And we'll see what happens. But let's go around the horn. And of course, thank you to Chris. Thank you to Phil. Thank you to who else? Teladia. Yeah, and thank you to David Perez, Movie Now, for also joining. We thank those guys. Great conversation with them. And then of course, let's go around the horn. Ronan, what do you have first?
You can follow me at. Can you hear me right?
Yeah.
Okay. Cool. You can follow me at Ronan Unchained on YouTube and on the socials. What I have going on, I just did on Monday a Life Day Star Wars stream. I did that in celebration.
Nice.
I'm still covering anime. I'm about to finish Tatsuki Fujimoto, and then I don't know. I'm on a binge right now, just doing anime stuff. So I might cover more anime stuff. I got Kill Bill, The Whole Bloody Affair videos and shorts.
Oh, yeah.
I'm anticipating Fallout Season 2. Yeah. And a lot more stuff planning out. Just go look it up on my channel and all the socials. And just want to keep growing the channel.
Nice.
Thanks for the invite again. Yeah.
Always, man. Jared, what do you got?
Yeah, so obviously you can find me at Comics League on YouTube. I got a bunch of stuff showing up. Like I'm gonna be talking about the arc of the Wonder Woman comics where she showed up in like Asgard. We're going to be talking about Shazam 2 tomorrow on movie night. I also have the comic Athena, the Goddess of the Thunder, still funding. It's doing pretty well. And
I was wondering what was going on with that. I hope so. I
Yeah.
want to see that.
I'm hoping it gets funded, which it should. The plan is if it doesn't, I'll just relaunch with a smaller goal and just retry this. But
Okay.
at a certain point, I'm sure it will. But other than that, Dave, thanks for having me on as usual.
Yeah, man. Always great. Great talking to you again. And yeah, I'm hoping that your book, I'm looking forward to it for sure. And people, check it out 100%. Ray, what do you got?
I am on Threads and on Instagram at The Flightcast. I am on Blue Sky as well at Flightcast. You can find my shows at theflightcast.com or wherever you get your podcast. You can also find it on the Flightcast YouTube channel because I've got a YouTube channel that all the shows get posted to as well. This past Wednesday, I talked about the real news with respect to not just what Variety reported, but also Axios.com, Brooklyn Batman sent us a nice link with a great breakdown of exactly what's going on with the offers between Warner Brothers, between Paramount, Netflix, and Comcast. And I used all of that to basically eviscerate and destroy all of the nonsense that we're talking about and basically show how the facts and numbers were stolen from that to, be grifted into the lies that we were talking about tonight. So that was last Wednesday's episode. Tomorrow will be Flight Chat, the feedback episode where I will definitely read Phil's email, which does have a hilarious title and many other emails. That's funny. The feedback had been a little light the last couple of weeks, but everybody seems to have returned this week, so it'll be a jam-packed feedback episode. Lots of listener feedback, people sending in emails for theflightcast.com. And then, we will just stay tuned. Oh, I also want to mention this, yes. On the Patreon, because I do have a Patreon, patreon.com/theflightcast. I am going to do a special John Hughes Thanksgiving tribute episode of Flight Review because I one of my listeners, John, he did not know about Dutch. He's seen Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
People don't know
never
about
heard of
Dutch. People don't know about I'm going to be talking about Dutch this coming week. I'm going to be watching it. People don't realize that is a John Hughes Thanksgiving movie that you need to watch. Ed O'Neill, Ethan, what's his name?
Ethan Embry now, Ethan Randall. Back then.
Yeah, that's right. He had like the different names. Yeah.
Yes.
But you'll recognize him. He's, you're like, wait, that's that guy. He's been on.
Can't Hardly Wait.
Yes.
Vegas Vacation.
That Thing You Do, yeah.
Yes, That Thing You Do, exactly.
Yeah. He's been in a lot of things where, when he was a kid during this time. And it was just one of those movies that me and my brother would watch all the time. Because it was funny because we watched Married with Children because our dad was like, hey, let's watch Married with Children. Right. And we were like, oh, Al Bundy is now in a movie. And it's like, it's such a great, it's a good road trip Thanksgiving movie. Just like Planes, Trains.
It really is. And, it's one of the 2 Thanksgiving movies that we have. Thank you to John Hughes.
We have Son-in-Law can fit in there a little bit, but
but no, I definitely I'm going to be doing a special Patreon episode of Flight Review for that for the Thanksgiving holiday.
Dutch. Dutch does not get brought up enough.
Oh,
I talked about that on Monday's Film Junkie. I think it was Eric Hardboiled. He was like, "Oh yeah, Dutch. People don't talk about Dutch." I'm like, "Yeah, people do not talk about Dutch." That movie, I love that fucking movie.
Classic movie.
So classic. But thank you guys for spending time. And thank you everybody who's still in the chat that is spending some time with us. And like I said, even though it's the Thanksgiving weekend, we'll be here. I'm still gonna stream next Friday on Black Friday. So I'll definitely show up for that, and we'll see what happens when it comes to this coming week. That's for sure. But thank you, Ronan. Thank you, Jared. Thank you, Ray. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Taladia. Thank you, David Perez. Thank you, Phil. And thank you guys, and we will talk to you later.